Jeff, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see, it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense, but it makes.
Well, yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
Yes! I look and see, it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see, it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth. We stand, we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand, we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Youth wild. Yeah.
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah!
Damn God.
It's back up, bitch. I'm a pop star. I'm a pop bad ones. If you wanna ride, hot Bugatti fame on. I ain't gotta try. Pack it up and move on. Hunter on the rise. Loading up a bow gun. You can see me in the streets with my rays on. I'd be like, dating ain't for me, but he's handsome. How do you see a couple guys at the same time? I've been trying to figure out the name of my star sign. I feel it in the beat like, wow. Do you wanna hang out? No. You can catch me at the basement show. Like a Malo when I say so. So I'm a pop star. I'm a pop bad ones. If you wanna ride, a Bugatti fame on. I ain't gotta try. Pack it up and move on. Hunter on the rise. Loading up a bow gun. I don't play guitar. Music on my PC. Hands above the bars. Good to be alive. 300 in the bag. Never trust no one. I'll be on the rise. Fire like napalm. You can watch me go to space, but you can't come. I'd be like living for the gram and the income. How do you know a thing about what it feels like? I've been out you looking this good with my hands tied. I'll take you there. I'll get my bag. I'll take your man. Watch this space, hon. OMG. Damn. I'm looking better in a lamb. You know my PPL is French. Talk to the hand. I'll rat you out and send your asses to Japan. I'm a pop star. I'm a pop bad ones. If you wanna ride, hot Bugatti fame on. I ain't gotta try. Pack it up and move on. Hunter on the ride. Loading up the bow gun. I don't play guitar. Music on my PC. Hands above the bars. Good to be alive. 300 in the bag. Never trust no one. I be on the rise. Fire like napalm.
Our athletes still care about their fans.
If I have to fold one more box, I'm gonna snap.
Did you say snap? Snap into a Slim Jim! Get a little excitement, snap into a Slim Jim!
How can I get muscles like you guys? Wow, Mr. Wonderful!
You can start by getting in shape with a Hulkamania workout set.
Great!
It's got everything you need. Head and wristband, a jump rope for warming up, a hand gripper for power, dumbbells for strength, an exercise poster, and even Hulk's own workout tape.
The Hulkamania workout set. You from LJN.
Are you in shape yet?
Yeah!
Oh! Chips! Gotta have beef, gotta have spice, need a little excitement. Snap into a Slim Jim. Oh, yeah!
I'd be remiss for my friend if I didn't ask you about Fallen Angel.
So the Fallen Angel is a performer named Chris Daniels, and Chicago guy.
Yeah.
And was brought out to Los Angeles, and he had the daunting task of taking someone like me who couldn't move and trying to teach them the basics.
How to move.
The basics of the business.
Call Stephen P. News. If you need to sue. An outlaw mud show or two. He'll sue the rest.
Ooh, what's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show.
Yeah.
I am your host, the infallible, the fanatical, and the full-off glizzies, no Diddy, Phil.
Yeah.
And we are here for summer Big Bang Theory. I mean, summer blockbuster Dynamite. And it's a 4-hour spectacular special event, and we are here to cover it all when other people in the IWC look at this as a day off again. We are here doing the damn thing. We're doubling down. Why wouldn't we this is the stuff we live for, right? Shoot this right in my fucking veins. I'm here for it, Eric, as some of us would say. How y'all doing? How you all doing? I am here, and we are going to preview Summer Blockbuster. And then we have a gang load of news to get into. Okay, from both WWE, AEW, we have miscellaneous news. We have some sickos, fun sickos. Okay, the sickos have been getting too fucking nuts to where we got to have some fun. And, you know, we're going to do a bit of that. We have Dave Meltzer, who's just losing it about everything. Blake Monroe, of course, on NXT. People are melting down about a name again. It's just such faux outrage, you know. You got to ignore that shit, get some fresh air, drink a coffee, or whatever you do. I'm excited. So the last 4-hour show, Dynamite show, was El Terrible. I gotta be honest. It started strong, and then it just, like the ratings indicated, just straight down. This one I hope is better. They always do this shit where they like show you they build the poster where the top of the billing, you think that's the main event, and then it's like they just give you that match right away because they don't care about Collision. This just shows you what they think about Collision themselves and what Tony Khan thinks of it. And I think that show will not exist very long. I've been saying for a long time here, I think Dynamite could become 3 hours and we just don't have any secondary shows. I think that'd be smarter for Dynamite. I mean, the smart thing would just be 2 hours, like 1 2-hour show a week, and then like a YouTube show that can be as long as you want, load it with all the matches in the world. Or just, the YouTube show could be just a collection of indie matches. Like, I keep pitching this out there. It's a free idea. Someone take it, okay? If there's a billionaire out there, you guys want to launch a wrestling, that's how you do it, if you're trying to go the indie route, at least. So I don't know. I'm looking forward to it, but this shit is we're not going to get Okada, Omega. Well, I mean, that's a contract signing, but the Ospreay Strickland 2 match, that will be the show stealer. Okay, for sure. That's the match I'm like on paper. Okay, that's the one I want to see. But it's where are they going to do it? Like the first hour, then I'm going to be burnt out. Then I'm not going to care about Mystico returns against who? They're not doing a good job of like making me care or feel anything for this Arena Mexico show either. And fucking, I'm hearing, this is what I've been told, not here, it's public fucking information, that Roosh is banned from Arena Mexico or some shit. So I'm like, I don't know. That's the guy that I want to see wrestle more than anybody on that show, and he's not even allowed in the building. It's like, oh, great. But yeah, so we get Thekla versus Queen Aminata. Now, Aminata is just going to do the job. She could be built up into something so much more, and they don't do it for some reason. She just shows up when they need someone to lose. It's crazy. It's because she's a really great wrestler with a great look. That's why. But Tony Khan has done her such a disservice. Hopefully she banked that money up. Hopefully her deal's up soon and she goes to NXT or something. I'm not even joking. Queen Aminata's great. Thekla's great. From what I've seen, again, I'm not overly familiar. Now you see on X, like, people posting highlights of her shit. And I got to be honest, I creeped for like a minute and I was like, or like not even a minute, 20 seconds. And I'm like, I'm just going to wait. I'm going to enjoy her. I've enjoyed. Now, when she first debuted and she threw that elbow and that was on the person selling it, that wasn't so much on her. But other than that, her debut's been cool and she has this cool vibe about her. It's this like Gwen Stacy Spider-Verse evil, Spider Woman from another universe type shit. I'm down with it. I'm down with the sickness, I'm excited to see what she does. This match will be cool. Fletcher, he's on like every show taking on Bowens. So again, 2 guys where it's like, all right, here we go. I've always said it. Bowens from the Acclaimed, like, you should just push that guy as a singles one day. Well, both of them, but I always felt like Bowens he's just like more well polished than Caster is in the ring, and he can cut promos, and he's got size as far as like, well, he's not tall, but he's like a stocky dude, and he's ripped as fuck, So it's like the wrestler Pac or Neville, he can wrestle guys like much taller than him because he has build, man, and he retains that speed and shit. I don't know. I'm just a fan of Bowens. So again, these are 2 guys from early AEW or whenever Fletcher came in. I know he didn't come in at like the very beginning of AEW, but these are guys, again, they're your guys. Run with your guys, build around your guys, But by the time we get to that match, will we give a fuck is the only question, because the formatting's always terrible. So now we get Tay J or Ty J, Ty Mello and Anna J. So follow the fucking logic train here, okay, guys? Out of nowhere, so they team up Harley Cameron with Anna J, and it works, and people are getting behind it, and they're cutting hilarious sketches, and we're like, this is amazing. after Harley Cameron's been like stop start with shit. She like starts with the social outcasts or whatever their name was. I literally forget that Ruby Riott faction. Was that the social outcasts or was that like a Bo Dallas Curtis Axel team, the B team? I can't remember. Either way, the social outcasts. What made me think of that? What's the group that fucking Saraya and them were in? I don't even remember, bro. That's the problem. Nothing's memorable. I just remember they all wore black and green, and there was like 3 of them, right? Ruby, Saraya, and Toni Storm. Anyways, so Harley's like kind of with them, and then kind of with Saraya, and then like she starts getting over and doing her puppets and shit, and then they put her in a mask, and then they team her up with Anna Jay, and Anna Jay's back. And then the Anna Jay stuff's working, and Tony's like, we might start a women's tag division and stuff. And you're like, okay, you could run with this team. I mean, finally, this is how you could push Anna Jay finally, because you're not doing it for some reason. She just shows up, gets hurt, and then is gone again, and they just can't figure it out, even though she has a great look. She's not like the best in ring, but she's figuring it out. Like she puts in the work and time, and she could be developed so well in NXT. Anyways, and then I know I'm harping on this a lot, but guys, am I the only one who cares about women's tag team wrestling in the fucking world? Right? Like, anyways, Cameron Jay, they work, okay? Ty Mello and Anna Jay used to be a team, but Ty Mello hasn't been on TV in what, like a year and a half or something? And I'm not hating on this, but she comes back to just remove Harley Cameron because Harley Cameron all of a sudden is taking time off, whether her work, shoot work, nose break was a work or a shoot. I don't fucking know. And then she's just inserted in this match now against Megan Bayne and Penelope Ford. But we've already seen, like, what will Ty Mello do that Harley Cameron couldn't have done, who was active and was more over? They just forced this back together now into the... You guys, it irks me. When you try to follow the logic in AEW, that's when it irks you more. Like, you have to remove yourself and just go, oh, sweet, a match. I swear to God. You have to just do that. It's almost better like you don't watch Dynamite and you just watch like the YouTube highlights of the finishes and then you just watch the pay-per-views. I'm not even joking. Mystico returns, sweet. He's a big mega star, Brian. Bigger than Roman Reigns. If you yell Roman Reigns in a crowded theater, is it illegal, Brian? If you yell Mystico, it is. Okay, so Speedball Mike Bailey with Kevin Knight again and Commander. Bro, in a trios against Hurt Syndicate, glorified push to the limit jobber match. Like, we know who's doing the job. We know who's getting pinned. And it's going to go 30 minutes or 20 minutes. Right? Now, I'm going to pop for MJF and Lashley and shit, but I'm telling you, the ratings people are going to be interested in this, okay? The ratings spike. I don't know. I don't overanalyze the ratings. Maybe I do, but the fucking shit is peaking for these guys. I like seeing Hurt Syndicate and MJF. Honestly, I kind of like MJF taking time to sort of, and this may sound crazy, but just let him cool off and then reinvent himself. But like, he can be the same dude, but he's got to like have another rising now. And then just get the fuck out of AEW, right? So I'm okay with him kind of just laying in the cut, as the kids would say, okay? I mean, we know Commander's getting pinned. So, like, what's the point of this? It's kind of crazy. They're the tag champs. They're not the trios champs. Again, why did Hurt Syndicate... They've been in more like trios. I mean, they're with MVP in trio situations and shit. It just seems crazy how the trios champs are always like in tag matches and then their third partners like in a singles match. But then the tag champs are teamed up with 2 other guys for an 8-man match or a 6-man match against this. It drives me nuts that they do this in AEW all the time. All good, though. All good. And yeah, I mean, that'll be how I just described it, I guess. Timeless Toni Storm versus Julia Hart with Mercedes on commentary. So again, is she going to eat a pork chop this time? Maybe she'll have a nice a nice fillet, right? Maybe she'll take the vegan option this week. Maybe it's her cheat day and we'll see it slapped on some bread. Right? Dom. It's raw. Maybe it's lamb. That lamb's undercooked. Oh, shit. I don't know. This will be fun. These are 3 characters. I'm not like, I know people are triggered or making fun of, I guess. They're not so much freaking out. They're just making fun of the Mercedes eating stuff. But I don't know, man. It's like Hollywooding it up a bit, you know? So I'm down with that. I'm cool with that. I think it's funny. It gets her heat. It's funny. Like I described it as this on the members show on Mondays, right? So become a member, 99 cents, or become a patron, and you get access to my Monday shows that I do every Monday. So I talked about it like on Whose Line Is It Anyways? You know, you just sort of put props out and let them be funny. That's what Tony Storm is essentially, right? You just like put a chicken wing out there and let her fucking let her do something funny with it. So I'm into it. I don't know. Can I say this? This card feels very much like more concise though than the last one, and just how AEW's been in general. Like these are at least characters that, well, other than Ty Mello that I ripped to shit, but this is at least stuff that's like consistent that you see when you watch Dynamite every week. You know, if that makes sense. If you're watching the shows, like you're like, okay, at least they're focusing, like they're getting Thekla over, they're getting Fletcher over, they're getting, well, I'd say push Bowens more. Mystico is consistently, you know, Mike Bailey and Kevin Knight are fucking there. We've seen Penelope Ford. Megan Bain's been kind of gone for a grip, huh? But they were, you know, they're there. The Hurt Syndicate and MJF are always there. Tony's always there. You know, Mercedes is there, back from her tent gig or whatever, which is kind of badass. You know, because this is why I'm explaining why Mercedes said she was good. She's like, I'm going to travel all over and get every belt. Well, she's at least doing it. You know, Danielson came over to AEW. He's like, I want to wrestle in Japan. And then he fucking didn't really wrestle in Japan, you know? So, but yeah, Ospreay Swerve will probably cook. But again, Ospreay's what's going to happen is Swerve's going to kick out of all of Ospreay's shit. And then Ospreay's going to win with a fucking WWE guys move, like a Styles Clash again. Or I bet Strickland even gets the win because of some chicanery and like a roll-up situation. And again, they'd be smart to do that too. Give us like a shock end to a match with drama where we're like, oh shit, and not just a beatdown after, you know? Anyways, there you go. See, I'm optimistic Phil here, man. I ain't tapping out. Let me check in with chat here, and then we'll get into some hot news. So Miss October 30's been a member for 9 months. I got hired at a dental office this morning. Oh, fuck. Oh, hell yeah. We winning. PWT, the dub is for winning, okay? Shout you out, Miss October 30. Yeah, I don't think we've seen you in a while, so good to see you back in chat, and congrats. For 20 goes 1 month subscription to George Capture OF. Oh, God. Are you sure about that? Do you really want that? Oh. I don't know if you really want that. That's the problem. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. You know that. Arthur Jennings for 10 says, hey, Phil, going to miss the show today. Replay, dude. You got it. We'll catch it later. Thoroughly enjoy your stuff. Thanks, man. I enjoy you. I enjoy chat. I enjoy my stuff, too. And that's why, pardon me, I look forward to these 4-hour events where I'm like, okay, there's just a built-in excuse to hang out with you guys longer. So thank you very much. I really appreciate your support, Arthur Jennings. And don't worry, man, the replay will be up on youtube.com/@prowrestletimes. And Razgrado became a new member, dude. Amazing. And I'll give you a Brian. How about that? And we acknowledge here the PWT universe. Acknowledge me. I acknowledge you all very, very, very much. And yeah, consider becoming a member. It's like 99 cents on YouTube. You get access to my Monday shows every, you know, or if you're a patron, you get them as well. And I upload tons. There's like over 105 videos. Anything gets sniped from the show, it's on Patreon. So for the most part, anything significant, if it's just like something, you know, not worth it, then anyways, you guys get it. Anyways, let's goddamn get into this. We got news to get into. Let me check in with chat though. By the way, what was Mark Pleer show? I forgot he said. Okay, I don't even know what you're saying there. Replay crew. Only thing people are looking forward to is the contract signing. Damn. Okay, Paris. 3 minutes until Dynamite, then I will leave you guys. Pete Rocks, well, thanks for tapping in, bro. I do appreciate you. Ricky Day, by the way, what was Mark Pleer? I have no clue what that is, bro. I don't even know what you're talking about. Thanks, Punk to Saudi. Bonesaw's ready. Yeah, dude, I got you. We're going to talk about that. This card does not look like much to me. I want to see Mercedes beat Tony. Oh, man. I think even the sickos would lose it. No? Or no, I think maybe, like, here's the thing. Mercedes fans will go at anyone. They don't give a fuck. They don't pledge allegiance to the Fed or, the Elite Nation. We need a name like the Fed or what's AEW. Chat, come up with a name for if WWE's the Fed, what's AEW? And we have a hockey game coming on too. Jesus, man, my Oilers, dude. Why is this not a pay-per-view? Because I don't know, man. They're kind of hot-shotting a bit with this, but this is why, because WBD's trying to figure out what to do with Collision, because that shit's getting canceled or moved from Saturdays, like, for sure, because it doesn't do any ratings of significance at all. The only time they pop a rating is when, like, they have the big NBA lead in, and everybody with fucking 2 brain cells in their brain know why that's, and then they just go, this was the average. It doesn't mean shit. It literally, just like by the end of this show, Collision, only 200,000 will be watching it again. It's quite sad, actually. And so I think they're testing out like a 3rd hour of Dynamite, which I'm the only one saying that. Everyone's like, no, go. But I'm telling you, they just, from the beginning, the rumors were, again, people have told me, well, this came from Meltzer, but you believe it? I don't know, because I wasn't really doing PWT back when this was, at least I don't think. No, I wasn't. When in like 2019. No, definitely not. So, yeah, I don't know. Just I remember just what everybody talked about was like all WBD's ever wanted was 500,000 live viewers on Wednesdays for 2 or 3 hours every week. As long as they get that, they're happy with AEW. These other shows are just like bonus, and we'll test it out. Sure, if they can get 500,000 consistently, but none of them have. So Collision, I think they're just testing like, well, what if we added a 3rd hour to Dynamite? And then with these 4 hours, you have more to gauge. Plus, like, you're not getting rid of the TV time that's owed or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So, like, with these 4-hour ones, and like, it hurts TBS nothing. Like, I don't know what they could put on, maybe another Big Bang rerun to get the ratings higher or whatever. I don't know what they could do to put on after Dynamite anyways. So it's kind of smart for them, but I would just say do 3-hour Dynamites and get rid of Collision. Put Collision on YouTube. Like, what happened to Dark and Dark Elevation? That shit was actually lit. And that's where you're like, okay, I'm watching a YouTube show. So it's like random indie matches. Fun, like that's what YouTube wrestling's for. Right? I say it all the time. Like, if you guys don't give a shit about story and all that, then just like look up wrestlers doing moves to each other. Fucking highlights on YouTube, and then there you go. You get your fix of what you're talking about. There's a reason why AEW's pivoting into more vignettes, more stories, more promos and shit. There's a reason, guys, okay? But yeah. Anyways, we're starting things off with Tony. See, how are they starting the show? It's not like, see, it's people walking in the arena like WWE does. Why? Why are they doing more of this? Fucking sickos. Well, we don't want AEW to be like this. Okay, but Tony Khan always has, is the problem, and he lost sight of that because of especially when Cody Rhodes left. They lost sight of that. And then Punk came in. He couldn't believe what was going on. He's like, what the fuck? I thought we were trying to we're doing TV. Like, TV, you're not on TV unless you're going to make a good TV show, right? Like, we can do all this other shit, but we're doing a TV show. So let's do a TV show and sell pay-per-views. Otherwise, why the fuck are we on TV? That's just the whole point anyone's ever tried to make. Now they're doing it, and I would say the quality's getting better slowlier and slowlier. Who's stalking? Is that Mox? Yeah, how would you not see Mox there? How would you not know that's Mox standing there hiding? But this is the thing. This is some WWE shit if I've ever seen it. I actually kind of like this, but how would they not see Mox right there? Boom. Is that not a good, like, that was an effort from AEW right there to sink you in. Holy, this is the show I'm watching tonight. Here's the stars on the show I'm watching tonight. What's going on? What's going to happen with the Mox shit? We know nothing. This is the problem, though. We know nothing because Mox is like kidnapped FTR on Wednesday, and then Saturday they're on Collision cutting a promo. When you kidnapped me and prevented me from getting food for my children, I love to wrestle. And when you kidnapped me and made it so I couldn't wrestle for my wife, right? And then they cut that promo. It's like, well, what happened? What did they do to you? Unspeakable acts. Okay. Are they kicking off with Ospreay and Swerve, dude? Oh, no, bro. Oh, no. Oh, no. This is what I mean, man. Yeah, they don't give a fuck about Collision is what everyone needs to accept now, okay? We all deep breath in together. Deep breath in. They don't give a fuck about Collision's going to get canceled. Okay? Or they'll call it Collision 1 hour after Dynamite. And I'm going to explain why. Well, I've already explained why. You guys know if you tune into PWT. WBD wants UFC. And if they get UFC, that's Saturday no matter what. So they're getting moved. They're already moving because of WWE. So this is after this match, and I'm not being hyperbolic here, there's no reason, unless you're just like an Uber mark, to watch the rest of this show. Or I'm not being like funny here. I'm being dead serious. Unless you must see MJF and Hurt Business, Pin Commander, and then whatever MJF's going to say on the mic to progress that story, right? Or whatever they do. Unless you must see that, which I don't think that's must-see TV. And you don't have to see the contract signing. That shit you can look on Twitter or on YouTube and they'll just show you the segment. So unless you're like an Uber mark like myself and you need to see Thekla and you're like, fuck, I got to see how good Fletcher's developing and shit. And you're like, oh, Mystico, I love CMLL. Unless you're like an Uber sicko, after this match, there's literally no reason to watch the show. Maybe, okay, actually, here, I'll give you one. What does Mox do to Hangman? Doesn't matter, and I'll explain why. Because of all the past weeks of what the the Moxley clan doing to people not mattering, okay? So for anybody who questions why I come to this conclusion, because it's not just because I'm an E-Drone hater. There's been weeks, months of them kidnapping people and then it having no effect. A week or two later, there's like no mention of it. They just have another match and get booked and titles on the line. You know what I mean? Add some new members, whatever the fuck. It's really bad, man. So unless you think that what Mox is going to do to Hangman is must see, which it's not because we've seen this already. So it's not must see because we've already seen it. Then you're fucked. I hope I'm making sense. And chat, am I cooking? Just let me know. I'm not trying to bury this. I'm being super optimistic. I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. Let's let this match cook. But it's just unfortunate. What else would you watch the summer blockbuster for? What's the grand finale? Storm and Monet? No, that's going to be in the fucking first hour, bro. There's no way they don't put that in the first hour before everyone goes to bed or turns this shit off, you know? Or it'll be like at the top of the second hour, you know what I mean? So I'm rooting for them, man. I'm rooting for them, really. Because the sickos are melting down and they're pushing so many people away. Like they're getting stalkerish and creepy. They're being like, they're all bots, like fucking, like it's like more of them are just like sicko fake creepy accounts and shit. It's insane. I feel so bad. It's like, we need this shit to prevail to some degree. I'll tell you this though, the hard cam, or I don't know if the hard cam side's full, but the side that's on cam, it looks really cool. I don't know if this is a smaller building. If someone could get me the Wrestle Ticks on this or whatever, you know, and let me know what this building did. That would be awesome too. Because it actually looks nice, this setup. So these two shake hands, and we're going to see a duel. So they're starting holding hands. Oh, okay. And I do like when AEW puts the commentary on that side of the ring as well, like they did last week, because it's unique, you know? Like no one does that, so you might as well do anything that's different. Anyways, I have news, I promise. What the fuck did I miss with AEW for 2? Miss October 30. I
don't know.
A lot, I guess. I don't know. What have you seen? When is the last time you watched, you know? You're going to need Conan to... you're going to need Conan to fill you in. So let me check in with chat, then I promise we're doing news. Hear the crowd better. Miss October 30 for 5 says, I watch a lot of wrestling podcasts. The sickos are being complete assholes. They're just going nuts lately, like really fucking badly. You know? And it's just, we literally need to block that out and try and give AEW the benefit of the doubt, because I do see them putting their best foot forward here with some of the shit. But again, it's not, I'm not ever like, I don't think Tony Khan should be the one responsible for all this. I really don't. Maybe to some degree, even if he wants to be there and in Guerrilla and learning and shit, but he should just, and I get it, Chris Daniels is there, okay, I get it, but at the end of the day, man, it's yeah, just we just gotta block out the sickos, bro. They're too much. They're taking it too far, and they're just gonna ruin AEW. I've tried to warn everyone. I'm like that dude up in the mountains or whatever, in that Woody Harrelson, who plays the guy in the hills in that movie 2012 or whatever, 2020. What was that movie, 2020 or 2012, where the world's ending and they get on the ship with all the elites? That's what's gonna happen. The Great Floods, Noah's Ark, the dudes in the hills. He's like, I predicted it, right? The black, oh, dude, and he's busted. Osprey's busted. And listen, they're not just doing flipper. They're having a real match here, by the way, and we shouldn't. This is why I'm riffing and rambling here too, because I am locked in, man. I give everything its due. Kick out at 1. Okay, sell top guy speed. See, they're doing top guy speed. It's that Jey Uso Gunther speed, bro. This is gonna make their shows better, I'm telling you. Especially as the opener. They're kind of smart doing this. So don't ruin the but they're like, these guys are really laying it in on each other. Damn, I was riffing on something good before, but this match has been good. Okay, from his nose, he's bleeding. Yeah, okay, I don't even... 10 minutes in. Bruv, kick... Well, he's bleeding from his nose. He ate like a tough shot. Honestly, Miss October, they are working a very slow-paced match right here, where they're taking their fucking time. But I don't like this. Let me touch your chin sensually, and then I'll... Don't do that. Just like trade strikes. It sounds like a library. I know. Get me the numbers. 2012. Thank you. Fake blood. Nah. I don't hate the idea of starting with this match. Okay. Hey, I'm here for it. I'm here for that perspective. Chris Terry, I never watch AEW and their fans, Antonio, or why. That's what I'm saying. It's turned so many people off, and it just turns into people like they start arguing over AEW and WWE, and then they're in Twitter spaces, and then friends are like doxing each other's families and shit. And it's like, you guys are fucking nuts. Like, this is literally insane, bro. And I'm a fan of Marvel shit. I'm a fan of all types of shit. No other fan base is like this. Like hockey fans, fucking MMA fans. Nobody is it's crazy. Hughesy's actually coming on the show Saturday. Okay, guys, just so you know. And he wants to come back. He's like, I need to come back on Saturday if you're live. And he's like, I need to rant about sickos, man. He's like, because it's... And I'm like, okay, sure, you know? And, yeah, so We're going to do that, and you guys are going to love it. So that will be our Saturday show. Maybe a little bit earlier too, folks, just for the sake of, because there's no PLEs or anything, is there? So just for the sake of him being on Irish time, I might do that show earlier for you guys. So stay locked in. Make sure you hit the bell or whatever so you know when I'm doing stuff. Okay, let's get into news, though. I promise we have Missile. This is still the intro. 41-minute intro today, ladies and gentlemen of PWT. Oh, yeah, and the Oilers don't play today. They play tomorrow. Am I right about that, chat? That's beautiful for me. I can just really lock in. I won't be so distracted. Phil, you need to have a drinking game then with Husey on every time he says allegedly. Well, last time we did our pod, he wasn't on the drink, as he said on the pod, and I was. But he was like, he went super hard like the night before or whatever. And so, yeah, I'm going to talk to him. I'm going to be like, yeah, we have to, knock a couple back together there. Jose, the assistant, is right about the length of PWT intros. Thank you, Dunton. Yeah, he is. They're way too fucking long. He is right about it, man. He has some great takes. Again, he had another great take, optimistic take about the CMLL show as well that I liked and I shared there. But we must get into hot news, okay? So against all odds, 2025. So this is the replay? So are they airing the replay of it? Huh, weird. So I guess they're just replaying their PLEs on YouTube. See, everyone's making this pivot to like the YouTube game, and for some reason Tony Khan's like, I don't want to be in there. Like, I'm just gonna do more TV shows. I'm gonna tease Shockwave and all this shit that never comes. Like, you gotta just see the writing on the wall. Like everyone. This is why there's a WCW channel. This is why there's going to be an ECW channel, more than likely, allegedly. That's why TNA just drops their PLEs on there right after. Just fucking pivot, man. Start a YouTube show. No other company would benefit more from a YouTube show than AEW. Ant Evans broke it down brilliantly on this show about how AEW could just fucking revamp their YouTube. Ant Evans going super viral too for trashing the UFC, man. Craziness, man. Anyways, though, we got light news to get into. Speaking of TNA and whatnot, Miscellaneous. We'll start in Miscellaneous. Guys, in Canada, there's like fires and shit. And where I'm at, it's hella smoky. You know what I mean? And it's been real rough. Okay, so we are going to share this tab for Miscellaneous news. Why is this in Miscellaneous? Because I didn't know he was re-signed yet when I fucking... I didn't know I was still being worked, guys, when I bookmarked this one.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
So Ron Killing started an OF just for content or whatever. I mean, it's funny. It's a good like marketing move because OF's really trying to pivot into like, here's cooking shows. Here's, here's cooking shows with hose. Here's Jeopardy with hose. Here's boats and hose. No, but they are doing that. Like, here's hey, these ladies are proud of it for the most part, right? They'll tell you that. Allegedly. No. But listen, because I'm not trying to diminish. People think I diminish OF workers or whatever. I don't, but I'm just like, guys, don't simp and do that shit. You know what I mean? I always preach that from the high heavens, but yeah, they're like, here's corn stars cooking, or here's comedy, or here's like the roast of Bert Kreischer. or whatever. You know, if you take your clothes off, you can get a show there, right? Ron Killings, Bert Kreischer takes his, right? Wrestlers take their clothes off. OF ladies, I don't know. I'm trying to make a connection here. But otherwise, just start a Patreon. That's another way to do it. A lot of people are taking that route as well. But yeah, I don't know. It's his new Twitter blog or whatever. So shout out Ron Killings, and I didn't know he was rehired. So there's a draft. It's time to shake up the landscape of reality of wrestling forever with the first ever ROW draft. 2 brands, 1 week, countless surprises. Man, Book's really running with this shit, dude. ROW Platinum and ROW Glory. He's really running with this brand split, and this is just good for the development of talent because some of these NXT Evolve TNA floatovers can work all 3 places, all 4 spots or whatever. It's really good, man. I'm glad Booker's seeing success. Zilla Fatu and of course AJ Francis representing both brands. And I should really start tapping into ROW. I think I'm out of the loop with the way it's been growing. Right? So I'm excited. I don't know any of the I recognize some of the faces here, Hollywood, Haley J, etc., but I don't know like who the general managers are and shit. So maybe we'll cover the draft. Who knows? We'll stay locked in. So this video's been deleted for some reason, but it was of Dakota Kai and Carl Frederick or Eddie Thorpe, FKA Eddie Thorpe, dancing at like a rave and just completely vibing, looking like they're having a blast, but it's since been deleted. Like some of their other videos, allegedly, Husey. Shout out Husey, you'll talk about it more. Breaking news, Wrestle Ladybird has answered the challenge and will face Thea Hale on Platinum, ROW Platinum, Power Shift. So do they have like, are there PLEs like brand split as well? That'd be cool. But yeah, Thea Hale putting some work in ROW. Love to see it. We have some more news here about ROW, I thought. Let me just see quickly. No, fuck it. We'll just go in order, okay? Botching. So welcome to my pro wrestling DVD extras thread from Grapple Clips. Here's old clips from his collection, and you'll post them, and Jim Ross on Brian Pillman kayfabing Vince at a TV convention.
Vince McMahon and I were at the television convention, the National Association of Program Television Executives, NAPTE convention in Las Vegas. And we flew out there to do an appearance at the WWE booth and sign some autographs and press a flash, things of that nature. And WCW had a booth there too, Turner with Turner Broadcasting. And Brian came over to our booth, and Vince is talking to some television programmers. And Brian's come in there and he's MFing this and MFing that. God damn, it's Vince McMahon. Mother, it's Vince McMahon. You know, the great Vince McMahon, blah, blah, blah. And I'm going to try to get my foot in the door here administratively. You know, and here's a guy that I started, got his bookings in the WCW, one of my boys. He's in the booth, and he's MFing this, and he's F-bombing that, and he's GD and McMahon, and damn this and that. And then he comes over and sees me, and it's Jim Ross, the great Jim Ross, blah, blah, blah. He gives me a hug. He whispers in my ear, it's all a work. Don't take it seriously. I'm fine. He makes his big impact. He makes his big entrance. He makes his big exit. And McMahon looks at me, and I look at Vince, and Vince has got a very troubled look on his face because he's thinking, one of our soldiers in arms, and another company, all nonetheless, needs some help. And after I got Vince in a private situation, I said, that's a pretty good character. I said, what? I said, he's playing a character. That wasn't the way he really is. Nope. I said, you see when he hugged me? He said, yeah. I thought he was going to take you down. I was going to pull him off of you type thing, And I said, he was whispering in my ear, don't take this thing too seriously.
I fucking love stories like this, chat.
I'm just trying to get attention. He got it. So loose cannon was a deal where he lived his persona in front
Yeah,
of.
just like me, Moxley. I'm really cool and like dangerous and stuff. See, look how dangerous I am. So, guys, we have some Octagon and Pentagon lore. We have Octagon. We did La Parca before. Okay, we don't have like a time. I need like time machine music, right? Like doodle. But for now, we'll just go.
Not fake!
And we did our La Parca lore, right? So I stumbled across another set of lore because we were talking about Octagon and I was tripping out. I was like, is it too close to Penta's mask and all this shit? Could that be a fuck whatever? And then I stumble across this. The algorithm was listening to PWT Confirmed, and it's sort of explained. We got it figured out. Okay, so we're gonna do now our Octagon and Pentagon lore, ladies and gentlemen. So now, some of you might have known this. I didn't, because I'm a fucking dumbass, okay? But Octagon is like a legendary luchador. So just like there was Sin Cara and Sin Cara Negro, and there was like all of these doppelganger. You had Jushin Liger, then you had like a super Jushin Liger or whatever, which was Chris Jericho in a white suit, and there's always been like doppelganger luchas. So Pentagon, the original Pentagon and the original Octagon. So Octagon was a legend. Pentagon was his like doppelganger rival. And then he became a legendary wrestler. And now Octagon Jr. and Pentagon Jr., Penta, El Cero Miedo, are both in WWE, ladies and gentlemen. And there is your lore for this evening. Much less complicated, but very fucking cool, no less.
Meltzer Inferno.
Very, very, very much easier to explain, right? And so there you go. Round of applause for that part of the show. And also, Octagon also has a mini and a legacy successor. Okay? So there's somebody else who took on the Octagon mantle. Okay? And he has a mini, like an Octagon mini as well. And then there's Pentagon, who's like his Reverse Flash. And then Pentagon Jr. is like the son of Reverse Flash. That's fucking really cool, man. So amazing stuff there. So we're gonna EFAP that another time. This has been sitting in the bookmarks for a while. Sandman hosts Extreme Rules Trivia with the Legion of Skanks. We'll watch that sometime. Maybe I'll do a Patreon video of that, or I'll watch it with Husey or something. So Little Rock update. Joey Janela's taken on Elena Black at Bangin' in Little Rock. So Elena Black in GCW on June 20th coming up here, folks. Good shit. Matt Riddle absolutely shoots on CM Punk and has horrible words for him. What I think Matt Riddle's doing is trying to drum up interest to get him back into WWE. And some people might go, this could be burning a bridge. This could be fucking up or whatever. I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think that he might think, okay, they're working shoots, and also, I don't know, what if UFC's like, well, let's put on Riddle versus Punk? And I'm not joking. UFC's not, I mean, they're selling out like every fucking show, right? So they don't give a fuck. Same with WWE, but UFC's not really hitting all that well lately either. And I've been like really back into MMA lately, like really fucking, like watching obscure shit again here and there, or just tapping in with some old pods I haven't really in a bit. And the whole thing is like they are not above doing freak show shit either, So let's just leave it at that. Joe Hendry's trending right now as well. I think he's on the AAA Regia show, which is in our news in a little bit. But yeah, Matt Riddle, I think, is trying to work his way into a shoot with Punk or something. That's the only reason I could think he would even say some shit like this, because I don't think he even really worked with Punk. Did he? I don't think they were ever even really in the locker room together. Maybe he'll prove me wrong here.
Building. You know, I'm not a big fan of that guy either. That guy sucks at fighting, and he's a bitch to work with in the back.
Really? Why?
CM Punk?
Yeah.
Because he just bellyaches and complains. This guy complains about getting multiple world title runs.
We hear that stereotype, but you say backstage that is accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay, but wait though. When have they ever been backstage? Someone grok that shit or chat GPT it and let me know.
I've heard from my boys that still work there.
I have. I've heard from my boys. No, you heard secondhand fucking stories, bro. Chill. But you are Riddle. Riddle's a really good fighter, so I do get why he's like he sucks at fighting, and like Punk in UFC was a fucking joke.
That he is a headache. And
you know, like Riddle in UFC, he could probably fight right now and actually do well. I'm not saying against like a top 10, but against that Michael Jackson guy that Punk fought, Riddle would body that guy, you know?
This isn't a storyline. This is the facts. So it is what it is.
Matt Riddle, we know we can always go to you for the
building. You know, I'm not a big fan of that guy either. That guy sucks at fighting, and he's a
so
bitch
objectively, like I'm a big Punk fan, but objectively, Riddle would wreck his shit, you know? Just being honest. But not that like I want them to fight. But UFC's not above that. They have no star power. They have no star power right now, dude. Priscilla Kelly deletes alarming tweet after saying she wants to, quote, end her life. And I guess sickos or wackos or whoever, man, because the wackos are getting, you fucking left the Fed and you're fucking, yeah, you're cooked, honey. You know, like some of these wackos too are just fucking cringe. Yeah, I get why you're releasing. Shut the fuck up. But anyways, Priscilla Kelly. So people are, I don't know if they were jumping on her, but you just see some of these takes and it's like, man, fucking shut up. But Priscilla Kelly deletes her tweets. I saw them. I had them bookmarked, but they're no longer there, obviously, for the sicko segment. But yeah, I'm just hope she's doing well. And we played her vignette on the show. We ranked the vignettes, right? Like who had the best fucking I'm done from WWE vignette. And hers was good. I pitched how hers could have been better, but whatever. What do I know? And it was unfortunate to see her tweeting out like, well, what do you guys want me to do? Like, should I maybe I'll just fucking kill myself or delete myself? Fucking you in Minecraft. Oofed. We're talking video games. Crash Bandicoot. I jumped off the cliff purposefully so I'd get a game over so I could restart with 5 lives. YouTube. No, duh. Right, guys? But yeah, dude, it was unfortunate that she had to tweet that out and felt that way and then did that publicly. That means you're real. Not thinking clearly if you're like putting that public and shit, and it's unfortunate, man. A lot of these people in the IWC are they've really lost the plot. It's not even about wrestling to them anymore, you know? Or like debating each other's wrestling takes, you know? Like I can quote tweet a fucking wrestling take and go, this is dumb as shit. This is the dumbest shit I've ever heard. And it doesn't mean I would hate you as a person or we wouldn't agree about, you know, a movie or so, like how good a movie was or something, you know, but people take it way over the top, way too seriously. I've been around writers, comedy writers, people who rip on politicians, actors, each other, every race, religion, creed. No one takes themselves more seriously than fucking the IWC and dirt sheet writers, man. It's insane. Former Tegan Knox, though, has had a severe lack of booking since WWE release now. Conan over on Keeping It 100 talked about this, and Husey brought it up to me in the DMs, and Conan! He talked about how Abaddon was making like 6 figures in AEW. Now she's released her contract expired, whatever. As of today, actually, Abaddon is able to go wrestle wherever. So perfect for miscellaneous news, but she's outpriced now. Like she can't, I don't know. This is what Conan said. he said that she'll be lucky to get like $400 even. Like, I don't even think people would book her for 400 right now or some shit. He threw out that number. It's in the thumbnail. That's not Phil Marks making that up. And I'm not trying to diminish her. I actually do think if they put her with Rosemary in TNA, Rosemary would know how to get that act over. So I know sickos are like, oh, hopefully AEW just brings in Rosemary and all. No. Now, I'm not like the biggest Abaddon fan and shit. Like, her work's not the bad. I'm not like, oh my God, Abaddon rules, but they definitely had something with that look and that character early in AEW. If they did something with it, they did some Finn Balor type shit with it. They could have done something. Rosemary will know how to get that over. She'll know what to do. Abyss, who works in WWE, who I'm sure Rosemary can call on the phone and is tight with TNA, would help them get that shit over. Wendy Chu's over there. I don't know if they're still doing the Rosemary Chu thing, but that's what I think Abaddon should try and do. Again, I'm pitching solutions here and being optimistic. I'm not just like, fuck her, she was a zombie chick who couldn't get over. Like, I'm not going to do that, okay? And I do feel bad. But Conan's like, she will never get booked she'll be lucky to get like $400 or whatever he said. I can't remember what the exact quote was, but that's crazy. And I feel bad. And Tegan Knox is also struggling to get booked. Why? Because her price is probably ridiculous. And there's been shit. There's been an AEW exodus and there's been a bunch of people leaving WWE. So everyone's got these big asking prices. It's fucking hard. And when you don't know for sure if Tegan Knox is going to like pop a house. So the reason Matt Cardona can keep getting gigs for his rate is because he's a proven commodity on the indies. He can draw more tickets than AEW if he's on the top billing for a GCW show when he's on the AEW show too. That literally was proven. Cardona was on an AEW show that sold less tickets in the same building as a GCW show that he was the headline for. That's a shoot, brother. So Cardona's a proven, right? Tegan Knox, all these people. Again, we covered it here on the show too, and we rated the fucking vignettes, but they all came out at the same day. Y'all all couldn't, like, none of you could have like blacked out your Twitters and disappeared for fucking a month and just like drop some cryptic shit and then show up somewhere, shock everyone. They were all like, oh, let me get my name out there, which is chill. But, and again, it's not your business to coordinate with other people. But I was like, damn, aren't y'all still friends? Like, everyone should have called each other, get in a group text, all the release people, and coordinate how we're going to do this shit. So nobody blows up each other's spots, But yeah, shout out Tegan Knox, and I hope she can get hired if I'm her, a TNA gig. And again, wrestlers are weary to go there, because they know, like, they're working with WWE. So how far does that go? And I'm a little weary. Here's the thing. We also have footage that we're going to go over. We have a very hearty, deep, miscellaneous news segment here today. We have also simultaneously at the same time all of these ladies saying, oh, I'll go to AEW. I'll go to AEW. Why? Because they're seeing that it's tough for them to get booked out there, with all of them coming off television and asking these same prices. And these indies have to be picky and choosy. And a lot of them are working with WWE now, and a lot of them are working with AEW now, and da-da-da-da. So it's weird out there. And I just think Tegan Knox could take this look that's on screen. If chat's watching on YouTube, if you're just listening at home, it's just a picture of Tegan Knox, like right before her release, essentially. And you take that look and put it on TNA. And that's all I'm saying. They'll fucking run with that. Otherwise, yeah, where's Freddie Prinze Jr.? We need one more billionaire to get in the game. One more. That's all we need, man. And this match went to a 30-minute time limit draw. I'm actually not against that. And the crowd's booing them because they're fucking sickos, but I'm actually not opposed to, although they jumped the shark, and I lost a bit of interest personally, as I'm sure you could all tell. I do think I'm not mad at that, even though everyone's booing. But it sucks that they started the show with this shit. Anyways, though, hopefully these wrestlers get booked. Speaking of getting booked, a guy who's not having problems getting booked, believe it or not, surprisingly, is this guy right here, this ref. Do you guys remember this ref's name? He got fired from WWE for being like, what was his name, guys? He was like real MAGA, and he was all anti, what do you call his YouTube chill when you say the vax now? Get your super chats in. We're getting pulled. No, I'll be on Rumble next. No, but you know, he was all anti that shit, right? He was all one of those guys, which is whatever. You know, I'm not fucking. But he like got fired, or his contract came up, and they were like, "Oh, we don't want to go near this," and he rubbed a lot of people the wrong way, essentially, right? So he's been doing this fucking gimmick on the indies where he's like, well, just take a listen and look. This is Juggalo Championship Wrestling, and shout out JCW. And so this dude is like on the indies again, getting booked, and he has a couple different gimmicks, and he's not struggling to get booked.
I don't know what that means.
And his opponent, weighing in at 200 pounds from the south side of Chicago, he is Mr. 50s, Miles.
Break out your menthols and Sensen.
So he's Mr. 50s, Miles Clark, and he paints his skin black and white, like gray, like he was a black and white character, and he like does this whole 50s shit.
It's Mr. 50s.
Mr. 50 strutting his way to the ring to that good old time rock and roll, giving us a little shake and a shimmy for the good people here in Cleveland, because I don't know if you heard about this, Mark, but I heard Cleveland rocks.
And that's Zach Amico. Speaking of Legion of Skanks earlier, good friend of theirs and Real Ass Podcasts, Zach Amico on commentary.
We are not far from the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame here tonight. And Mr. 50s is doing that thing you do.
He's just having a good goddamn time.
That he is.
Mr. 50s is the exact opposite of Shane Mercer, if you ask me.
What, in that he can smile and dance?
I'm not going to lie, that gimmick's kind of funny. But yeah, that's that dude, I guess. And then Joey Janela, the bad boy, goes, I actually was on the GCW tour this last week. He was super cool and helpful with their production. Knew he was fucking up the last few years. Changed his beliefs and cleaned up. Heard he was doing his treatment meetings through Skype because he was on the road. At the end of the day, he's a father trying to support and raise his children. Deserves a second chance. I don't speak for everyone, but I will give him that. Yeah, bro. I agree with Joey. Yeah, dude. I agree with Joey on that. And yeah, good for that guy. He's getting booked, right? Tegan Knox can't, but that's happening. Also at Mystery Wrestling, Man versus Door.
What kind of doors did you get, Uno?
So is this evil Uno's fed? Jesus Christ. I am the door. So Shotzi Blackheart talks about her first match back on the indies, and it was like a bloody affair where she like botched and flew through the fucking chairs and hit the cement, and ay. So let's check out what Shotzi has to say.
I don't know. It's weird because, like, obviously it being like my first match back to the indies, it makes it real that I'm not with WWE anymore. So it's like bittersweet. But once I made my entrance and that crowd went insane and I just got to have a match that was just stress-free and just wild and balls to the wall. No one was telling me, no, you cannot use glass, or no, you can't, do that crazy thing. It was a lot of fun and like really helped with my
So at All In, it's going to be the Bucks versus Swerve and Osprey, bro.
confidence already.
Yeah, so that's what Shotzi had to say. I don't know what they're doing on this Dynamite. Here's a throwback clip of Owen Hart refusing to join WCW, even though there was an offer, confirming what I said a long time ago that everyone was like, Phil, you were wrong about this. And I was like, and I don't know. But I do know because I knew I heard this somewhere. But Owen Hart on refusing to join WCW, Bret Hart wanting him to leave WWF, and Vince McMahon. See, his own brother wanted him to go there. Like the door was open. That's why Anvil and Bulldog and everyone went there. But Owen was like loyal through and through. You know? And like that's why, and I bring that up in the argument of like, he should be in the WWE Hall of Fame. You know, he could have, Vince would have let him go to WCW. He chose not to because that's how much he loved WWE. And instead they have fucking the Owen in AEW. And even Bret Hart's like, oh, his wife, it's a shame what she's doing, you know?
I was just wondering if you would ever consider going to like WCW to be with your brother.
Well, you know, I've been asked that a lot, and I have no desire to go down there. I'm very happy with WWF. It's been so, you know, there's been a lot of speculation about it, and I know all my family went down there, and I had an opportunity to go down there, and I talked to Vince McMahon. It was about a year ago at this time, and he was a man of his word. He fulfilled all the commitments that he promised me, and I have no desire to go down there. I have my friends in WWF. I wish my family would come back to WWF because truly that's where the Hart Foundation belongs, is right back in WWF. We'll get it back together and reunite one day, I hope.
Here, here. Just a question. How did the whole confrontation between your brother and the World Wrestling Federation affected you in your career and the relationship with Vince McMahon?
Well, a year ago, it was a really hard time. You know, you got to figure you got your closest people in the world is your family, and then I got my boss who's controlling my livelihood, and I was stuck right in the middle there in between both of them.
Because Bret asked you to leave and almost demanded that you do.
Yeah, and he was going through a really hard emotional time. He had a 14-year relationship with Vince that you know, despite when anyone says, they were very, very close, and both of them were hurt and licking their wounds after the whole scenario was done, and those wounds were very deep. And I still think to this day, both parties affected were emotionally involved. And I was thrust in between watching my family who had, you know.
See, my dream match was always Bret Hart, Kurt Angle for the U.S. title, or fucking Owen Hart, Kurt Angle for the U.S. title, you know? Like those were two of my dream matches always that we never got.
I got my break in WWF through Bret, who got me in there initially, and to see him gone, and not just in a mild way, but a very nasty, harsh way, the way he left, and to be pitted right against like.
Could you imagine like Owen in that era of like Benoit and fucking Eddie winning the titles and shit? Like that WrestleMania 20 era, that ruthless aggression era. Owen Hart, I mean, rather, would have fit in so well in that era in SmackDown, in that fucking Heyman era, dude. Oh my God, he'd have cooked so hard, man. It'd have been so good.
This is my livelihood. This is my only career. There's not a lot.
Him versus like Rey Mysterio and Prime Angle, and like Lesnar was on the come up. But even that aside, like, you know, there was the Chavos and Eddies, Benoit, the SmackDown 6. You had Rhino, Tajiri was doing his thing. They brought, I mean, you know, right before like Batista came over, you know, right before that time, even JBL or whatever. I don't know. I just think Owen Hart would have fucking cooked in that era, dude.
A lot of options if you're a professional wrestler. And, you know, you can't just say, oh, okay, I'll go get a job somewhere else. You know, I was limited.
Would Owen have retired by then? How old was Owen Hart when he passed? Because I don't think so, man. Owen Hart, how old was he when he passed? Owen Hart, age when passed. 34 years. So let's think he died in 99. No, dude, he'd have still been wrestling 4 years later. No, like 4 or 5 years later, he'd still be going for sure. Because he would have been like around Eddie Guerrero's age. What was Eddie when he passed? He was older than that, man. So I think they were like around the same. Eddie was 38. Yeah, dude. He's only 2 years older than Eddie. He'd have still been cooking, bro.
Limited. And I'm very happy with WWF, and I was at the time. And when this whole thing came upon, it was right around Christmas, and it was really chaotic. And I had Brett tell me one thing, and I went back and forth with Vince McMahon. We worked out an agreement, and 1 year later, I can't complain. It's been a lot better than.
Yeah, well, shout out Owen, one of the fucking legends. Love him. I love bringing the throwback clips. So here's this influencer, fighter, wrestler dude, Joe Weller. If you guys are familiar with him, we've brought him up on the show before. He's training in WXW, and he's like, I'm going to hit the indies and he's like a YouTuber, vlogger guy, but he does all this crazy shit. And he says, I survived brutal WWE Africa, Mud Mania. So he's just saying WWE because he's just essentially... Again, everybody these days, clickbait, fucking rate. It's like that's all Twitter is. You're just writing. You have 180 characters to just write some shit that gets interactions. Like, shut up. Everybody's too fucking. So this guy says WWE Africa. So people go, oh, it's like wrestling. And some people don't know the difference between wrestling and WWE. Just like MMA. Some people see an MMA match and go, oh, do you do UFC? Do you train UFC or... oh, is this UFC? So that's why he's doing this. It's just because he's trying to appeal to the masses here. Fucking triggered crybabies. But anyways, here's Joe Weller in soft ground Uganda wrestling, throwing down.
We are in Uganda to fight at Mud Mania. Let's go!
Tensions rise in Uganda. M23 rebels are moving freely in Uganda.
With robberies, looting. Five people for terrorism and murder.
Rocks all over the ring.
So yeah, make sure you check that out. And this guy's training the right way. WXW, of course, working with WWE. They have a Prime like sponsors them and shit. And of course, I think Aleister Black came from there and shit. So they're spreading out slowly into Europe. That's like a slow thing that I bet by like next year, the year after, probably we'll hear something about it. If I had to, just thinking about the way sort of UFC sort of like slowly gets into a place and then really kind of blows it up. I'd give it like a year or two before we're really NXT Europe is coming, And if it comes quicker, awesome. That's what she said. Oh no, that's what she never said. That's what no lady said ever. Billy Corgan's National Wrestling Alliance strikes streaming deal with Roku. So another big TV deal in the world of wrestling. NWA, dude, they got a deal with Roku. So make sure you guys check out NWA Power on Roku. They go head to head with, I think, NXT every week now on Tuesdays or something like that. So shout out Billy Corgan and good luck. In the Beyond Nitro book, Beyond Nitro Facts number 454. Although WCW was allocated a monthly allocation for its programming, the finalized figure, based on subsequent transfers between Turner divisions, would often be revised and then offset or settled. It's funny how WBD's like splitting into two shits soon, guys, hey? Seems like a little offsetting and settling going on, man. It is a practice that continued until the very end. For example, in January 2001, internal documents show that WCW was originally allocated $2 million under the category of programming licensing fees. Now, you guys remember how Dave's like, oh, well, WBD, $185 million. Well, what if originally plans changed, motherfucker? Look at what they were doing to WCW back in the day. So $2 million under this category of licensing fees. By the end of the month, however, this allocation had been adjusted to reflect a final or settled figure of $652,000. Mystico getting flipped off here by Blake Christian's his opponent. Great. $652,000. So I mean, that's a lot less than $2 million. No. Right. So I've read this excerpt a few times. No, I don't think I did. Maybe I did read it before, but I'm not sure. But anyways, on June 4th, though, this is why it's bookmarked, because Bischoff actually give some context, or this was posted on June 4th as well, maybe a different excerpt of a similar situation. No. The one I read before was where they were, what it was like they owed Turner more money than they were like set to get or whatever. Like they were owed $2 million, but they owed Turner 1.9 million or some shit like that. It was something crazy. But anyways, Bischoff says TBS used WCW revenues to boost bottom line for other divisions and a dumpster for other divisions' expenses. So just to summate that whole thing there, Bischoff was there, boots on the ground. Speaking of MLW, which I don't think we have yet tonight, but Major League Wrestling breaking news, Selena De La Renta named Vice President of Wrestler Relations. So good for her, man. They just keep her employed, huh? I'm pretty sure people were like, she needs to get to WWE, or she's so over. I watch MLW for her, and there you go, man. They just keep her employed. That $20 million, it can go a long way to keep employees around like that, So Stooge report, rumor has it that Vince McMahon wants to buy back the WWE with the Saudis' help. It's like Vince and Russo and these guys making this shit up. Like, there's no proof of this anywhere other than them just saying it. But, bro, let's listen to the Stooge report, bro. I invented wrestling.
I mean, Ben, there are people.
Bro, let me tell you, bro, when I was there, Vince McMahon, bro.
There are people that have said Vince could not afford to buy back the WWE. I disagree with that.
Bro, those people don't know shit about shit who say that, because all it takes is this. Hey, pal, yeah, I'm going to fly over to Riyadh. I got a little deal for you. I think we can get it back quick. One fucking phone call to Vince Solomon or anybody. The money is there. More money than TKO has generated in the history of their existence with WWE and UFC gates combined, bro. Like that, Vince can make a fucking call to the Saudis and have the money in the account by tomorrow.
Yeah.
Like, anybody who says that shit is a fucking complete fool who doesn't really understand business, investment, or capital ventures, bro. Like, even this is Pommy, because Disco retweeted, imagine being in business and thinking like this. Meltzer put over that, like, somebody had tweeted about that the roster's overpaid and WWE's underpaid. And Meltzer was over, well, as long as the company's making a profit, then the roster's never really overpaid. Okay, I own a business, so does that?
No, that just doesn't make sense when Meltzer said that. Like, Ben Hameen is cooking a bit here, because it's like, no. Yeah, I broke this down before. I'm not going to do the rant again.
I should pay 99% for wholesale and only make 1% profit, and I'm profitable because of that, and that's how things should go.
Especially when, like, people don't draw, So, yes, man, if there's, like, ways to determine how someone draws and you're just paying them a shitload of money to outbid just to make sure they come to your roster, yeah, you can overpay. Like, Meltzer does not study the business at all. He's never learned anything about the business ever. And this is why, as we'll cover in the Dave Meltzer dumb moment, they're doing half off. Like, they're doing half off again. It's like every couple months now they have a new ploy. We've been chronicling them all anyways.
No, you fucking idiot. You want to pay lowest price for the quality product that you can and not have a subservient lower level product that you're serving to your customers, so they keep coming back. And usually MSRP is 100% markup. Buy it for 10, sell it for 20. That's what real business is, Dave Meltzer. I understand you've never really done it. You have your fucking successful dirt sheeting podcast show, but when you're really selling something in a brick and mortar store or trying to be a promoter and draw people, that is the metric for what things are based on. And if you go below 1.5 times markup and lower your price below 50 cents or 50%, you're still making a profit, but you're not going to be making the right profit on the sheets at the end of the day.
He's cooking. Just got to be honest. Yeah. Shout out Russo, and that was a great Ben Hameen there. So Alberto Del Rio, Triple Mania Regia is going down, and he is booked to face Vikingo in a cage match in a rematch for the title. Again, if Vikingo just drops this belt back to Del Rio till Triple Mania, then we know what they were doing with that AAA show. So the plan still is what was said on this show, right? Allegedly. And what, I told you guys, listen, man, everyone's telling me Alberto's holding that belt till Triple Mania. I was like, I don't think so. I do not fucking think so. I think Vikingo's going to win it and defend it on this YouTube show. That's what happened. But now they're in a rematch in a cage, and look at what Del Rio's doing. He whipped Vikingo's dad before, and now he's whipping Vikingo here. Snaps and whips him.
Alberto, esta no es un ring de lucha libre. Tienes que respetar, por favor, a los miembros.
Dirt sheets are all going to say it's a fucking real, maybe it was real.
Alberto, ya déjate de hacer percados, ¿ok? Compórtate, cabrón. Esto no es un ring de lucha libre, Alberto. Ya te van a dar la oportunidad por el campeonato. ¿Qué más quieres? ¡Compórtate, Alberto!
And is that Latin lover getting in his face? Yeah. Oh, and then he whips Latin lover's ass. This is footage from the media, too. I love this. How's AAA doing better like angles and shit than fucking AEW? We have MJF doing the American flag Patriot shit again. Well, he's in the Hurt business. Why is he doing this before Grand Slam Mexico? It's such bad booking. Look how the AAA show celebrated Mexico and America together. And like, let's do some Mexican style wrestling and celebrate it here in America. And then AEW's like, I know, let's go back to America versus Mexico. Because that's what people need more of right now, Tony. Jesus.
Bueno, señores,
And then MJF with his one mandatory has to fucking mention WWE. You're just sloppy Sin Cara. Yeah, so I don't know, man. This is good shit here. And if Del Rio gets the belt back and then holds it through till Triple Mania, then that would make sense. I don't know if they're going to do another crossover branded type show until, who knows when that is. Or Vikingo could just defend it in a fucking rematch. Del Rio's going to work behind the scenes regardless, He's going to have a job regardless, so it's all good. And, moving along here. So Ric Flair says, I try to be nice to everybody. God only knows that I've spent more money on spilt liquor in 1 year than people have in a lifetime. I tried being nice, and this is my last message to everyone. I got more money than I've got time. Go fuck yourself, haters. No comment needed. Live with it. Actually learn to love it. Get back to me again when you make $3 million a year at the age of 76. That's what famous gets. And by the way, I don't recognize anyone in this conversation who is famous. I don't know, man. Then he got skin cancer. So praying for Ric Flair. And I know that's dark and morbid, but I'm just being like, dude, chill out. That doesn't scream happiness to anybody. Just being honest, right? And I hope you do well, guy. You're one of the GOATs. And Speaking of Triple Mania Regia, TNA Wrestling is booking Nick Nemeth, Moose, and Joe Hendry. They all got booked there on this show coming up, AAA. And Carlos Silva, owner or whatever, CEO of TNA or however they bill him on WWE TV and TNA TV, is like, vamos. So that's awesome to see those guys there. Let me check in with chat here quick. Sorry, I see Lincoln. Lincoln, for a member for 11 months. If you want the PWT universe to appreciate AEW, review one NWA show on here. AEW will look like 99 Nitro in comparison. Join the Discord. You want me to start reviewing 2B NWA? Is that what you want? I'll do my best. You know, it's just crazy that AAA's doing better, has more heat than some of this AEW stuff, man. The cheap heat is what they're going for. Pro Wrestling Games Vault says, I don't think it's the HD. I think it's the quality of the work. Is MJF wearing MVP's ring gear? I saw that Andy Murray cultaholic guy say that the only people driving the IWC wars are the TK simps like them, Dave, etc. I hope to God he said that. Here's the thing. Everybody wakes up sooner or later, and I just been woke early on. And we just, yeah, it's just not about fucking, you don't have to hate AEW to just point out objectively why it could be better. And there's no wars, right? The wars, exactly as you said, are just fabricated by sickos and shit, as I talked about earlier. So yeah, just ignore them. Literally, we have to just we have to bubble paradox. It sounds crazy, but it's like even wackos are getting nuts with some of this Blake Monroe shit. And it's just like, I don't know where these people get off. Because it's AAA, Mr. Iguana for Mega Champion. That'd be awesome. Yeah, those goofs could really do something to the Hurt Syndicate. I always says Mercedes gimmick as CEO is the same thing as Charlotte coming out as chief content officer. It makes no sense. I'm the CCO. AEW has ruined the shooting star press. Okay, let's continue along, guys. And gals. So Sam Ashgari, Britney Spears' ex, praises Nikki Bella and says there's been talks of him going to WWE. Who?
You what?
I need a Conan who on the fucking soundboard, man. Oh my god. So this was like when she was under the conservatorship or whatever. This is the boyfriend, the Illuminati placed in her life. Pretty much, right? That random dude she was dating. And all of a sudden he's just there and he's like a famous guy kind of, and is like rich because he's just, like someone put him there as like a fucking to keep eyes on her or something.
You got the body, you got the look for it. Would you ever go into something like WWE?
There's been talks,
I feel like you'd kill it.
I think it would be great, man. I love WWE. I think it's incredible.
Yeah.
And they make good actors. I've worked with John Cena.
Yeah.
And we had a fight scene where I, had a taste of the WWE on the movie.
That's pretty.
Oh man. He's just one of those hot dumb guys, man.
And I met Nikki
Bella. Yeah, she's
twin,
great.
and she's amazing. I think that takes incredible talent. I don't mind getting into that for a little bit if the time goes right. So yeah, it would be great.
All right, maybe that'll happen.
If the time goes right. It's funny. So the Octopus University, Jonathan Gresham has opened a fucking academy, ladies and gentlemen. If you are Octopus University at yahoo.com, if you want more info, and if you are in that area and you're trying to get into wrestling, Jonathan Gresham is the fucking guy to learn from. He should be in NXT coaching people or like getting that Heritage Cup over more, or if they had a cruiserweight division, or let him do that octopus gimmick and do this and do AAA stuff, guys. And with that octopus gimmick he was doing, man, he's so good. He's such a good hand. And people are like, he's short, but he bulked up, man. He's like a big, bulky, short guy, and I get it. He's small, but he's so good. And he can really wrestle any style. So I would say let him do that octopus shit and let him fight Mr. Iguana for the Mega Campeon. You guys get it. Learn how to do all these moves and more. So Ric Flair responds to Dutch Mantel and says, Dutch, everyone is always going. Oh, wait, I'm having a hard time keeping these. I don't have a good Flair, man. I swear I used to, but I didn't have a pod. I'll get it. Let me work on it in private. Everyone is always going to think of you as a veteran. That's not allowed to have an opinion, but I sympathize with your health issues and hope you recover and return to top health. You have always been a good guy. The anger you pour out at everybody is clearly coming from the pain you feel. Please stay strong. God damn it, man. This is what Twitter's done. Made it so Ric Flair has dumb fucking Twitter spats like a fucking 14-year-old girl. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just social media's ruined everything. So Shotzi, Matt Cardona says Shotzi, and this is an angle, by the way, even though he's saying it's not. They're set to face each other. And Matt Cardona says Shotzi, WWE has 24 hours to publicly apologize to me and take down all posts referring to herself as Indie God and Deathmatch King. The United States of America recognizes me as both. I don't want to send gimmick attorney after you, but I will. This is not a joke. So, yeah, she just started referring to herself as Indie God and Deathmatch Queen or King or whatever, and now they're going to wrestle each other at, like, GCW. The alpha male, Monty Brown, is going to wrestle at StarCast, dude. Or he will be at StarCast. I don't know if he's wrestling there, but he took an indie booking, and he will be wrestling in a wrestling capacity. The Pounds! Alpha male Monty Brown. First off, Marcus Corvon, like, what a shit name, and they fucked him, okay, in WWE. If they had just let him be the alpha male, it would have been spectacular, and that would have been a future fucking world champion, and that Pounce finisher was amazing. And, yeah, I'm just excited to see him back, and I'm such a huge fan of the alpha male, Monty Brown. Yeah, so best of boss of all bosses, GCW. GCW's just putting shows on in Dallas. Cardona versus Shotzi. Good shit. Here is Baron Corbin absolutely burying motherfuckers for stooging and leaking to dirt sheets.
Around the building in NXT, it's hard to hide anything there. It's hard to hide anything, period, with people's big-ass mouths and wanting to get over with dirt sheets. They're going to rat stuff out to get themselves a good report from somebody. But around the building in NXT, it's hard to hide anything.
Boom. So always look at who gets covered favorably there and look a little further. That's all I'll say. Here's Mr. Kennedy Anderson. And here's his little promo gimmick thing. He's fucking coming back to wrestling somewhere. And yes, that blew everybody's eardrums out, chat. So Casey Catanzaro on whether she plans to continue wrestling. She says, that's a good question. I'm not sure. I'm going to say I'm not sure because it could go either way. I feel like most people, they know right away. The second it happens, they're like, okay, I'm doing this. You and that other lady, because I don't know her name now. I forget her indie name. But Kaden Carter and Katana Chance should go do their thing in TNA in the Knockouts division. It would fucking rule. Them against the Iconics and shit. That would be, and then Ash by Elegance and those ladies. There's 3 of them now. That would be amazing. Anyways, though, she says, I went to American Ninja Warrior for 5 years. I was in contracts with them each season. WWE took me right from there. I don't have any in between. I had to choose to leave to go there. So, yeah, 8 years. Literally, this is what Casey could do. Instagram posts about, like, health supplements and workout shit. You know? And then there you go. You just do ad posts on Instagram, one a day or one every 2 days, and you'll just make shitloads of money. And I guarantee she's good. She was smart with her money, you know, in this time in WWE with American Ninja Warrior. She went super viral with American Ninja Warrior as well, you know, so she was getting big contracts from them. So moving along here, Becca on God has this to say. So Richard Holiday says, Deonna Purrazzo is a narcissist. One of the best professional wrestlers in the world joins narcissistic behavior presented by me, which is like a show, I think, or something. And then here's Becca's response.
It's so cool that Holiday's running the show. I can't wait to see for when he starts announcing like the actual talent and not just like his friends that he had to book out of obligation, you know, because he told me about the show and it sounds like it's gonna be so fun and exciting. And like, you know, obviously Deonna, I mean, what's that exciting about an armbar, you know, like I don't think Deonna can sing. That's all that I'm gonna say. So yeah, can't wait for more announcements, real announcements. Fun, narcissism, love. It's so cool that Holiday's running the show. I can't wait.
Yeah, so shout out Richard Holiday, and that is the gentleman that I also forgot the name of who like got chopped by the kid or whatever by Cardona. I was like, why can't I remember his name? It was Richard Holiday. So BET writes this piece about the former AEW exec and pro wrestler opens up about reinventing herself, raising her daughter with Cody Rhodes, and why wellness, not wrestling, is her next big legacy. So, yeah, I just don't think WWE wants her there. Maybe at Mania she can come out in his corner, but I just don't think they really want her there in any capacity beyond that. You know what I mean? I'm checking with chat. Almost done this long miscellaneous news. Are you going to be checking out NWA under its new deal with Roku? So starting in July, they go head-to-head with NXT. Naito made the announcement. He and Bushi lost the rights to both themes and to use Los Ingobernables de Japón faction name. But 5 out of 6, he will announce he and Bushi's new team name, and I think it's Los Ingornable de Bushi or some shit like that. So, yeah, they lost the rights to use these names. I don't think that's kayfabe. I think something happened there because I think it originates in Mexico or something. Here is Jim Ross. We had another throwback of him. Here's another one. The very first UWF computerized top 10 with Jim Ross in 1986. So let's check in with our good old pal Jim.
We're here in the computer room at Mid-South Sports corporate headquarters, and we're going to be talking about the first UWF computerized top 10. Now, the computer is fed some very specific data. That data includes won-loss records. It also includes how the matches were won.
This is how Tony saw this video, and this is how he fucking books AEW.
Won by pinfall, submission, countout, many different ways that the match could be won. That information is fed the computer. Also, the caliber of competition is provided to the computer, plus the type of...
Is Grand Slam Mexico on Wednesday, chat? Let me know. Say C in the chat if it is.
Out. Whether it was a title match, something with some very special stipulations, like a cage match or no disqualification match, and so forth. And anyway, the information has been fed the computer, all this data. We're going to turn the computer on, and we're going to look at the first UWF computerized top 10. In the number 10 position, Freebird Buddy Roberts, Bad Street USA. The Freebirds occupy 2 positions in the top 10. Buddy Roberts at number 10. Steve.
I want to hear Jim Cornette watch this video. I want to listen to him react to this video.
Dr. Death Williams, the number 9 contender for the UWF Heavyweight Championship. Dr. Death from Norman, Oklahoma, surprisingly was ranked number 9. The computer based that on Dr. Death.
Someone write Jim and be like, yo, Phil Marks was watching this shit and he wants you to watch it, like, or send it to him and tag him in it, or when I clip this part or whatever.
That's inactivity, and obviously as a result of his injury at the hands of the Freebirds. Chavo Guerrero, the great star from Mexico
There you
City,
go.
now living in El Paso, Texas. Chavo Guerrero, number 8 in the top 10. Hollywood John Tatum, Hollywood, California, occupying the number 7
Hollywood John Tatum. That's my gimmick, dude. He looks like Bob Holly.
position. And the missing link with Dark Journey as his
The missing link, the Yeti. Hell yeah, dude. The missing link. Holy shit. It's like I forgot about that was a thing until just now.
mentor as the number 6 contender. Michael Hayes, another representative of the Freebirds, Bad Street USA, occupying the number 5 position. Ted DiBiase, Omaha, Nebraska, the number 4 contender.
Damn, look at that young Ted. He's aged well, though, too.
For the UWF Heavyweight Championship. Hacksaw Jim Duggan is the number 3 contender. Glens Falls, New York native Hacksaw Duggan at number 3, and the one-man gang at number 2. Controversy here. Many fans think that perhaps Hacksaw Duggan should be the number 2 contender. The computer sees otherwise. One-man gang, the number 2 contender. And finally, the number 1 contender for the UWF Heavyweight Championship, the TV champion.
Dude, Terry Taylor, the Red Rooster, brah.
Champion from Vero Beach, Florida, Terry Taylor. And that's a look at the first UWF computerized top 10. And we'll be right back with a lumberjack tag action after this timeout.
Oh, God, I love that fucking beat that was just playing. Was that like the UWF theme? UWF music. I'm going to look it up because I'm going to save some of that. I love that beat that was playing there. Okay, that was awesome. I fucking love that. I don't care if Chad doesn't like that. So Emmanuel Vasquez Guerrero had this to say. We have to use Google Translate here. Use the concept of proportionality on the parable of the poor widow and the 2 Cooper coins if your house is religious. Okay, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about, but there's a reason I bookmarked this. Let me see if we can Google Translate this post. The main difference between an alliance of CMLL, AEW, and MLW lies in the weight of each company. So now this lends credence or credibility to what I said earlier. Like MLW's relationship with CMLL is much more favorable for CMLL than AEW's, and people don't realize that. This is further proof of that. And this guy explains it. The main difference between the alliances of CMLL, AEW, and MLW lies in the weight of each company. AEW is a large-scale promoter with international reach and is the second most powerful company worldwide. However, when it comes to MLW, CMLL is the dominant company. Therefore, MLW wrestlers are clearly at a disadvantage in terms of presence, hierarchy, and star power compared to CMLL wrestlers. This difference has been noticeable both at MLW events in the United States and at recent joint events. So I've pointed this out, guys. Phil, don't miss. If both alliances are to be judged by the same standards, CMLL should also be criticized for mistreating MLW, using the same arguments that some use to claim that AEW has disparaged CMLL. Now, where I'll push back on this gentleman, right? So this lends credibility to what I said before, but we disagree on one thing. AEW, okay, Stardom doesn't fuck with them the way they did. New Japan, all their fans feel as though they've been taken advantage of, and now they all think Gabe Kidd's a fucking sellout for real. Like, they're turned off by it. And so CMLL's next up, man. They have not done well by them, you know? So I do understand what he's saying. Like, that's AEW's prerogative. The same way Trick Williams won the TNA title, people might go, well, fuck, man. But how many TNA guys have come and won matches on NXT TV as well? So what WWE and TNA are doing is like a long play. An NXT guy winning that belt is good for TNA right now. It's going to help build TNA up and like get bigger houses, especially leading into this LA show where they got a house that was way too big, you know? So anyways, though, we disagree, but we are on the same page in some capacity. So he says, for example, at the CMLL MLW event held at the Arena Mexico, the score was clear. CMLL won 4 of the 6 fights, taking both championships. MLW only 1, and the remaining 1 ended in a draw. Or as you would say, Luderoth gives the leftovers. So when AEW has their Grand Slam show next week, you will see AEW stars primarily go over, obviously, right? And so, yeah, speaking of luchadors at Reality of Wrestling for the draft, they will have Chavito.
Ooh, Chavo. Chavo, todo nombre.
What a drop, man. And Danny Limelight will be there as well for the draft, so that will be amazing. Shane McMahon gets runned up on and asked, he gets runned up on by TMZ and asked about his Faja, Vince McMahon, and we are going to watch this video together. Let me just refresh that. It's a very short clip, very brief. It will not load. Okay, there we go. It loaded. So we'll share this tab. Here is, this is courtesy of TMZ Sports. And let's take a look here. Shane McMahon on Vince McMahon starting a new promotion.
I wanted to ask you, I know there's been speculation that you and your dad might start your own wrestling company. Is that true?
You never know what's going to happen out there. Of course, anything can happen in WWE, but those rumors are false. Those rumors are false.
Okay. I know. I mean, if not, any chance you would join the AEW maybe?
Had a meeting with AEW and wish them, continued success. But it's not WWE. It's not the company I helped build. But you never know what's going to happen in this business.
I know there was another rumor, so many, but there was another one about, your dad buying back into WWE. What is going on with that?
Well, he owns a big part of TKO still, so you never know what's going to happen there either. So I'm not trying to be vague. I'm just saying anything can happen.
He's just his dad's kid. He's just work. He's not going to tell her shit. I'm not telling you anything, and I'm about to go enjoy a fucking steak dinner.
How's your dad been doing lately? How's he been doing?
He's been doing really well. He's enjoying, getting a little, he's enjoying life, getting a little bit of a rest in there. But, if you know my dad, he's always gung-ho and he's always doing the next thing. And that's what he's focused on.
And there you have it, folks. So from jug to da-dum. So from Chung Chug to ta-dum. Netflix is developing a pro wrestling drama series named Tuesday Night Titans. Tuesday Night Titans? But that was, it's mine now. Oh, now it's mine. What did Jay Moore say to Dice? And now it's mine. Yam bag. They stole my shtick. Oh, now I'm over here now. First I was over there. Now it's over here now. Oh, this hurts my soul. How could you do this to me? So the series follows a tenacious writer who risks his career in the big leagues to recruit her estranged childhood best friend, a jobber on the indies, to join the same behemoth company that they idolized in their youth. Their destinies become entangled as they battle personal demons, ruthless colleagues, and their complicated history in an industry where kayfabe isn't confined to the ring, but bleeds into every aspect of their lives. Now, the comments to this and under other posts, like if you look at like Netflix or discussing film or Deadline or whatever, this is via WrestleOps, but everyone's like, we just want heels. Why don't make heel season 3 then? We don't even want this. This sounds bad compared to heel season 3, So hopefully we do get a heel season 3. For Christ's sake, Stephen Amell's right there. Punk's right there. Just do it. What the fuck? But yeah, this show's cool, and hopefully they have crossover with WWE. Why wouldn't you? Netflix is developing it, so obviously it's going to. But I think this is to target the youth a bit more as well, Moving along. Shotzi eats shit. So here's her at GCW. This is the dive she took. And this is what I mean. She's reckless in a like, oh, someone's going to get hurt. Now, maybe it's controlled, but to me, god damn, she's wilding all the time.
Spotted Jimmy Lloyd. Oh, and look at Jimmy got out of the way. Chauncey. Spotted Jimmy Lloyd. Oh, and look at Jimmy got out of the way.
Wild. But good on her. She's getting after it. And she's got a name and newfound popularity before she left. And lastly here, Matt Cardona says, want me to advertise your company's logo on my gear? Book mattcardona@gmail.com. So again, I quote tweeted this. I was like, hey, listen, man, I choose that over like on tables and shit. We're actually going to talk about the Slim Jim tables in a bit because we have a bit of an update on those. But yeah, Cardona selling space as an indie guy on his gear. How does no one thought of this before already? Now I get reached out to, and wrestlers will like promotions will go, hey, if you send us like $200, we'll put your logo on our banner, and you'll be on the poster of the show. You'll be one of our sponsors for the show. You know, I get hit up for those shits all the time, and it's a good promotion. It's a good way to support indies. Honestly, it's a good way to just support like wrestlers more than anything, more than even really getting local advertisement or even distant advertisement. I've been reached out for that for actually big shows too, that actually get a lot of viewers and stuff like that. So, you know, I've thought of it, doing that, but just like selling it on your gear, it's like, that's fucking genius. And I've talked about that, you know, in MMA, that was commonplace. People are like, oh, Brock already did it. I know, but on the indies, like that's Brock. So he wore Jimmy John's, he had a deal with them, you know, that was his thing. You know, Batista put Cesar Gracie. Punk asked, like people are saying, oh, Punk thought of it for, no, MMA is the originator of that. And no one's thought of like doing that on the indies. Why isn't that what every indie wrestler's doing? And again, this isn't the same as these whack Slim Jim fucking tables where people are like, oh, they obviously don't watch New Japan or they don't watch UFC. This is what these dumb fucks say to me. You even watch New Japan? You even watch UFC, bro? To me, the queen. But for real, like, no. It's like what I pointed out. Their chairs, the chair Joe Rogan's sitting at and the table he's announcing, it doesn't have a fucking Slim Jim on it, you know? The chair that would be stored under the table just in case. So that's where, but listen, it doesn't trigger. I'm over the shit. I didn't care. During Money in the Bank, how many times did I bring up Fireball Ladder? I was over it in like 2 seconds. And I'm also the tables that were photographed, and we're going to get into it in WWE news, and the tables that were actually used on SmackDown look vastly different to where, and I'm going to break down why I'm like, okay, I'm actually not even bothered by this at all. However, I maintain people, to me, it's less triggering for me that they fucking, you know, get sponsors on their trunks and shit than on the tables and stuff, you know what I mean? But people are crying. Like Matt Cardona could have just made a whole new wave where all indie wrestlers start doing this shit, or a bunch of them, and then what are people going to say? Oh, sponsor mania. If I was AEW, I'd be trying to work that into my deal. If I'm Edge, I'd be like, yo, Disney Plus sponsor me, and I'll go sponsor our shit. Well, no, maybe not on WBD, but you guys get what I'm getting at here. He could create a whole new wave, and I know Brock Lesnar was doing it on mainstream TV, but like no one's taken that to the indies, and that's almost smarter to do on the indies, because when it comes to TV, even UFC had to stop letting people do that. Well, they didn't have to. They just did it because they can't control the sponsors, and that's why WWE didn't want anyone doing that shit either, right? But on indie shows, they're not televised like nationally or anything, like they're just uploading it online. So as long as they are cool with all the sponsors on Matt Cardona's trunks, why wouldn't you do that? I think it's fucking genius, man. And it's better for the indies almost if you're on TV, unless you're like a big name. If I was a big name, I'd be trying to do that shit for sure, man. You get so much money. Hey, I have every time I'm on TV, I'm Edge. And I don't know, Jimmy John, Subway's on my trunks, buddy. You know, I don't just pick a random thing. Anyways, I'm harping on this a lot, but Matt Cardona listens to PWT Confirmed. And that was Miscellaneous News, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause for Miscellaneous News. I'm going to check in with chat, and then we have some TNA news, okay? The show's just starting. We're 2 hours in and PWT just fucking started, okay? F1WGP7 for $5 says Worlds Collide was fantastic. It opened up a new world to casual wrestling fans. The WWE Espanol YouTube is great and promotes the wrestlers well. Absolutely. Jeremy Root, you're absolutely right. I mean, I've beaten that to death already, F1WGP7, but I really appreciate your support and I appreciate that notion. And hopefully CMLL versus AEW can do the same. I don't know. They're just sort of doing the America versus Mexico thing again, which is just hack and played out. Jeremy Rue has been a member for 9 months. So shout you out. I will acknowledge you both.
Acknowledge me.
Get into our next segment, which will be TNA news, ladies and germs. Where is it? Where is it? Okay, yeah. We have a bit of TNA news. So we will head over here for TNA news. And let me just check in with chat, though. Hey, yo, what's up, Lodi? Steve Sanchez, let's go. Blake Troop already did it. WWE, yes, Zane Vicious, you tapped in. I was like, tuned into the show, brother. WWE had no problem letting Jimmy John's advertising on Brock's gear. No, I know, but that's because that's Brock. Everything's case by case, especially in the independent contractor world. Kyle Huckins, Bane Camille versus any combo of Rhea, Bianca, Jade. All right. You can call me Tay. You can call me Jay. You can call me Tay J. Neither bother me. Get that money. Yeah, yo, Stay looks incredible. Besides Gunther, maybe Dom lives the best overall. Can't argue with that. Are you guys just thirsting? Super chat goal on Saturday equals Cardona's tights. I don't know about that. If the PWT universe was like, yeah, let's get PWT on his tights, then we'll fucking do it. But that's up to y'all, man. Y'all got to make that fucking call, right? Because that's no extra work for me. I just got to like send an email. Yeah. So that's like, but when it's like, hey, I'll stream for fucking 8 hours or whatever, if you guys want, then I'll throw it out there myself. But if the PWT universe wants it, I mean, I'm down. PWT tights. Soccer has sponsors on jerseys painted on the field. American sports sell. I know, and that's the thing in hockey now too. Like, you know, they have skipped the dishes on the Oilers helmets and shit. I'm not against any of that, but I was ranting and raving about the tables. But during my rant and rave, I told y'all, like, you're not going to hear me bitching about this forever. This is something that realistically doesn't affect anything, but the tables look like they're padded was like my main shit. I was like, they're ruining tables with this. They didn't, and I'm going to break down why, actually, right? And that's the thing. When I'm wrong, I fucking tell you guys I'm wrong. I think I was wrong because the first photograph we got, those didn't look like, and maybe WWE's listening. Who knows? Maybe Hunter Hearst is listening, and he's like, quick, change all the tables. Or maybe it was an AI picture I don't fucking know. But we saw a picture. It looked legit as fuck. I have screen grabs. We're going to go over that in a bit. PWT on Cardona's tights. I don't know, man. We gotta let's weigh this out here, folks. Okay, let me email Cardona and see how much he's charging first before we like set a date and do all this, because it's not like he's gonna never do this again. He'll do this for a while. To get a whole set of tights made, we'd have to like buy them and shit and then pay him. So that's a little bit, but to get the logo on the tights, because realistically, how many other people would sponsor him, right? It'd be like us and maybe another or two. But we got to strike while the iron's hot. Like, we can't go before, because everyone will see this trend catch on and then they'll jump on it, right? So I'll send an email to his email and I will ask how much, or if someone in chat wants to hit it up. But don't be like, don't say you're, I don't know your sicko behavior. Do not say you represent me. God damn it. We are not Illuminati. No, let me email him. I'll email him and ask how much those that he's thinking, and then I'll get back to you guys, okay? And then we'll talk about it. All right, so there we go. That's a project for the PWT family and universe. Okay, Phil, I'm on it. Yeah, Lincoln, I got you. You're not a fucking complete another mental patient. You can go ahead and say, hey, I'm reaching out for a podcast. You know, you can do that and represent your boy. Okay, anyways, so I want an advertising logo on Stephanie Vaccare's butt. You what? You what? Don't be a sicko, dude. I'll bet Heyman was responsible for Brock's Jimmy John Trunks. Yeah, or just his draw power. Okay, let's get into TNA news because we spent so much time on so many things tonight. So there's been a lot of talk in TNA, a lot of talk about TNA interest in Cedric Alexander, with some believing he may be starting soon for the company. Now, the way AEW treated his wife, Big Swole, I really don't know if he will go there. But I would love to see Cedric show up and kick MJF out of the group and have it be the original group, moving along. Actress Julia Riley from TNA's infamous Claire Lynch storyline has tragically passed away. Rest in power. And if you guys remember that, the infamous Claire Lynch storyline, it was, akin to the fucking Katie Vick storyline in some people's minds, maybe not that bad, but yeah. The Inspiration, as I've said numerous times, is back. This was at Against All Odds, and it's on their YouTube. TNA, we love you here at PWT. Don't fucking, just let me play this here, okay? So Ash by Elegance, Heather by Elegance, and M by Elegance. And their consigliere. Yeah, I always love the Iconics, the Inspiration, and hopefully this is their little back doorway sort of back into WWE to some degree. Like, again, they don't need to be main roster. I would love to see them hold the tag titles. We need real tag teams. Liv's in the Queen of the Ring. I don't give a fuck. Get rid of that belt. She just has it. It's like very Tony Khan-ish. Well, she has a belt. I just don't care, like have a real tag team, have the fucking tag. But I'm the only person who really cares about women's tag wrestling, I reckon. But either way, yeah, TNA Knockouts titles right here. Put them back on these ladies. Maybe they show up with them in NXT and we get a little Ruka Zarya action as well. Like, I'm fucking down like a clown, Charlie. Oh yeah. Moving along. Speaking of returns, PWT alum Killer Kelly is back in TNA, and she has a gift for Masha Slamovich. Will they be friends? Will they be foes? Will they be frenemies like they were once before? Drop the chain. Maybe they link up. No. Maybe they'll team up again. Maybe not. It remains to be seen. I think having them fight first and then teaming up again is the way to go, because they had such great matches and chemistry, and they were doing these vignettes where they were just like brawling all over the world and shit. I don't know. They were just like beating the fuck out of each other everywhere. It was awesome. And then they became like semi-hetero, but kind of bi-freaky love friends, enjoying it. And again, Killer Kelly said it on PWT. She was like, look, man, those women's tag belts are there. TNA's working with NXT. Me and Masha, hello, like that could be there, So that's all I'm throwing out there too, man. Some real women's tags. That was TNA news, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause. So where are my bookmarks? What are we doing next today? What are we doing next today? Yay. We should do, because there's still 2 hours of this Dynamite, right? We should get into an infamous but a horribly terrible segment. So let me just check in with chat first quickly. MK Ultra, Chef's Kiss, it was amazing. Punk gonna do something to upset Saudis. 77 likes. Yeah, I don't even know where we're at on the Clips channel. Let me switch over. We have like close to 400, 370, 80, 60 in that range since I've looked. So if you're on X, come on over to YouTube, please. There's 160 of you over on the Clips channel watching. So that means there's like a lot watching on X. Come on over, baby. Vote in the poll. Do you think CM Punk is a hypocrite for wrestling in Saudi Arabia? We're going to cover that in a bit. Come vote. Let me know what you guys think. And hit that like button, or else Chris Jericho is going to do a run-in on this show. And I don't know if you guys are going to like that or not. And let's try and get it up to 100 likes tonight. How about that? On the Clips channel, youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. Please and thank you. So we are getting into nobody's favorite segment, and it is called the Sicko segment. That shit hurts my throat every time I do that. So gatekeepers doing their job. Mariah May posts her cake and like, hey, I'm happy. Or sorry, not Mariah May, Blake Monroe. And this guy, Humble Wrestling Account, says, you bailed on AEW just like your dad bailed on your mother. Right? Like, I'm done even bringing shit like that to the show. It's just, it's... Meltzer said what says, remember when this was a racialist gimmick? Ooh, whoops, wrong company. So the Outrunners come out wearing masks with Bandito. And again, you know, El Grande Americano does this. It's called racialist, and everybody feigns faux outrage. And then, but these guys do it and no one cares. And I don't want anyone to get outraged, by the way. I don't want people to get outraged by AEW doing this either. Right? But again, I always say keep the same energy. Where the fuck is the same energy for both? By the way, AEW doing a superb package explaining the history between Omega and Okada. Points for this. Moving along. So, Righteous Reg says, funniest thing to ever happen to AEW is them becoming a lightweight Lucha Libre promotion. Having at least one Lucha match in a show is necessary. Having 3 or 4 is just extra fun. Have it here. Or love it here. No, I don't think that's a good thing for AEW, bro. I think that's actually harming AEW. So if you were in Mexico running a Mexican promotion, certainly you're right. But I would say having one and making it special, like in WWE, Penta comes out, everyone's like, oh shit. Rey Fenix is in a match. You're like, oh shit, you're going to see Crazy Lucha. You sort of confine it, you know? To one, and then it's special. So when you make the whole thing that, and then Ospreay does his style, which is flips and shit as well, it just doesn't, I think it oversaturates it in AEW. So I would just disagree with that. So Dave Portnoy, he's been melting down about lots of shit lately, but Jay Aletto says, I used to like Portnoy because he was funny. Worked hard and built a wildly successful business. He's a real piece of shit. Yeah, I saw a video of him, and like, I'm not taking a position on what he was arguing or whatever the fuck, but they're basically arguing about free speech. I don't know. I live in fucking Canada, bro, so my shit's different up here, but basically what Portnoy said that really went viral, that it wasn't even about their debate. It was just the part where Portnoy's like, you work for me, you little bitch, or whatever he said to this guy who works for him. And everyone's like, bro, you can't talk that way to people who work for you, you know? And so Portnoy responds and just cooks Jay Aletto here, a wacko or a sick. I don't fucking know. I actually have no clue who this gentleman is, but Dave Portnoy says the pro wrestling enthusiast. I just think it's funny, you know? And like Barstool books tons of wrestlers for interviews and shit. And but their wrestling show, I don't know if they do great numbers. They love having AEW guys on is the thing, though. So this dude here like got mad at me. Like I just posted this chart of last week's Dynamite and went yikers and disingenuous, he says, and then he blocked me. So it doesn't even matter. Like I don't care. I don't have beef with you, Goatscape. You're a cool brah. I don't even know you. Nothing personal. But yeah, he's like disingenuous, then blocked me. Like what's it ain't my fault, bro. I didn't fucking make the ratings bad, you know? So Glenn Gilberti responds to Vince Russo. We have a sicko wars here. So Vince Russo goes, if you don't, sorry, I got to do in his voice, bro, if you don't think there's anything there with Vince McMahon and the Saudis and bro, and their ploy to buy the WWE, it's because you don't know Vince McMahon, bro, and you don't know professional wrestling, bro. It's real, and it may have been the plan from day one. Vince, just like the plan from day one, according to you, is that AEW and WWE were working together. And Vince was working with Tony Khan. Not a chance, Hot Pants. Glenn Gilberti says, the plan from day one was to sell it, then buy it back a couple of years later for way more than he sold it for. Do you know how stupid that sounds? I love Vince Russo, and here's the thing. At least he has takes and throws bait out there for people. Like, at least has hot takes, you know? And I give him that. And we're talking about it, so... WrestleLamia says the report from Corey Hayes from Body Slam PW Nexus is saying this is not a work. Triple H listened to the fans and there was probably a renegotiation. It was not a work. Neckbeards is laughing at him. I probably bookmarked this. Yeah, this is on the 7th. I mean, we've beat that to death. We're not getting into that. But Jimmy Van has this to say to Ron Killings. He says that Triple H at the post Money in the Bank press conference was asked about R-Truth's supposed depart. Is this more truth stuff? I don't even want to talk about R-Truth. Yeah, this is just all truth stuff. This has been beaten to death. Okay, we're not talking about it anymore. Queen Aminata, who we just saw, or we didn't see, rather, we will see tonight, who we just discussed rather earlier and put her over. But she puts angry face and she's like, be a fan, don't be a creep. I had a fan send me flowers to my hotel when I was in New York with my name and room number on it. Imagine how I felt that day and days after. Y'all need to stop for real. God
You
damn.
what? You fucking mark!
I thought in the age of social media and shit, and like the more we get into like a surveillance age and shit where everything's surveilled and internet activities tracked, I for surely thought that female wrestlers and shit would be harassed like less by now. But no, like the shit happens, it seems like more than it did back then. Like I don't recall stories of like, I don't know, does Trish Stratus have stories of this shit happening? I just don't know, man. People are getting really mentally ill in this wrestling space, dude. Leave Queen Aminata alone. Right? So Jackie Redmond says, who cares how Ron Killings came back? Everyone's fave is back. Ron Killings says, boom. Thank you, Jackie. And I go, everyone's squirming to be right. We were worked. Enjoy it. And then people start arguing to me about what a work is. Shut up. So here's JD. I'm overhead now. Tonight, it's a 4-hour Dynamite. I'm not going to even do my regular show. I just cancel it entirely. Oh, because fuck you guys. No, if you like JD, tune into my show. I promise you'll laugh. It's a fun time. Shout out JD. But this clip went viral. Like everyone was posting it, okay? So we got to play it on the show. But yeah, I don't know. The last 2 4-hour Dynamites, he's like, I'm just not doing a show. And I'm sitting here like, bro, what the fuck? This is like, you know, pull up the bootstraps. We're going to work tonight, son. We got work to do. That's my mentality anyways. I don't fucking know. But yeah, so Machiavelli saying this goblin, whatever. I'm not calling JD a goblin. That's his words, not mine. He's got drinks over here. Is that like Momo? Is that like a fucking cocktail? Oh, and yeah, here is his rant about, I think this is where he explodes and he's like all wrestling shit right now. And then a day later, we have like the greatest Raw, one of the best Raws. And AEW, I mean, if this show wasn't 4 hours, if it wasn't 4, Tony would have overloaded it actually. So they did some good things so far in this Dynamite. I'm actually, if I didn't have so much news, I'd be live tweeting out praising some of this stuff for real. Okay. So I'm not going to say all wrestling's bad. And there is a bit of a boom right now. So to be like, it's shit. And then like, oh, it's a 4-hour show. Fuck this. It's like, do you even really like the wrestling? Like, even I like bad wrestling too. We all watch Botchamania just because I criticize the shit. And the narrative is like, we're the challenger brand. There's a war. So I react to that and I give my take on that. And I formulate bits and segments on that. Like, don't be mad at me that I'm just talking about what everyone's talking about. That's like, oh, there's a leaked script with Superman. And I do like a fucking podcast about movies and shit. And I don't react to people's reactions to that or talk about it or whatever, you know? So I don't really get, like, I'm still a fan of Superman in movies and shit. So I don't know. I'm not saying he's not a fan, but this was like an unhinged freak out. I believe this is that clip, or maybe we have 2 clips. I'm not sure. Oh,
You, as a fan, under no circumstances, should be sitting in my chat room or any.
As a fan of who? As his fan? You as a fan? Well, I guess JD does commentary for HOG, so maybe I'm backstage now. First I was over there with the fans. I'm over here now. Oh, right? Like, okay. But if he's like fans of him, I don't know. I don't call you guys fans. I call you guys my audience or my listeners or my viewers, right? That's me though. I don't expect everybody to do that, right? But yeah, you as his fans shouldn't tell him nothing. Chat, what do we think about that? See how different that is? I don't know. Anyways, let's listen.
Chat room or on social media on any fucking platform crying that it was a work. Oh, they were worked. Oh, Sapp was worked. Oh, Alvarez and Meltzer were worked. Oh, JD was worked.
Why do you care if they were worked or not unless you're a dirt sheet or I don't get it. Like if you, this is the other thing with everybody spurging out about were we worked or not. Why do you, and I get if you're a dirt sheet and you're like trying to defend your credibility. I do understand why you'd be like, no, look, here's proof and here's proof. I get it, you know, especially in this day and age, man, people go fucking hard on the sheets for fucking everything. So I understand that aspect of it. But JD, you're not a sheet. So why do you care if people telling me they are wrong? Well, why do you care? Like it's wrestling, right? So as a fan of it, we're trying to get worked, no? Like I'm working myself into fucking watching this Dynamite show. It's you don't watch wrestling unless you're not trying to get worked. So like why would you care to stick up for the sheets even? I just don't get from his perspective, just trying to put myself in his shoes as someone who can relate. I'm a fucking guy making content, going on rants about fucking wrestling all the time, right? So I just don't even get why you would even care if the dirt sheets were right or wrong. Gives a fuck.
Worked. No, you're a fucking idiot.
No, you're a fucking idiot. So you're an idiot when you get worked in wrestling. Isn't that the whole point of wrestling? Chat, am I off base? I can't even get through 20 seconds of this fucking thing.
You should go find work and get out of your mother's fucking basement.
Is this him yelling at his audience that they should go get work and fucking they live in their mom's basement? Oh. What? What the fuck? Oh my God, dude. You can't talk to your audience that way. That's crazy.
Fucking brainless hack. Why would you want it to be a work?
Why do you not want it to be a work? Oh, why do you not want it to be a work? Answer that question. Well, then there you go. I'm sure you have an answer. So someone who does want it to be a work has an answer. Nobody agrees 100% on everything. Why do you want it to be a work? Because then you and the sheets are right. Why do you care? Are you working with the sheets now, JD? Real weird energy. This is like a weird thing. I think he's just tired of doing wrestling and shit. I think that's all it is, personally.
In a day and age where pro wrestling in 2025 is the utter fucking shit. It's the shits. It's fucking terrible. Everything about pro wrestling in the United States this year is fucking boring. Everything fucking sucks.
And there's the new AEW Intercontinental title. It looks very beautiful. And it's pretty cringe that I called this like a year and a half ago. And it was a bit I did. And now it's a real thing.
Then they do this. All they want is this. But then they fire someone like R-Truth. You brought him back.
Right. So then why do they need to get out of their basements? Now we're about to get Truth versus Cena for the title.
In the sea of negativity in 2025, you were the reason that R-Truth is back in the WWE. So why are you crying that it's a work?
Well, why are you crying if it is or isn't, though? That's the thing. Why'd you just call your audience hack? You were just like, you're hack fucking idiot basement dwellers. But you got Truth back. So why do you care? Why do you care? I'll tell you why I care. Because I care about pro wrestling, and I didn't want to see Truth get released, but I also understood why you would have fucking not renewed our Truth at the same time, and I like to be worked and react to wrestling shit. There you go. See, there's just an honest answer. Why do you not care? What the fuck? You're the one screaming at your audience about it.
You shouldn't want it to be a work.
Why should you not want it to be? Why should you not want it to be? Let's wait for the explanation. There's no explanation to anything he's saying. He's just telling you why you should or should not think shit. He's just attacking the idea. He's not actually explaining why thus far. A minute 10 in.
You should be sitting there praying that what you did, the work that you did on social media, the fucking energy you put into those videos, the energy you put into the social media campaigns, they worked. Because you made a multi-billion-dollar company. You made the greediest motherfuckers in the industry bend a knee to you.
Okay, but if they didn't do that, like if you completely eliminate the notion of, okay, it wasn't a work, or if you, like if you eliminate that and it was a work, the possibility still exists that all the sheets, Truth's kid, him, and everyone got worked by WWE, like, or not his kid, but like his kid could have been in on it. Like that in pro wrestling, you never know, dude. You can't definitively say one way or the other. We don't know unless Triple H, R-Truth, and Cena got on a press call and went, we faked all this shit or whatever. And even then you don't know. They're carny fucking wrestlers. So like, I don't get one way or the other why that even matters. You should be celebrating Truth is back, sure. And everybody just wants to be right, as I pointed out. But that's what this is an extension of. JD's like, no, I'm right about the fact it wasn't a work or whatever. Who cares? Holy fuck, you guys. No one takes themselves more seriously than IWC, I swear to God.
That's why you shouldn't want it to be a work.
So what's why? Because you made them bend the knee. Okay. There's one good point. I give them that one.
That's why you shouldn't want it to be.
But at the same time, that's not a good thing if they're just always going to bend the knee always to fans. Fans don't always know what the best thing is. Sometimes they don't know what they want until it's given to them. And it's the old saying, you don't know what you've lost until it's gone. Fans didn't even know they wanted R-Truth like that until he was gone. So that in and of itself is almost like a fucking work, a pseudo work in a weird way, like a meta weird work. You know, where we all got worked into a frenzy, like, what? Truth? No, we want Truth. But before that, people were crying he was even put in matches. So I'll give you that point, but at the same time, they can't make a habit of just listening to fucking wackos all the time. People on Twitter don't know what's best all the time.
You work. You should stand there as a fan and be proud. If you can bring back R-Truth, imagine what else you could do.
Well, tell me.
Khan doesn't listen. Vince McMahon didn't listen. Triple H wants to go on this fucking campaign, sit on his high horse and say everything is fucking great. Oh, just be a fan. Yeah, thanks, bro. We were fans, and we let you have it. We let you fucking have it. Bad. And he bent a knee. Ari Emanuel bent the knee. Nick Khan bent the knee. Mark Shapiro bent the knee. You caved. TKO. It's a work day. They work the fence. Keep saying that.
But who cares? Like, I don't get why the fuck you never explained why you give a shit. You're just like explaining you made one point. Well, they bend the knee. But then why do you care? So if it was a work, then the same result was a result of that shit. He's still at work doing this angle. This is the greater picture that nobody's pointing out. Whether it was a work or not, whether it was a work or it wasn't a work, we got to this same place. So now where is your vested interest, JD, in proving that these dirt sheets were absolutely right? And why are your fans, you're basically calling them restarts for fucking having an opinion and thinking it's a work in a company that has CM Punk going to Saudi Arabia and working that into their angle and shit.
Keep saying that. The more you say that, the more you are a fucking idiot. R-Truth is back.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Seems a little aggro there, dude. So BJ Bethel, let me check in with Chad and hydrate because this is a long one too. Okay. Meltzer said what posted this BJ Bethel thread here. And guys, I try to keep the sickos uber fucking entertaining, right? And not so dark and twisted as I know the IWC can be. Let me check in with chat while I get some drink. Julia Gulia, I need like a time traveling type music, you know? Can you get me that? They ain't consider that. AEW has been loving usual fake blood. Yeah, I'm watching this Dynamite and this angle they're doing with like Kenny's selling it so bad. He's a terrible actor. But like this is good shit here with Okada, like beating the fuck out of him. And but again, the sickos are going to be like, this is the greatest Dynamite ever. Meanwhile, this is fucking WWE shit. All the good stuff they're seeing here is WWE shit. You know, so here I'm just checking in with chat. We're rolling for a second. I'm hydrating. I'm chilling. Sickos are the left wing lunatics. Okay. We're not getting political here. Thank fuck Nigel is here instead of excrement. Zane, I will get Carlito's job back next week. I'm busy this week scheduling the next UFC title fight. AEW ripping off Papa Shango and all. Well, it's not a ripoff. Already sent it. What a fucking doll, man. Round of applause for Julia. Goddamn Gulia, ladies and gentlemen. Can we tell TKO to tell Dwayne to fuck off while we're at it? JD has no point. Yeah, there was no real point. He had one decent point about the knee bending, but then now you're saying you want these companies to listen to the sickos and the wackos all the time. You don't actually want that. You're just angry. But I guess, yeah, it's an instance of listening to the fans, you know? But it's the same thing whether it was a work or not. It's the same thing. The same result is Truth's there, cutting his hair, working the shoot as a work, right, guys? So it really, I don't think it even really matters, to be honest.
We hope to have an update on Kenny Omega before this telecast is over.
And I know that there's people who listen to both. Please do that. Don't not listen to JD, right? I'm not saying that at all. But I don't fuck around, bro. I call it down the line, you know? And that clip went viral. That's my thoughts on it. If it's a clip that goes viral where I agree with every fucking thing in the world, then that's how it'll be. But for now, that's my take on it. Oh. So speaking of JD, we're going into another acronym. BJ, is that like your name or is that like what you do? Oh. Neil and Bob, is that your names or is that like your job? Oh. So, let's get into this BJ Bethel stuff here. So, BJ for the culture Bethel. Right? He's talking about how Killings was likely on his way to AEW. That's what BJ Bethel has to say. Killings was going to AEW. He would never go there. His past and experience match well with their company. Top wrestlers in their 50s, from Jericho to Daniels to Jarrett, have had good to great matches and had good work all over the card. Oh my God. All ex 50-year-old WWE is what these guys want. They don't even want their own stars, man. BJ's hurting AEW just like Dave is. Add in that the place to wrestle if you're an African-American male is AEW. I would say NXT is like the culture show, dude. I think you're off base on that, right? This guy who has like the Debbie Downer fucking thing going on there. White dude, right? Generic white dude. That's like an NPC in GTA, right? And so the Hurt Syndicate is the top stable, arguably, in tag champs. Swerve is arguably the top star. Yes, very arguably, bro. And has modeled himself as the Tanahashi ace and face of the company in media appearances. I don't see that at all. These people live in like a weird la la land where the fans don't even agree with that, bro. So this is the fucking source of the fake Max numbers. This guy writing a novel. So Killings has said he wrote a fucking novel, bro. Killings has said in interviews over the past year that he wants to finish his career as a serious wrestler. Well, he's doing that. So then maybe that means it. This is all I'm saying, right? Maybe that lends to it was a work and they were going to use this to reinvent Truth as this serious guy. That's all I'm saying. But anyways, BJ's full of shit, so who even knows if that's real? But he's been a comedy act for years and very good at it. He exceeded through Vince and company. I don't even want to read all this. Vince and company putting him in storylines that were outright racialist. What? Truth? Chat, what was a racialist angle with Truth? You got to name one, because I can't think of one off the top of my head. Unless when they did the cigarette angle, Vince was like, and they have to be menthol cools. Like they have to be menthols, right? I don't smoke cigarettes. I quit in like my early 20s or whatever. So it was, I don't remember what they're called, cools, right? Or menthols, right? Yeah. So he may, those who know, okay? He main center Saturday night's main event. He main evented. This guy's like, furiously typing. Days later, he announces he's being released or let go. In fact, his contract wasn't getting renewed. They wanted him to take a massive pay cut and go back to some appearances on Raw and SmackDown. Then he made his tweet. He bet on himself. He outplayed 2 separate billion-dollar companies. No, you're not going to pretend that he was trying to get with AEW. He just says up here he was probably going to AEW. He outplayed 2 billion-dollar companies. No, he didn't do that. He didn't even answer the phone, according to Fightful and all this shit. Or whatever news site reported that he wasn't even answering his phone until Nick Khan called him, allegedly. So, no, BJ, like you're way off. You're just inventing your fantasy Mark Spurging out and just inventing shit. I'm not reading all this chat, okay? Just so you know. Because it's not even funny. It's just like bad booking, too. At least come up with good shit. WWE may, okay, African-American male is AEW. Yeah, so he said all that. They come to a deal. He returned last night in a much more serious posture. This was a critical miss by WWE Creative. So if they kept him and it was a work and this was their creative, is that a miss? And then he's now on the show and they re-signed him and he's on the show doing this creative. So is that a critical miss? I am literally not reading the rest of this. This is redacted. I'm redacted. This is literally some of the dumbest shit on the internet I've ever read. And that's the guy who came up with the fucking fake Max numbers, which he also admits Dave corroborated, but Dave won't cop to. So Dave gets stooged by BJ, but in BJ stooging Dave, Dave stooged BJ. Does this make sense? You guys get what I'm saying? Like Dave stooged those numbers or corroborated those numbers to BJ, but Dave won't cop to those numbers. And oh no, I've gone cross-eyed. This is what I mean. It's just like a weird incestuous clusterfuck of shit from shitheads, and it fucks everything up. So AJ Styles, I put this in sickos and wackos because it was funny, because Pro Wrestling Centel, which is like a meme joke page or whatever, wrote that AJ Styles says he doesn't use Bluetooth headphones because it messes with his brain's frequency. He doesn't trust them. He only uses wired headphones. And then AJ Styles go, yeah, the thing is, those are Bluetooth headphones. The wire is plugged into my Xbox controller. I don't recall ever saying this. And then everyone let him know it's like a joke. And then he's like, fuck it. He put out a tweet later. He's like, nah, I'm too old for this shit. Like, I'm just leaving it up. I don't care. And yeah, AJ just wins the internet. What a fucking charming, funny gentleman. And again, his farewell tour. They don't market it that way. We'll talk about it in WWE news. The Usos are going to be gone soon too. Credit to Husey, who's been saying this forever, and everyone wants to jump down his throat. Now that that's becoming more and more evident, he's just right. No one's got fucking, no one's like, oh man, a year ago I freaked out and melted down and didn't sub to your channel because fucking Husey said this, and now it's right. So Carlos Cisneros, AEW. Oh, so this is just one of these Stan accounts. He goes, this is him attacking Blake Monroe. I'm sorry, but you will never be Timeless Tony Storm. You're not on her level, but good luck in the place she escaped from. Enjoy mediocrity, baby. Like, who even writes shit like that? So this account here, like, again, we're avoiding these unless they're screen grabbed, you know? Like, maybe it'll, but I'm not like, it's insane. Here's some more of this shit. So here's AEW Defender saying Monroe 50 style, huh? They're making Blake Monroe a Tony Storm knockoff. They will probably focus on one facet of Tony's many personalities, though. I don't know if I'm annoyed by lazy creative or happy that WWE isn't changing the AEW talent. Okay, so Defender, here's the holes in your logic. One, she 1-for-1 just ripped off Sabrina Carpenter. Okay, so I know you won't defend Claudio and Kingston when they literally dress like Misawa and Kawada and copy their fucking match, but you'll rip this. Meanwhile, this is Sabrina Carpenter. You have to be around females to know what Sabrina Carpenter is, okay? So that's you. Now Xenia did that. She chimes in with this. She says, even the mannerisms and facial expressions are Tony's. The glittery towel and bodysuit. Guys, holy fuck. Y'all know for a shoot, like Tony and Mariah were doing that whole thing, like copying each other. And that's like the passing of the torch. Like Tony Storm is happy for her. And also Defender, if they copied all of her so he's like, they're only focusing on one aspect of her mannerisms. Well, if they copied all of them, then that would be more hack. Them copying one of them would be less hack. Duh, like what the fuck? Anyways, the glittery towel and bodysuit under are Sabrina Carpenter's. Yes. Yep. Again, man, this is just like, this is what people have done so much. This is like, oh man, Ric Flair stole the Nature Boy or whatever. This is like ripping Seth Rollins for being this, like Velveteen Dream was doing this last week, and we ripped it for the same fucking reason. You know, we're like, dude, you didn't invent like being sus or whatever. You didn't invent me having to like watch my balls and shit in the ring because you might grab them or whatever, bro. Lots of people did that. No, I'm just joking, but it's Sabrina. Like, no, she didn't. They didn't. Lots of people have done this. We pull from like pop culture and what's going on, etc. You know. So, anyways, those shoe scene is from the Barbie movie. It's actually also Sabrina Carpenter, as some people point out. I get a nod or a reference, but there's a line between that and a ripoff. WWE don't want to do anything original. Now, I do agree with her though. Like, could they have done their own thing with it? Yes, absolutely. However, they're trying to shed that AEW skin and stink, and they want to repackage her and keep her true to herself, but just an extension and maybe in a different direction. So she obviously, Blake comes from her niece and Monroe from Marilyn Monroe, whatever, and she draws inspiration from Sabrina Carpenter and is sort of doing that thing. Again, that's totally fine, man. But like, where was this when, or maybe Xenia did that is actually, she's saying WWE don't want to do anything original, which is just completely not true. Like, that's just objectively not true. Like, to say generally like that, they don't want to do anything original. I don't know about that. But some things you imitate a bit, like Trick Williams was sort of imitating like the Ali thing. And then he sort of found his footing, you know? But everything's been done before. It's the South Park episode. Simpsons did it. Pretty much everything's been done. It's all been done. Ooh, ooh, ooh. It's all been done before. You know, so I just thought these were two terrible back-to-back takes, though, on the situation. Other than maybe the aspect of, okay, do some more original shit. But when you're finding your footing in NXT, I don't know, man. They're trying to get this shit over with kids. I don't know if people don't know that about NXT, but they're trying to get the CW audience more and more like a younger demo with NXT. That's like the culture and young shit show, you know? I don't know why people don't get this. You know, they're the tapped in show, right? And it's And someone said, one of these sickos said it. Oh, yeah, this is it right here. Carlos Cisneros again says, who the hell comes up with a name like Blake Monroe? That sounds like a character from a CW teen show like Dawson's Creek or One Tree Hill or something. Felicity, Seventh Heaven, Gilmore Girls. Better yet, The Vampire Diaries. Yes, that you figured it out. Where's the ding, ding, ding? We need the fucking ring bell here. It's like, you got it. That's what they're going for. Yup, you nailed it, dude. That's the point. And that's why they do the Sabrina Carpenter thing. Right? It's just to tap in with the youngins. So I think this guy here, he's freshly on the scene. I don't know if we've ever seen this sicko before, but I think he's just one of these accounts like Real One, where I don't even think he believes this shit. He's probably just saying it. Or maybe not. He doesn't have a blue check, so who knows? Let's see what's going on over at the island of Dr. Moreau, a.k.a. Blue Sky. And just, I don't know, dude. Pretty funny. If you guys know the movie reference, the island of Dr. Moreau. And so Jim Valley, again, talking about Blake Monroe. So there's a corn star, an old school, like, I don't think she's currently still doing stuff, whatever. I didn't look into it or anything, but Blake Monroe is the name of a corn star, YouTube with a C, okay? And so I quote tweeted this and said, yo, you know, there's been every combination done. Pro wrestling names are like corn star names. There's like every combination that's been done before. You know, it's all been done. Right? Like it's going to be hard to come up with names that in some facet that haven't been used over the years when you're coming up with like stage names or whatever, right? But Blake Monroe, I guess, is like an old school throwback, whatever. Jimmy Valley had this to say about it, right? There is an actress named Blake Monroe who made her name in the adult film industry in the 80s, for real. How did WWE let this happen? Because it was the 80s. I wasn't even born in the 80s. Really let that sink in, chat. I wasn't even born in the 80s. It was the 80s, bro. That's why. How did they let it happen? I don't know, bro. Because a bunch of people who would never put those together. Or they do because they're internet sleuths, but they're not. It's just like a whole new generation of people, dude. Some ideas. WWE staff didn't watch her adult movies. Okay. Not enough head shitting. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I guess I'm not one to talk, pal. I make head-shitting jokes all the time. TKO's so cheap, only saw her on Scramble Vision. Yeah, TKO's cheap. Mariah's next name, Jenna Jameson. And that, ladies and gentlemen, I have no comment, okay? That was our sickos. What the fuck? Ladies and gentlemen, let's get into some, I'm going to check in with chat and then let's get into some AEW news as this 4-hour show proceeds here. My word. No comment. I just don't even have the energy. I got to save it for more pressing matters. 626 for 5 says, imagine a white man telling black people where the best place to work is. FBJ Bethel. It's always that, dude. It's always like virtue signaling Karens being like fucking like they I don't know. Just shut up, man. You know? Rabid Wolverines LC Killer 17 has this to say. Sorry. JD from NY 206 is down with the sickness. Get up, come on, get down with the sickness. Open up your eight and then the only reason these idiots found her is that every corn star is listed these days on some kind of pedia. Okay, you fucking filling me in, buddy. Zane, every name you Google comes up with some. Yeah, that's what I mean, right? Like, type in any name and there's another name. What is the AEW Unified Championship? They'll call it the Intercontinental title. They're just not naming it yet. They know they're going to get flamed. Tony Khan, please just steal my idea. Call it the All Continental Championship. Steal it. That's a free one. Please. I want you to have it. Please. Okay? I think it's dumber to think that TKO is so dumb they didn't look into it and they didn't know that maybe someone else was named that before they tried to trademark it and shit. Like, they don't give a fuck. They don't care. They hope that their audience isn't also watching Korn. How could they have not have known this? Because they're trying to market to kids in the mainstream and people's wives and shit, bro. While at the same time giving sickos and wackos what they want. People, you know, like the diehards and shit. Right? So why, like, why you just everyone watches Korn, man? Yeah, I guess in this degenerate society, I guess maybe that's true. I don't know. I never heard of her before. And when I Googled Blake Monroe to make thumbnails for my shit, because I wanted a little picture of that cartoon of her doing the thing, and her vignette from NXT, as you guys can see in the thumbnail, it came up all Mariah May shit. Type it in right now. I didn't see any other stuff. And then I saw this news. Here's the problem, though. Why are they... So they made this vignette tonight after... This is the worst wrestling... Tony, you stink, bro. This is the problem. This vignette was actually supposed to air on Saturday's Collision. And MJF doing the All-American thing. You mean someone chopped up a vignette of the Mystico MJF beefs All-American stuff that he just did tonight for the show an hour later? That's because this Collision was supposed to be on Saturday. Shit is crazy. I miss when WWE would rib people. PWC. Did you see that people are reporting or saying TKO is $2 billion in debt? Yeah, they probably are. That's nothing. They're about to get the UFC deals are up. TV rights are up. That's going to get them fucking way more than that. They spent shitloads of money the last like 2 years. They've just been spending. And then on and then at the end of this year, the UFC thing is going to be massive, man. And so, yeah, we'll also see if Netflix wants to negotiate for more PLEs to be in the US when the Peacock thing comes up as well. We'll see if Netflix goes, well, we want these PLEs because they're on Netflix for me, but for y'all, they're on Peacock in the US rather. If you're around the world, they're on Netflix already. So we'll see too what Netflix is willing to throw down to get those US shows on Netflix as well. You guys get what I'm getting at? So they're about to make tons of money, but all companies operate in the red. I've never cared that Tony Khan loses money either. I've always been consistent. This is the thing, though. Why is everyone lying trying to say they're making money? They're fucking not. And maybe they make $14 million this year. Switchblade updated that as well. Switchblade said, he's like, well, listen, I gave them $14 million if everything stays the same. He's like, they're doing these residencies now with combo deals that are only 900 seaters. Like, that means not staying the same, which means less than the 14 million, but we'll still give them the 14 million. You know what I'm saying? So Dave's like, they'll have 200 billion in profit. He just doesn't even know what he's talking about. He's proven that time and time again. We're going to get into it as time goes on, but yes, TKO for sure operates in the red from time to time. That's what they do. But you got to remember the last 2 years, they fucking spent so much money and they're about to recoup a shitload more. That's why. So, yes, great question. Great thing to bring up to the show. Bro, this Collision is ass. Yep. They ain't sitting back and eating sushi like me. Oh, I wish. I want some sushi, dude. Phil, the new AEW Championship is literally called the Unified. Oh, that's what it's called? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh my God. You guys aren't ribbing me? What the guys, I can't. What the fuck? Jericho, what do you think about the Unified Championship?
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand.
They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild! Yo!
Yeah, I just can't believe that. That's one of the worst names for a title, just the unified title. Crazy. Like he's commentating the whole episode. Quick, hit the mute, hit the like. Anyone misses Jericho? It's damn true. Phil done hoed us. Tony's dad needs to rip Tony away from creative. So is Adam Cole on fucking commentary? Yeah, I think he is. He's just on commentary. I could have came up with better creative for Mariah May air frying egg rolls. No, you couldn't have, bro. Nice Dean comment there, Phil. That's not very fair. Raffle. Okay, let's go. The unified. What happens when that title's unified? Do I have any fuck? Oh yeah, George is here. Good. I was like, where the fuck are my mods? Okay. Dean. Okay, the segue. Get it? United Unity title. United. Okay. Let's go. Let's get an Ichi Ni. Everyone together, please. Ichi Ni Sanda in chat. Please and thank you for AEW news. And of course, we give a free kick. So David Miz says WBD call is available for anybody. Zaslav said 25% HBO Max US viewership is programming from the cable networks, which includes sports. Bethel isn't a high IQ person. So right fucking, we were right the whole fucking time. Where's our apologies? We're gonna we demand apologies. We were right, so I'm right. So there you go. I was right so far time. Which includes sports, dude. 25% US viewership is programming from the cable networks, which includes sports. So yeah, it's just shit we've been dealing with here the entire fucking time. And so BJ Bethel has done the typical wrestling journalist thing of replying to me, but then blocking me because, yeah, he said that there's 500,000. And BJ Bethel sort of stooges where he got his whole fucking thing from in the Dave Meltzer segment. And it's Dave Meltzer corroborated that like 500,000 number. And then Dave Meltzer never copped to corroborating that number. And then even now Andrew Zarian, or Andrew Jackass, as he's now known in the IWC. Hey, that's Meltzer's fault, not mine. Andrew Zarian's even calling out the 500K. He's like, they'd be pissed. They'd be, who said it? Like they'd be doing backflips if they were doing 500K. And it's like, exactly. So I'm an asshole. I say that shit and I'm an asshole. You say that shit and it's fucking news and we're believing numbers. It's real numbers now, kid. Just tired of the bullshit, but it is what it is, man. So does Max consider AEW as sports? Here you go, man. So we covered this. Like, they are the brand that's sort of homeless. They don't really fit into either of the divisions. Right, we covered it extensively on last Saturday's show or Wednesday's show, whatever it was. We covered how, you know, they're splitting into two public companies here, and they showed you what's under each umbrella. AEW is nowhere to be found, and AEW doesn't really fit in anywhere. And here's Meltzer said what with some Observer, where it's like his wording. Okay, it says AEW as a television product is considered as entertainment and not sports on Max. It is listed on the sports page. So it's not listed on the sports page. And no one knows. Raj says WBD CEO David Zaslav saying sports has never really been a driver for HBO Max is going to be something to keep an eye on. If they drop sports from HBO Max, that would leave sports, which almost surely includes AEW, on the Global Networks brand. The Global Networks brand will inherit most of their remaining $37 billion in debt. So I'm not sure how serious of a play they can make for UFC TV rights. Raj is looking at the bigger fucking picture here, and some people don't even get what he's getting at. Yeah. So Raj says they don't really have AEW listed anywhere. So this guy goes, but they consider it sports, but they're not listed on sports. So Raj just, again, points out something objective here, which isn't very good. And he says they don't really have AEW listed anywhere on their site that I can see. It's not under shows, sports, etc. But if you want to find it in the app, it's under sports. AEW, just do a streaming thing and be on their app and just don't even be on TV. I don't get why you're even on TV. Right? Tony's just like artificially buying his way into the history books. That's all he's ever done. He's just sort of used his money to artificially place himself among the names of the Vince McMahons and the Eric Bischoffs and the Jim Crockett and the Jeff Jarrett's dad and who's that other guy? Paul Heyman is pretty cool, but he doesn't like me, so fuck him. But like, I used to like his shows. Dixie Carter, maybe, well, not her. He just like sort of artificially put himself in the history books, and it's just not looking good for AEW right now, man. So from the AEW press secretary number 2, Mr. 500K on Max, BJ Bethel, that AEW deal keeps growing. Now it's up to 200 million. So here's Bethel like doubling down and saying shit like AEW signed a 3-year deal with WBD for its programming on TNT, TBS, and the HBO Max streaming network last fall. The deal, which was reported first by SC Scoops, is for around 175 to 200 million per year. No. What it was 175 or what it here. Well, let's read this because he triples down. WBD had an option to extend the contract to a 4th year. So Switchblade says he doubles down. AEW Dynamite and Collision were added to Max streaming in January. For the first months of the year was averaging around this fake number of viewers plus 1 metric with a deviation of positive, negative, blah, blah shit. He's just doesn't understand and is wrong about, as we've chronicled here thus far. But hold on, there's more. But wait, there's more. So this dude says never reported or proven or verified anywhere. It being much smaller hilariously may end up being AEW saving grace. Switchblade says, to be fair, it's been reported multiple times. It's just the first time it's been reported at 200 million. So basically that came from Dave as well. Like it could be up if they extend. What Dave said is if they extend for the 4th year, then it will be 200 plus million, but it starts at 175 and then each year it goes up. If they extend it past the 3rd year, it goes up to 200 plus. That's what Dave said. Again, I'm a fucking redact. I don't know why I retain this info because I fucking hate all this shit anyways. It's just Dave and them lying about it, why we talk about it. Speaking of AEW, though, and possibly lying, Shotzi Blackheart shares why AEW would be her top choice. Well, we know why. You'd get that bag and go for it. I just hope everyone goes and gets Tony Khan bucks. Maybe these WWE folks will, because Punk was like a lone ranger in there, maybe some of these WWE folks will like straighten it out and help make it more sports entertainment-y, But here's what Shotzi Blackheart had to say about joining AEW. And just so happens, Elena Black said, I'd love to go there. And Tegan Knox is now saying she'd love to go there. And just like all their vignettes came out on the same day, they're all saying they want to go to AEW on the same day. And as we covered in our miscellaneous news, it is hard for people to get booked right now. Abaddon, Tegan Knox is struggling to get booked. So let's see.
People leave WWE.
People have been priced out, so that's why even Shotzi's probably seeing that. Well, I got a couple big dates there, but I mean, fuck, man, I'm seeing the writing on the wall here too. Let's go to AEW, a toot sweet,
They come back.
Yeah.
Are you hopeful that you'll be back? Do you think of that?
I mean, I would love to be back at WWE. I loved working there. I didn't love not working there. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like it was only when I wasn't being used that I was unhappy. But anytime I was being used, good time. Loved the locker room. Loved like everyone I was working for.
So yeah, that's just it. I just don't want to go back and not work.
Okay.
Yeah.
You want to be active.
Yes.
Are you open to being full-time with someone else?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the indie thing is cool, but you would prefer a home?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Like, I love TNA. I love AEW. Like,
You watch them?
yes. Yeah. Always have.
Do you have a preference?
AEW.
Yeah. Why is
Yeah.
that?
I mean, for so many reasons. I love their freedom. I have a lot of friends there who are doing really awesome things. I've heard many stories of how Tony treats talent. So, yeah,
Yeah, he gives you a shitload of money and leaves you alone and lets you do whatever the fuck you want. I mean, who wouldn't want to work there? I'd work there.
I do love that he really cares for his talent. That is super important to me. Yeah. And like hot girls get to make out with each other. So like that's cool.
Okay.
And then everyone raged. Everyone just took that, oh, I want to go there because hot girls get to make out with each other. You fucking listen to the whole clip and it's just way different. Like that was her throwing it out there, trying to have a fun interview. And she threw that on as like an extra afterthought. She went into this deep thought about like, well, listen, I have friends. She took a minute to word things correctly, to not burn bridges or anything like that. Listen, Tony cares for talent. She gives a deep thought out minute and a half long thing. In 1 second, she blurts out, and hot girls get to make out there. And again, the wackos. Some of my fucking compadres even are like, oh, yeah, that really suits you to go make out. That's why you go there. And I'm like, is PWT Universe the only ones down with fucking the HLA, pal? Right? Like, are we the only ones down with this? Yes, Shotzi. Tony, sign her up quick. We book her against Mina right away, please. Maybe a 3-way with Tony, too. It'd be, you know what I'm saying? Could Sky Blue get in there? Can that work? No, I'm just fucking around. But like, you guys get what I'm saying. Who cares? That was like an afterthought throwaway thing. When I saw everyone melting down, then I heard the clip because I watch Ariel Helwani's show. I typically watch the wrestler interviews. Sometimes I'll watch a fighter. Depends who it is. And so I'd listen to this prior, but I mean, why did everyone melt down about that? She just threw it in as like, I'm trying to be an entertaining. I'm not trying to be a boring ass fucking guest on your podcast. You guys get what I'm saying? Like, yes. Go. I mean, Thirstcast, right? Are we the only ones who fucking do your thing, Shotzi? You go, girl. So moving along here, Nixon Newell talks about her interest in AEW. Because why the fuck wouldn't you?
I think you would do great creatively bumping into All Elite Wrestling. Have you had any interest there? Have they had any interest that you know of?
Not that I know of. I would love to go there. There's so many people there that I want to wrestle. Like I really want to tangle up with Tony again. I wrestled Tony for many years on the Indies. So I'd like to, revisit that. There's just a lot of women there that I would love to wrestle. So I am more than willing, AEW, to talk about some stuff. Sorry, my dog just came in the room and please.
Okay, welcome.
Decided right now to place her tail.
Acknowledge me.
Damn, he hit a fucking acknowledge me. That wasn't me.
Tail.
Acknowledge me.
You stole you son of a bitch.
Are you sure about that?
Next thing he'll be playing flutes. Who is this guy? 626. We need to watch this gentleman right here wrestling in the middle. I see you, Malcolm. You son of a bitch, stealing my fucking bit. How dare you?
Sometimes in life, you got to be a hoe.
I'm joking. Shout this guy out. I like this guy. I like his vibe.
So I'm interested. I'd love to go there. But as far as I know, I don't think there's an interest from them, which is a shame. But I would love to go there.
Put my vote in.
Yeah.
Even Ring of Honor has an outstanding women's division right now. You fit in no matter where you go. So it just, I guess, like you said, there's a waiting game to it, but we're all rooting for you.
I appreciate it.
I would not want to be in Ring of Honor.
I want to wrestle everywhere and anywhere at this point. Like there's so many people that I want to wrestle in multiple different companies. My girlfriend wrestles for Ring of Honor quite frequently, or used to. So, I'd love to be able to wrestle her in a high stakes promotion. But, I really want to wrestle Ring of Honor. Like, growing up as a wrestling fan, like, you see all these companies like TNA, Ring of Honor, you want to wrestle everywhere and every way. Mm-hmm. So they are on my bucket list, and I am completely open to offers, because
yeah, it's fucked right now how WWE and AEW are like, what they're doing is turning it into like a 2-team monopoly a little bit, right? And it's like it's going to be like a because AEW thinks they're playing in the big league, so they're not going to fucking work with certain people because they're this and that is going to get fucked. We need a third dude to come in and just like really shake shit up, man. Freddie Prinze.
I got to tick them off. I got to show people that I can do what I do best, and I just need the opportunity to be able to show people.
Yeah, it's difficult. Like, you don't want to work in Ring of Honor and be stuck. Like,
I think you would do great
doing shit all but being paid, I guess, or maybe you do, but then you don't want to get stuck in TNA where like basically WWE's in control of you anyways. So it's tough. It's hard out here for a pimp, and I hope Nixon Newell, Tegan Knox, gets picked up sooner or later by someone somewhere, someday, somehow. Gonna make it all right, but not right now. Nickelback fans? No? So Brian Cage undergoes knee replacement surgery. There you go. Shout him out. And hopefully he has a good, speedy recovery. Andrew Zarian on the Max number says they are not getting 500K live viewers on Max. That isn't a factual number. People on the sales side would be doing backflips if that were the case. So why the fuck, when I said that exact same shit, they'd be doing backflips? Why the fuck, when I say that same shit, however long ago, I'm an asshole, I get attacked, you're just coping, da-da-da-da-da. Now these motherfuckers are saying it, and it's just fact, and we all have to accept it and own it. It's crazy, man. It was just obvious from the start they weren't doing those types of numbers. Jesus Christ, man. So Mercedes, Monea, no, that's not it. Danhausen, his contract allegedly is up in July. And Ringside News asks, should AEW be doing more with Danhausen, or is it time for him to move on? He needs to get the fuck out of there and go to NXT and get rich. They'll make him so rich. Shawn Michaels would make him so rich, bro, in NXT and TNA and floating around. And like dudes who paint their faces and do masks, like I said earlier with Jonathan Gresham, let him do the octopus and wrestle in AAA. Fucking do it, man. It'll work. It'll get over. Or when you do those like cross-promoted style shows, right? But yeah, Danhausen needs to run as fast as he can. Punk's going to put in a word, do everything he can. They're going to sell billions of those masks, not billions maybe, but millions. And yeah, dude, they need to get his ass to NXT. And he needs to go to NXT. He does. But not saying he could never make it to main roster, but he'd be perfect as like a TNA NXT floater type guy. He would get so over. Shout out Danhausen. Okay, so All Out Toronto update, 7.8K tickets crossed. So again, man, hopefully they fill her up, I don't know anybody going to this shit, though. I got to be honest. Moving along here. All in Texas. They laid out their schedule here, their schedule. So Wednesday, Dynamite at the Curtis Culwell Center in Garland. Thursday is Collision at the Curtis Culwell in Garland. So I think that will air on Thursday as well. Friday and Saturday is Starcast Texas in Arlington. Propane and propane accessories. And then Friday is Supercard of Honor at the Esports Stadium in Arlington. And then Globe Life Field in Arlington is all in Texas. So it's a whole week. Good on them making it like an all-in week and shit. Again, they're just trying to WWE it up more. And people are going to have to get used to that. That's the future of AEW. If they want to survive like in this climate, they have to WWE and sports entertain it up more. So Taya, you know, I've been covering on this show, man, some of these wrestlers that I like, Deonna Purrazzo and Taya Valkyrie, and some of these other AEW ladies, as of late, Queen Aminata, Mariah May, Blake Monroe before she left, you know, they're responding to fans like a little disgruntled, and Taya and Deonna specifically, they get asked like, what happened to you guys? Why aren't you on TV? We're excited to see you. And then they respond with like, I'm doing a podcast, I'm recording an album, I'm fucking doing this, I do AEW's travel vlog show, and it's like, well, that isn't the way to really get across to fans, is like, I'm actually so busy and doing all this shit, keep up, right? That's what Deonna said. I just climbed the World Trade Center or whatever the fucking monument, or whatever that building is, the monument there. Sorry, I know I'm botching the name. I'm a Canuck over here. So I did the 104 stories, and then I did this, and I got my doctorate, and or whatever the fuck. She's like, keep up. And it's like, well, that's not how you promote people to come watch you. Like, we saw that you guys were going to be a team. First off, you came in as individuals. We were hype. Nothing came of it. Then you were put together as a team. Everyone got hype. Nothing came of it. And then now you're just in Ring of Honor in a Pures championship, and Taya's doing these videos. So again, instead of being just a negative, shitty poo pants, what does your boy Phil do? We go optimistic, bro, and we go, listen, okay, Taya's saying keep up and let's check it out. Let's check out her fucking travel thing for AEW. Let's check it out. I think we watched one of them before. It's not as over as Ren's Day, obviously, chat, but we're going to do it. Let's fucking actually give it a shot. I told you guys before, you know, like, no one's watching Ring of Honor. So I'm sorry, Deonna Purrazzo, but no one's going to see you there. I'm sorry. Same with Taya. She's like, I'm doing this podcast. I looked up the hits. There was like 48 or something. And I'm not shitting on that. I go and check out her podcast, Taya's. I forget what it's called, but go and check it out. And we're going to actually do our diligence here at PWT. We're going to watch her travel vlog for AEW and see what it's all about and judge for ourselves. And maybe this becomes a weekly AEW. I'd love to do a weekly Harley Cameron thing. I was trying to do that, but it's inconsistent. So I don't know if every city or town they go to, she does one of these. So when they're in Texas, does she do one for each town? Does that mean there's only one of these per, or is there one? I don't know, but let's check it out and give it a fair shake.
Hello, AEW fans. Today we find ourselves at 1 mile above sea level in the Mile High City, a city that has sports teams like the Broncos, the Avalanche, the Rockies. It has over 300 days of sunshine a year and one of the most walkable downtowns in all of the U.S. This is Denver, Colorado. So come along with me. Let's take a look around. This is Making Towns.
Okay, so far, so good. I mean, it's just a vlog, but it's not like overly original or anything, you know, but it is what it is. And this music will probably get me too.
The Denver Art Museum is as much known for its angular architecture as it is for its world-class collection. Everything from Native American masterpieces to contemporary installations, it has everything hand-picked to spark conversation and curiosity. From interactive exhibitions to family-friendly spaces, this museum has everything for an art lover, and all in the heart of the city.
Chat, do I be honest and dissect this? From a production standpoint, or listen, you're wearing glasses. I mean, she said, chat, are you gonna make me do it? Someone get her some water. Am I the only one who hears that? You know, let's just listen for a sec.
Conversation and curiosity. From interactive exhibitions to family-friendly spaces, this museum has everything.
Who wrote this? It doesn't seem natural, or like she wrote it. Did you not go over your lines? It sounds like maybe ChatGPT wrote this and then you just quickly tweaked it or chopped a couple sentences out as far as the you guys know what I'm saying? Like, as far as the lines you're saying, it just seems like you didn't. I don't know.
For an art
Are you even interested in this?
and all in the heart of the city.
I get it's just a
Where?
vlog too. We're not trying to go all out, and there's decent editing on this, but
Commerce Square is the birthplace of Denver, dating back to when the city took root in the 1800s during the gold rush. Originally, these streets were lined with trading posts and saloons, and now these restored Victorian buildings house shops, galleries, and tons of restaurants. Walking along these cobblestone sidewalks underneath the classic flags and facades, you'll get a true feeling of Denver's frontier spirit, all now mixed with modern sophistication. Welcome to Union Station. Union Station is where historical charm meets modern city life. Originally opened in 1881, this fully restored historical landmark is now a hub for shopping, dining, and of course, travel. So whether you're meeting friends for brunch or catching a train to the airport, Union Station is truly the heart.
yeah, is everyone sleeping yet? Or anyways, so don't think we'll be doing that again, chat. 626 for 2 says give 626 mod powers, ready to wield them. Yeah, right now I'm gonna. Where the fuck are you? Say hi in chat. Oh, here you are. I see you. Where are you? No, you disappeared. 2010s TLC music. Yeah, that's what it fucking sounded like, you know? She's not Wera Loca. Muhahaha. Yeah, are you on the Clips channel, buddy? I'll have to like refresh chat or something. Or are you on the fucking Times channel? Where are you, 626? I'm trying to find. I'm over here now. Okay, yeah. Here we will add as a mod. There you go, buddy. I'll make you one on the Times one as well, buddy. Round of applause for 626, ladies and gentlemen. Promoted to mod here. And here, guys, I am just adjusting this. Okay, we're going to get into more ticket sales stuff. Amazing. And I can't wait for that fucking Superman movie. Even though people are just triggered by it, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes down. Okay, so anyway, sorry guys, I was just getting a message there. Moving along, so AEW presents All Out September 20th in Toronto. Yeah, 7.8K tickets. They're set up for 9K. Good for them. There's a little ticket update for you guys. So Lady Frost says a 9-year chapter officially comes to a close. Thankful for all of the memories. Thanks for the memories, even though they weren't so good. It tastes like it, but sweeter. Lessons in great tag teaming as well. I am now a divorced Frost. Please be respectful of our privacy. Well, God bless you. You put it out there, though, so now people aren't gonna be. You know how these fucking sickos are, dude. So yeah, I don't know. I'm now a divorced Frost. Well, God bless you. I hope you're happy and doing well. So all in tickets, the premium floor seat, first 5 rows, commemorative chair, exclusive access to Germania Club, pre-show appearances by AEW stars, pre-show ringside photos with championship belts, AEW VIP credential, complimentary seat to Friday, July 2, ROH premium merch pack, AEW VIP concierge representative, dedicated early entrance, crowd-free shopping, superstore fast pass. $1,350. And it's like, damn, man, you guys don't draw like that. There's no demand for tickets that expensive. What the fuck are you doing? Just, you're not TKO. Just be AEW, man. Jesus Christ. Yet they're padding the house, and I can get a free ticket if I just walk around somewhere in the city that day. You'll just let me in for free, but I got to pay. You want me to pay $1,350 for that? What the fuck? I'll just hop the barricade and take a picture with the belts or whatever. How would they even know? After being released from WWE, Jakar Jackson says she is open to joining AEW, just like the other ladies we've covered on the show. Jakara, Mara Sade also would join AEW, only on one condition, though. She needs a proper story, so you know that ain't going to happen. She says, I feel like there's so many great options, AEW, if I were to have a story, but I do believe I got to build to that. I need to show people what I'm about. Yeah, she's going to stand out, and I think we'll see her back in WWE one day. I truly believe that. So Kevin Kelly and the Tate twins dispute against AEW will go to arbitration. So Judge Harvey Schlesinger grants AEW's motion. Schlesinger, I barely know her. Arbitration. Okay, he moved to compel arbitration, citing the arbitration clauses in the plaintiffs' talent contracts. Tony Khan and Ian Riccaboni are also named defendants in the case. So I wish Dose was here. He was actually supposed to come on, but it was like a last-minute thing, or he wasn't supposed to. I asked him to last minute, and he was unable to, which is totally fine. But that would be awesome if he'd be here to explain this a little bit. But defendant's motion to compel arbitration, and he was going to talk about the numbers there as well. But all good. I can get him back on another time. And dismiss this action is granted to the extent that it seeks to compel arbitration, and denied to the extent that it seeks to dismiss the action and the parties. Blah blah blah. Fucking blah. There you go, chat. That's the next new. I was wondering this the other show. I was like, yeah, the Tate twins and Kevin Kelly. Hopefully we'll get an update soon. There you go. There was our update. Jim Cornette says that Leo Rush would be one of the hottest managers in the history of the goddamn wrestling business if I was the booker. And yeah, he's just reminiscing on Leo's old stuff with Lashley and just talking about how he would be. I'd make him one of the hottest managers, and it's true.
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
Jim would. He would book him well, dude. It's Wednesday, and AEW are in Portland for Summer Blockbuster. 3.2K tickets are sold for this building. So here you go. I had the answers. It is at the Moda Center, but in the Theater of the Clouds configuration. Had the demand been there, they could have been up to 6,000 tickets, but again, no demand. AEW Ticketmap does good shit. But again, I see people calling him like he's a shill, or he just gets his shit from, Wrestle Ticks. So it's like, I don't give a fuck, man. As long as people are giving the history, and that didn't seem like he's being biased. I don't even think Wrestle Ticks is biased. Just he used to be AEW Ticks, so he switched to Wrestle Ticks. Now some people have accused him of bias, but the thing is like he just made a smart business pivot, if you ask me, right? Like AEW tickets, no one cares about that, because they don't sell a lot. But WWE, they're doing like astronomical shit. So why wouldn't you pivot? It makes sense to me. Alex Sherman, the generic version. No. That's funny. I like when I pop myself. The new WBD Global Networks. You sound like Eric Sermon, the generic version, Alex Sherman. Come on now. Who's with me, chat? The new WBD Global Networks company will consider over time the best place for sports to reside. WBD CEO David Zaslav says sports has never really been a driver for HBO Max. Sounds like a future strategy shift there. No shit. AEW are doing a promotion with a local Seattle indie, Defy. You use the code VORTEXBUY175 at the checkout when buying a ticket to their Vortex show. I'll retweet this, and hopefully people buy some fucking tickets and shit. Buying tickets to their Vortex show on June 13 and get a code for 75%. 75. This is what I mean. God, I've seen this happen in like indie comics and shit. I've seen this happen in like different shit where it would be hard to explain. You guys wouldn't know what I'm even talking about, but you just devalued your show by 75%. What does that tell the people who didn't buy their tickets this way? What the fuck does that tell them? That means the real value of your shit is this. Just downscale, downsize the company. Just do small buildings, residencies, and don't try and do these fucking big shows. Do them once every 3 or 4 months. What is the point of it? You're just slapping fans in the face. And no one else looks at it this way. They do fan service. No, they fucking don't. This is like ridiculous. What if you didn't get your tickets this way? And I get it. It's a good deal, but 75%? Whoa, that's like a lot, man. That's like means you just marked down your fucking whole thing is worth 75% less than why not just make the tickets cheaper for everyone? The fuck, man. What's with this $13.50 package like you're doing fucking WrestleMania week? And you got fucking Cody Rhodes on your roster. Crazy, man. So AEW, yeah, we read it. There's 75%. I mean, shout them out. I hope people buy tickets and use that code, but like, what does that really tell you about the value of those tickets? It's fucking crazy, man. I get like a one-time sale. Is Seattle really not like they're doing that bad in Seattle? Fuck. Anyways, that, ladies and gentlemen, was AEW
Best guys,
news.
Tony Khan.
And of course, Anichi Nissan Da. So let me check in with chat, and then we are going. Yeah, this is just like a throwaway collision. They don't care about these last 2 hours. It's very disappointing, you know? It's very disappointing that they don't even put the effort in. Okay. Sorry, just getting a DM from someone who always drops gems, but I'm entirely confused about what they're talking about. So, I need to hydrate big time. It's smoky out this motherfucker, dude. What's going on, Canada? Get it together, brah. And then the weather guy's like, there will be no smoke by tomorrow after midnight. And it's like, what? How do you know that? No, I'm sure there's some shit that goes into it that I'm just not privy to, but it's like, what? Who gave you this information? We got WWE news on deck. Again, we have a good chunk of it. It's Ren's Day as well, so you know what that means. Stay locked in here. PWT. You already know what it is. Well, we'll just keep this one shared as I check in with chat. How about that? How about that? Let me just see here. Bow. Bow, bow. I like Willow. Okay, why do they... Okay, sorry, guys. I'm just making sure y'all's audio will be good. Bickety bam, motherfuckers. Okay, Cali fires. Hurry, buy all the smoke. Goddamn, Canada, keep your smoke out of my state. DCWBD needs someone that will give us context, not sit on there. And burying the new signing Thekla in hour 4 of the show. I fucking know. Will Mr. Iguana show up on Raw SmackDown? Fuck no. 70% off sounds like a business doing great. Tony's hobby. I want to be mad, but honestly, I think this show needed the slapstick, sadly, to wake the crowd up. No, I think you're right about that, too. EPMD reference on PWT. Check on the bingo card, bro. You know it, man. You already know what it is, man. Apparently in a comedy match, Rush was great then. Leaves PWT on red confirmed. Dose, no, he didn't leave it on red. He fucking answered. And then I left him on red, actually, because I'm on the air. So I'm like, I can't just be like answering motherfuckers while I'm on the air. They need a Thickla. Yeah, thick, more like Thickla. Why is Wheeler talking? Okay, all right. We got a WWE news to get to. Let's all shmee break. We need a shmee break here, guys. Okay, we need to chug some soda water. Oh, excellent. So let's share this tab. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time. Frank the Lawyer Mortis is here. It is time for WWE. So Shotzi Blackheart was on the Ariel Helwani show. Shout him out and the boys in the back. So she talks about R-Truth. And let's take a little listen here.
What about this Ron Killing story? Work or shoot?
I do think that they actually like let him go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's been a string of contract non-renewals, right?
Yeah.
So
Well, I just feel like because also like at the same time, Carlito and Sarah Logan's they told them that their contract wasn't getting renewed. So I think it would be really messed up of WWE to like capitalize on.
Yo, shout out Shotzi for. I was the only one going, yo, that would be dark. If they, well, I mean, I'm sure other people said it, but it's just like, I really harped on that. Like, that would be pretty fucked up, you know, to work it. So I do believe it was a shoot. And then, you know, they listen to the fans or whatever, right? And Shotzi's onto that there in her Wednesday Addams here.
Sure.
To, you know.
So do you think it was as simple as they did it? They thought it would be a thing. It would go away 24 hours later. It didn't. And they're like, hey, let's reconsider this.
I think the fans got him back.
That's wild.
I think the fans got him back. And like, that just shows you like how much power the fans do have sometimes, you know? So I think that's really cool.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Yeah.
Do you see he cut his hair yesterday?
I know.
Yeah, crazy, right?
I know.
I mean, I like that they're doing this. It's a fascinating thing because they do the press conferences now. And so like that gives you this window into the world that you didn't have before.
Exactly.
And so I almost wish that, and we'll see where he goes from here, but I feel like they have an opportunity to make him into this sort of like anti-establishment hero. Like the fans got me back. Screw all of you. So where he could be like a babyface to the people, but to the brass. And
Ariel with his fantasy mark booking. Okay, that was her thoughts on it. So the Slim Jim tables. So I made this post. The Slim Jim tables I thought we were getting, less great than the Slim Jim tables we got. No black padding on the logos and the logo. See, I'm fucking dyslexic. I can't even read my own shit. No black padding, and the logos are just random stickers on the ends of the tables. I can live with these. So this was the image when everybody like floated it out there. Is this AI? I don't fucking know. And then you go to the side, like that's what was on SmackDown. And also the lighting's weird. Like it's just a normal brown table. And same with the Fireball ladder. It actually looked cool having the red rungs. And I'm going to tell you why. When I was a kid, I had all of the WWE action figures and all that shit, you know, and I had the Titantron and the ring and the weapons and all that. And that was like my jam, you know? And so the fucking ladders were orange. They always had like orange rungs on them, the toy ladders, if you guys remember that. So it just reminded me of that as well. And yeah, it's just not something to even be, especially with the Slim Jim logos just on the sides like that. I mean, it doesn't really fucking matter, you know, ultimately at the end of the day. So, yeah, we definitely are over it, but it is better than this. And these look like they have like a layer of something on it, as we discussed previously. And I was like, are they elimination chambering it as well for safety? You know, but it's they pulled it off and it's like, oh, snap into a Slim Jim table. Am I right? Am I right, Barrett? And it's like, okay, we get the jokes. So I can live with it. You know what I'm saying? Moving along. See, guys, that's how you fucking your opinion can change. It's all good. I own it. Jay, after Raw went off air and he lost the world title, I think all Jake was there. Weren't you there, bro? What the fuck was did you stick around to watch this or did you just dip out? Man, what a fucking Raw. And you know it's a good Raw when Hughesy's messaging me going, I'm actually going to start watching again, allegedly, you know? You know it's good fucking wrestling.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is my youngest son, Jace.
Jay Suso.
I'm so happy. I brought him on the road with me this weekend. Y'all seen him a couple times on videos with me. Hey, even though I lost, I'm so glad he was here with me, traveling the road with me. I really want to say, I'm sorry to my son. I'm sorry to everybody here. I fought my ass off. Go.
Dude, he's so over, and people want, like, he's going to go have a big money match with John Cena for the WWE strap, and people are going to be like, he's going to win it. You know what I mean, guys? Like, it's so funny. Oh, he's just look how over this guy is, bro. He's the man of the people.
Gunther is that dude, one of the best athletes, one of the best pros I ever stepped foot in the ring with. At the end of the day, I got hella respect for that man. But give it up for Gunther.
And you put your opponent over because you beat the best. Oh, he's shitty. I would have won anyways. It's the worst when fighters and people do that. It's the old wrestling technique. You put, yeah, my opponent's the best in the world, whatever. And then if you lose to them, it's like, well, he's one of the best. You said he was one of the best going into it, you know? You don't backtrack with excuses. Oh, you know. It was a balloon. Me foot was a balloon when Connor did that shit.
I'm on the back. Hey, Phoenix, y'all are lit. When I come out and do my entrance, I can feel the vibe in every other city. Hey, tonight, y'all was turned up. I wish everyone could experience what we get to experience back there, like walking through these curtains. I'm very, very blessed, man. I stay humble in front of y'all. I love what I do. I don't ever take this for granted, all right? I love all of y'all. Hey, parents, appreciate y'all's hard work, spending money to bring y'all's loved ones to a show. Kids, real talk. Tell your parents you love them, all right? Listen to them. Something simple as picking up after yourself.
Dude, I mean, come on, man. This guy's such a good, like, this is such a good message. That other company, we don't give a fuck. We're the cock and the balls of pro wrestling. We don't give a fucking shit. Am I right, you fucking shitheads? Like, that's what the other company will do. Fuck that other company. Right? And then Jay's like, yo, pick up, appreciate your parents, and pick up after yourselves. Eat your vitamins, say your prayers, brother. I don't get why Yeet is so over. Why do you watch WWE, bro? Because Hulk Hogan was this. John Cena was this. But Cena said, hustle, loyalty, respect. This dude's yeeting, because that's what kids do. And he's like, pick up your goddamn toys. Hogan was eat your vitamins and shit. I just don't get why people miss that. You know what I mean? They don't understand. LA Knight's character doesn't work if he's like, pick up after your little sister or whatever. You know what I mean? He's like an asshole, arrogant guy. But for Jay, it works. You know, it's so, he's just so over with kids and shit. It's, you have so many different people over for so many different reasons. And yeah, man, I don't get why people can't get behind the yeetiness of this all.
It's a lot, all right? You feel me? Y'all heard me say this a couple times because I got kids. You know what I'm saying? Pick up after yourself. say your prayers, wash your ass when it's bedtime, don't get no attitude, brush your teeth. You know what I'm saying? Did you brush your teeth this morning? Okay, well, good. Real talk. Love y'all. One time for the one time. 4 letters.
I mean, that's in the building. Someone filming that. You hear how loud that shit is? Fuck, man. He's so over, bro. Logan Paul claims he wasn't told about R-Truth's WWE return at Money in the Bank. Out of nowhere comes fucking R-Truth, who I thought was fired. I thought WWE let him go. Also, here's the thing. No one told me Truth was coming. I didn't even know. So, dude, I'm sitting there, and he comes back. I'm like, what the fuck is he doing here, dude? Bro, yes, in the moment, I became a fan, and, dude, I'm selling. I'm like, hey, then he hit John Cena with we lost the fucking match. He's just working. He obviously fucking knew Truth was going to be there. Conan with a message to Corey Graves, and Corey Graves also had a message to Conan. So Conan says, I couldn't have asked for a better partner. You are a superior professional and helped me a lot. I'm very passionate about Lucha. You did our culture proud, plus I made a new friend. Thank you. Orale, mi raza. Right? And so Corey Graves had this to say about Conan, which we will give a fucking double Conan to. Conan! He said, sometimes you run low on Pat. Listen to what Graves said about this AAA show. And it was something special that day, you guys. You felt it. You all felt it. The internet felt it. The IWC felt it. Graves felt it, man. Really, that's like a memorable event in the history of WWE. I think people will not forget that. That's one of those events that in like 30 years people will go, oh man, will they re-upload the the AAA fucking W? That was amazing, right? I promise. They're gonna look back on that the way people look back at the original Worlds Collide and shit. So Graves says sometimes you run low on passion, but then something like this weekend happens. Gracias por, I'm gonna butcher it, permitirme entrar en tu mundo, Lucha Libre, AAA. I only wanted to do your culture and business proud. Thank you to Conan for dropping the important knowledge and being a genuinely first-class human being. He loves this more than any of us will ever understand. Can't wait until the next one. Thanks to you guys for reminding me that a rough patch isn't the end of the road. Heart Pro Wrestling. Man, and him and Vic and Book in NXT are so goddamn good. You can tell Graves is just reinvigorated. And so sometimes it takes shit like that to like make you remember why you do shit. And so I'm happy, man, because he's crushing in NXT, and that AAA show was amazing, dude. And maybe Evolution, it's just Graves and they did that before with the Mae Young Classic or whatever. It was like Cole and JR, whatever the fuck they did. I can't remember who they had, Lita and Cole or whatever. But yeah, dude, maybe at Evolution you have Graves with someone else, like a lady talent come in. Vita Scott. No, she's doing lots of work, but like who's someone in WWE who could do commentary with Graves? Probably Lita. She's good at it. Anyways, there's currently no legal way to watch AAA Triple Mania Regia outside of Mexico. And they have WWE talent on it and TNA talent on it. I believe it'll be on YouTube, but I don't know. That's not even allegedly. That's fucking, I'm just saying that. The same way I was like, I don't know. I think Vikingo's taking the fucking title. It's that. I'm just saying it, piecing it together myself. I think they'll just drop it on YouTube. Why the fuck wouldn't you? The day after, the way TNA has their pay-per-view, and then like a week later or whatever it's been, not even a week later, they release the pay-per-view Against All Odds, or their PLE, whatever you want to call it, their special event. They just upload it to YouTube. Why not do that? Have the event and then just air it after on YouTube. You could easily just do that. Anyway, speaking of, AAA, Mr. Iguana has something to tell you folks. Everyone's favorite. Fucking Mr. Iguana, dude. He's over like Rover. He was on NXT as well the other day, yesterday. And here he is with a message. WWE Español.
Pues, ¿qué te puedo decir? Un sueño hecho realidad del niño que quería ser luchador y que se hizo. Y pues de aquí arriba.
He's saying it's a dream come true.
No, ya no hay más. Esto es la cima.
This is the top.
Hay un mantra que tengo de una historia japonesa y siempre soy una ola Soy una ola. Soy agua.
My mantra is I am a wave, I'm water, I flow. Yeah, it's Bruce Lee. Be water, my friend. You put water in a cup, it becomes the cup. You put water in a bowl, it becomes the bowl. Right? It's true, man.
So yeah,
you gotta adapt, man. You gotta flow. Just like Wrestle Ticks, right? Your AEW ticks that ain't working out. You gotta flow. Just like the Observer, right? It's like half off now. It's like half off again, guys, right? Every couple of months. You gotta flow, bro. You gotta be water.
Fluyo. Espero que la gente esté lista para conocer más a Mr. Iguana. Creo que en México ya me conocen. Creo
I think the people in Mexico already know me, so he's excited to show himself to the world.
que varios de ustedes ya me conocen y creo que ahora sí van a conocer de qué lado más.
Yeah, can't wait, dude. He's like Santino and Goldust because he's kind of creepy with the tongue thing, and then the puppet it's like an amalgamation of both. And I'm here for it, Eric. I'm here for Mr. Iguana. So here's the Miz with Miz Golf saying, "Come play around with me." And yeah, the Miz, we're keeping eyes on him as his contract possibly comes up or doesn't.
It's a beautiful day out. Golfing early in the morning, first one out, and just hit a great shot. This is a par 4, 340, and I'm about 260, 270 out. So I got maybe 80 yards in, so I'll pitch it in and hopefully get a birdie on this bad boy.
Yes, good.
Golfing's so fucking relaxing, and I haven't done it in fucking years, man. I gotta start again.
Keep rolling.
Oh.
It's just you need time to do that shit, and I'll tell you this much: Miz got some time lately. Miz gonna have some time coming up. No, I really hope he stays signed with the company. I could just see him doing commentary, managing folks. You could stick him in Evolve and have him just manage people even. Like, I would never, if I owned a wrestling company that made billions of dollars, I would never get rid of Miz. Would I offer him a lower deal? Yes. If he turned it down, would I be pissed? Like, a lower deal over time. Like, hey, Miz, you're not John Cena, The Rock, main eventing Mania. You're not getting 2 point. Miz, by the way, is on a likely more than Truth. Truth was getting $2.5 million. Miz is probably more than that. 3. If I had to throw it out there. Now, again, I don't have it right in front of me, right? I'm just going based off what other motherfuckers have said who would be more in the know than me. 2.5 for Truth. Miz was getting more, for sure. So if they offer him lower and he doesn't take it, but if they offer you lower and you just transition to I'm a manager now, but I still got to make all the towns, Miz might be like, well, fuck that. And then that's his prerogative. But that's not like bad of the company to do that. Like, you're in a lesser role now, but if it was me and I had billions, I would keep Miz, I would just make sure he's on my roster. Period. Okay. So, sorry, guys. I got to just get a text message there. Moving along here. Night of Champions, it's official in Riyadh. John Cena versus CM Punk. So on Member Mondays, guys, if you're on X or on YouTube, consider becoming a member. It's only 99 cents. Or if you're a patron, consider signing up for my Patreon. Over 105 videos, I think, are up there on Patreon. So it's like $5 or something. It's worth it. And so you get access to my Members Monday shows, okay? On Members Monday, I talked about how, CM Punk, what they're doing is they're taking these like works or these shoot situations and turning them into works. So this Punk Seth feud, the Truth situation, whether it's a shoot or a work, and now Punk is forced to go to Saudi because he talked shit in kayfabe. It's rather genius. He talks shit. I'm going to get you. And then John Cena goes, the only way you'll get me is in Saudi. It's fucking genius when you really think about it, but it's fucked up if you guys are like, oh, he's a hypocrite. Every human being's a hypocrite at some point in their lives. Even just we talked about being water and evolving and changing, being able to change as a human. That by nature makes humans hypocrites, right? Just by nature, we're hypocritical. You change and your views change on shit, and you may have done things that you would appall later or vice versa, right? So, ultimately, though, I told y'all motherfuckers Punk would go, just like Sami Zayn. Money talks, dude. Money fucking talks. Sami Zayn ended up going. Even Cena at one point wasn't going to go. He ends up going, and Punk ends up going. Am I mad at him for being a hypocrite? No, I'm fucking not. Everybody is. I knew he would. I knew he would. And they're trying to make advancements in that part of the world. And if WWE allows someone who maybe, if you look up his social media and he's speaking truth to power or what he stands for, or you have a guy who, or like gals being able to wrestle and their attires are getting lesser and lesser. I'm not saying like, oh, the ladies should be out there naked, but like, you know, we started with baggy shirts and now the ladies can like get their own gear. It's skin tight. I mean, it's still some of the gear you're like, damn, that's, you know, it's still looking fine as shit. So it's like, if you know, if they continue to like lessen shit and women are on billboards and stuff, I'm all for that culture shift, I guess. But also, I'm not one of these people who get crooked about, I've explained this before on the show. Like, I live somewhere, you can't go to other cultures and like expect them to adapt to your and get triggered by them because they don't virtue signal like the Western world and shit. You know what I mean? We talked about it in Japanese culture with the fat shaming thing with Kenny Omega. It's like, no, dude, that shit is part of their culture, bro. Like, just period. It is, unless you're a sumo, which they're like praised and honored and shit, you know, and Kenny knows that. You know, Kenny knows what Rossi was saying. He wasn't fat shaming. That's what you guys call that shit in America. They don't call that in Japan. That's not what they do there. You know, that's fucking stupid. They would consider that a dumb thing to even say. So, whereas you consider the fact what he did may be offensive or a dumb thing to say, right? Because we're in different cultures. So, I don't know, man. I'm all like, WWE's getting women out there and on the map in Saudi Arabia. I give it bonus points for that. Now, as far as Punk, people change, but it's just this simple. The money talks. If somebody right now came to you for CM Punk money and was like, any of these people virtue signaling, oh, I can't believe he'd go, fucking hypocrite. If WWE came and said, here's whatever Punk's check was going to be, we want you in Saudi, they would all take it in 1 second. All of us would. Anyone crying in chat, I'm not reading chats, I don't know if anyone is crying, but you all would do it. We would all do it. And Randy Orton's take was the best. He goes, I'm going to Saudi. Like when they first started going there, and he gets stopped at an airport and someone asked him, like, do you feel any way about it? Like after that journalist and the political, whatever, they're asking him, you know, the things going on. How do you feel about going there? And Randy Orton just cut out. He's like, no. He's like, I have kids, man. He goes, if Saudi Arabia wants Randy Orton, Saudi Arabia is going to get Randy Orton. You know what I mean? Like if they want me there, they're going to get me. It has nothing to do with any of that. I don't, you know, so that's the approach. And Punk, now they worked it into a shoot. His hypocrisy is now kayfabe. And now we're going to melt down again, like we melted down about the truth shit. We're all going to argue with each other, and no one's going to be talking about anything in AEW because there's nothing buzzworthy to talk about. Meanwhile, in WWE, it's sicko wacko wars. Like everyone's fucking just talking about their opinions on these issues. Is truth? Was it a work or not? Was it a fucking work? You're all fucking crazy. You're all stupid. Get out your basements. Oh, right? Or is it a shoot work? Was Punk always going to go? Dave Meltzer's just inventing shit now, too. He was always going to go. They knew he was going to go. Bro, he's not going to turn down those checks. He was always going to go. I mean, listen, the fucking Rumble's there. Mania's there. Da-da-da-da. So let Punk do his thing. You would all take it, too. You would all go, too. Shut the fuck up. Quit crying like bitches. We're getting babyface again. We got babyface Orton versus heel Cena. We're getting babyface Punk versus heel Cena. You know what I mean? So this is crazy. It's in Saudi. We'll see how the crowd reacts for Punk. They probably paid him fucking ungodly money to do this. Okay. And so, yeah, you guys will all watch it too. You'll all watch it and talk about it. And then you'll just be like, huh, Phil Brooks, huh, Hangman and Jack Perry won, huh. Meanwhile, he's going to go get paid more than AEW Drew this year to just to fucking do this show. And so, yeah, I don't know. If you guys have a problem with it, move there and protest or something. No, I'm just joking, but it is what it is. You had to expect it, and I'm looking forward to this match. I mean, this is the last time we're ever going to get Punk and Cena ever again. So let's enjoy this for the time being, and don't make it all political because you guys don't give a fuck anyways. You're just virtue signaling and criticizing other people's cultures, right? I thought we're not supposed to do that. I thought this was America. No. So moving along here. Speaking of truth, Lance Storm, he doesn't just give his take on the release thing, but he has a take on Truth becoming more serious as a character. Fucking W Lance Storm. Wance Storm with a fucking W for having like a hot take that nobody's really saying. I enjoy this a lot. So Lance says, he voices concerns about Truth becoming the more serious Ron Killings in WWE. And I love this because it makes so much sense. It's like we all wanted Truth back because he's this beloved funny guy. He's not being that anymore. Now he's all serious. What if we go, oh, this doesn't hit the right way? So far it's working. But Lance does pose a decent concern here. He says, that's my concern. They really loved him. He was the most fun, entertaining comedy segment on the show for a decade. They liked him. They enjoyed it. And you could tell the audience whenever he really pushed the I'm angry, put some respect on my name, I'm serious, that the crowd was a little taken back. I think it's a gamble because not only is it not what was over, but it also is much more physically demanding of that guy that, while still looking really young, I hope it works out for him. Fucking, that's a money take that nobody even has ever brought up other than Lance Storm. So, yeah, just keep an eye on it and we'll see. Maybe the crowd's not feeling it over time. And again, like he points out, just knowing being in the business, it'll be more physically taxing on him as a performer to be a more aggro, serious wrestler in that. But I think he'll still be fun R-Truth. Like he'll still do his shit where he dances and, does a spinning punch and all that shit. But he'll just be intensified a little bit. That's all. I don't think they'll botch it up too badly. Moving along here. So NXT's Blake Monroe shares her name with an adult film performer. We covered that, but Mariah May is now Blake Monroe. Speaking of R-Truth, here's him whiling out about his new haircut on the live.
The hair? R-Truth didn't need no hair. I got to show y'all this ain't no work. This is real. This is real. R-Truth ain't got no hair. Well, he needed a makeover. I don't even want to talk about it. I can't wait till he see his new hairdo. Yeah. I like this. I think this is more Ron Killings fitting right here. You see what I'm saying? This is more serious. I wish you would. I wish you would.
So he's still funny.
For real. All of the dreads and the dye and all that. Man, get out of here. Get out of here. Let me give y'all another one, okay? Let me give y'all one more, okay?
What is that shit? Okay, moving along here. We have another Truth, him rapping his theme, and everyone's like, this is the new Truth theme. This is just the theme, bro. He's just rapping it really aggressively.
You can get with that. You better get with this. This is where it's at.
What's up?
What's up? See, I be skipping and jumping, leaving the competition. I make them disappear like your favorite magician. I ride the mother till the wheel fall off, and I bounce it back to back till the neck gets softer. Most of the time you see me, I'm just being simple. Give me the time I be busting ass like a pimple. Gave you my claim to fame to be the most must-see OG slaying the game. Haven't even started yet. You can better believe I'ma take it off the show shop. Yeah. What's up?
What's up?
What's up?
What's up?
What's up?
What's up?
This, or you
Man, I fucking love Truth, bro, and he's a good rapper. He's like one of the best for sure of the wrestler rappers, you know? So WWE merch exposed fucking Chad Gable chat. Chad Gable replica lucha head costume. Like, what the fuck? So we know that he doesn't have two separate fucking things going on. That goes right back to Chad Gable's pocket merch-wise. And there's no, like, two separate things, you know? Jesus Christ. So fucking merch, step your game up, bro. What is this? So Vince Russo says, I'm sorry. Lyra Valkyria and Stephanie Vaquera's names are too similar, bro. Stephanie Vaquera and Lyra Valkyria are too similar. Whoa. Too difficult to remember and too hard to pronounce, bro. Valkyria and Stephanie Vaquera. When I say it my way, because I'm from New York, I don't butcher them on purpose. Bro, I would never butcher them on purpose. Just ask Vince McMahon, bro. Whatever happened to simple names like the Fabulous Moolah, Medusa? Who? No. Medusa, Awesome, Kwong, etc. These are wrestling names, bro. Not a smorgasbord of letters you can't pronounce. Yeah, I'm old. I get it. I'm old, but bro, keep it simple, stupid. He uttered as he looked in the mirror. Yeah, I don't know, dude. That's another bad take, but at least Vince puts himself out there. Here is El Hijo del Dr. Wagner getting some shine here from WWE Español.
El amor y la pasión que yo siento por la lucha libre, en cuanto salgo por esa cortina, esa pantalla, el mundo es mío. No sé si sea el ADN que yo traigo de 3 generaciones, mi abuelo, mi padre, mi madre, yo creo ya luchaba en el vientre de mi madre. Eso es lo que me hace controlar estos nervios. Es WWE, es un nuevo proceso, sigo aprendiendo, pero me siento muy feliz y tranquilo de representar a mi México, a los latinos y en este hermoso país que me acaba de dar una nueva oportunidad. Entonces, hoy la lucha libre gana y hoy el mundo es mío. ¡Viva México! El amor y la pasión que...
Oh, there you go. Viva Mexico, man. Moving along here. So Shawn Michaels guess the NXT superstars based on their voices, and this is actually pretty funny. And they're all clearly tight with this dude.
They're not allowed to disguise their voices, right?
Hey, Sean.
Pass.
Hey, Sean.
I'm doing horrible at this.
Hey, Sean.
Again?
Hey, Sean.
Oh, well, that's Zari.
Yeah. Hey, Sean.
Kalani.
Yay! Hey, Sean.
One more time.
Hey, Sean.
He doesn't know. Here we go.
And I know everybody's voice. One more time.
Hey, Sean.
Oh, that's loud.
Hola, jefe.
That's Lola, for sure.
Hola, Jefe. Fucking shout out Lola, dude.
For sure.
Hey, Sean.
Well, that's Jordan.
Hey, Sean.
One more time.
Hey, Sean.
Is that Soul?
No.
No.
Hey, Sean.
One more.
Hey, Sean.
Oh, is that Thea?
Hey, Sean.
See if he can get Jada.
One more time.
He knows Thea by her shriek.
Hey, Sean.
I know who that is, too. I'm just, oh, my goodness. I'm so sorry, girl. Jesus.
What's up, Coach?
Jada.
What's up, Coach? Jada.
What's up, Coach?
Jada.
Hey, come around.
Damn, that's pretty funny, man. Okay, moving along. We have Shawn Michaels with the Luchadors and Mr. Iguana, dude, the most over guy in pro wrestling.
Oh yeah, Lucha baby, Lucha all the way. Oh yeah, Lucha baby, Lucha all the way.
Pretty funny. I love this Iguana, dude. He's getting so over. Cody Rhodes says only a small percentage of WWE stars actually draw. And which is true, man. Only a small percentage of people in general in pro wrestling draw. And so he's not lying. You know what I mean? And like all of them are in WWE. Because there were some people trying to make the conversation about like, well, only WWE. Yeah, for sure. You know? That's proven. Other than Samoa Joe, actually. Samoa Joe's the only other proven commodity. How can we prove this? AEW's last 4K house for a Dynamite or whatever was him versus Moxley in the cage match. Their ratings go up for him. Like before when he was world champ, they weren't doing as shitty of numbers and stuff. Joe's a proven commodity. So Jonathan Coachman recently, another Coachman rumor that he's clearly getting from Vince, like Vince's camp, recently said that a trusted source told him Vince, or he's just making this shit up, Vince McMahon is not happy with how WWE's being run right now, and he's open to buying the company back. As for the money, there's a strong chance Vince could use his close ties with Saudi to make it happen. It could happen, like Shane said. It's not like it can't happen. The only problem is that nobody wants it to fucking happen. And the other problem is that I don't think TKO would want it to happen after all of the fucking problems he's realistically caused them. And some of them. And I've heard rumors of that. I've been told that like a billion fucking times, and you have heard that floating around, that he doesn't like, well, at least I have, that how WWE's being run this whole fucking time. Like since he's been gone, he doesn't like the way Triple H runs shit. And again, no one's really talked about it, but I talk about it on this show. And I brought up how no one's really ever covered this, but there's heat there stemming from like, because of the speaking out movement. And that's like a bunch of the UK scene got nuked because of the speaking out movement in wrestling. And that's, people don't realize, like, that's why NXT UK went away. And some of the people Triple H was working with, you know, like Vince punished Triple H for that shit. And then when Vince got caught for, like, he himself was being a pervert, like a prevert, right? They fucking, then Triple H was like, what the fuck? You know, like, you did the thing that you scolded me. I didn't even do shit like that. It was other people, and pretty much, you know, so there's sort of heat there as well. So it wouldn't shock me if Vince openly fucking hates the way WWE is being ran. You know, he won't shit on it. It's his baby, but I wouldn't be shocked for a sec. So the contents, here's what Naomi, this is the first person to ever really show us what's in their briefcase and actually use it for something more than, you know, just hitting people and cashing in, right? So here's the contents of Naomi's Money in the Bank briefcase. This shit is funny. All this money in the bank, don't worry about us. Yeah. And she's got a fucking Big Jimmy fucking Uso doll in her thing, too.
Sick of this bitch.
I love it. Naomi is on a tremendous run right now. Her whole heel thing works. Even the metal music and all that shit. So Zoe Starks confirms she has surgery after her ACL, MCL, and meniscus injuries, and teases an announcement for June 16.
Zoe went for that missile drop kick. I believe Zoe hurt her knee.
Taz's music, bounce, down and down, down and down, down and down.
We're at Rothman's Surgery Center in Orlando to fix my ACL, MCL, meniscus. Right now I'm ready to get it over with. Take a little nap and get back up in 2 hours.
Zoe. So the surgery was scheduled for 2 hours. It took 3.5. That shit was fucked up in there. Prayers up for Zoe Stark, man. Hopefully we see her again in WWE. So the San Diego Padres hooked Dominic Mysterio up with some fucking tendies, man.
Look at this. Pods taking care of their boy.
That's right, 619.
Come on now. Greatest Intercontinental Champion of all time.
That's right.
Some nugs in the building, some tendies. Let's go, boys. That's what I'm talking about. Taking care of the greatest champ of all time.
Best ever chicken tenders.
That's right. Greatest Mysterio of all time. Let's go.
9 style, baby.
Let's get it. Look at this.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Moving along. So Blake Monroe, here it is officially. And she didn't keep her old name, nothing. This has been her whole lifelong dream. She's Blake Monroe in WWE from here on out. Not doing that 50-50 shit. You know what I mean? So shout out Blake Monroe and round of applause for her for making her fucking lifelong little girl dream come true, man. It's amazing. So Cody Rhodes tells Damian Priest, or he talks to Damian Priest about the time that no producers were there, and they're like, oh shit, I guess me and Seth are producing Raw or whatever. So let's just take a listen. This is hilarious.
We had a show to do. And remember, no producers. Me and Seth.
That's
me and Seth.
That's right. What a crazy day.
We were producers, and it was a show that had a commission. So we actually had to do work. It wasn't like, hey, you're good. We know your match. Hey, 12 minutes. None of that. That was all pretty
This is WWE.
This was, we had a show.
That's awesome. Yeah, Cody Rhodes, Seth Rollins, and CM Punk will be all running WWE one day. So here is Mr. Iguana and some other AAA talent here, Wagner Jr. at NXT.
Vean esto. El hijo de Dr. Wagner Jr.
Iguana. They're chanting for him. Dude's so over. So here's Cody Rhodes talking about the Bullet Club and saying how they weren't printing money. I should have put this in AEW news, but they weren't printing money. It wasn't making a money-making enterprise until I joined. Is this real or not? Is Cody Rhodes being fucking arrogant here or not?
Bullet Club was so cool when Finn Balor was doing it. So cool when AJ Styles was doing it. But they weren't like printing money. It wasn't a money-making enterprise. I joined and it did start making money. However, it was the least cool thing ever. And I realized I was like the sold out, like the commercial Bullet. And that's why I leaned into it a little at the end. So when I look at the leaders of the Bullet Club, I don't mind when people get into these heated arguments over how awful I was for it, because we were doing well. We were places that were sometimes empty, and but yeah, no, I know I was a pretty poor.
Well, you were there for your purpose. You knew what it was.
Dude, I didn't know.
Well, you didn't know, but the company did, and it raised the stock of both New Japan and Ring of Honor, so it worked.
It really did. And Cody Rhodes hit the road, man. He did every butt fuck nowhere indie ever. He just pulled his dad. He just did what his dad would have done. What did he do, right? But what didn't Dusty do? So here you go. Everyone's like, it's just a Tony Storm ripoff, and it's like Barbie, and like none of it's original. It's all of these things amalgamated into one. Like every musician ever is just an amalgamation of their inspirations, just like every artist and wrestler and performer is. But this is an amalgamation of all this shit, but it's shit because it's its own thing. But really, it's just all Sabrina Carpenter. So 1-to-1, she just copied everything. Right? And yeah, I mean, I get it. It's not the most original thing, but sometimes that's how some people get their foot in the door, dude. Ariel Helwani talks about TKO and who the MVP is of this whole TKO thing that's been largely uberly successful.
Happy National Corn on the Cob Day. So following the news of Canelo versus Crawford.
National Corn on the Cob Day. Damn.
being aired on Netflix and not a pay-per-view. Do you think this is a method of Dana dipping his toe into the Netflix option to see if the numbers can be produced? No. There's no dipping your toe into Netflix. Everyone wants to be in business with Netflix. It's a matter of whether or not they want to be in business with you. And so Netflix very much is into the world of like one-offs. The hot dog eating contest, Jake Paul Tyson, Katie versus Amanda 3, this fight. And so it's a big deal that they want to be in business. And there have been some reports about what happened on the way to this announcement of a couple of days ago. And I'm hearing the same things. It was salvaged. And I think a lot of it, I think Nick Khan was a huge part of. As far as TKO is concerned, I do not think it's hyperbole to say that the most important person is Nick Khan. Nick Khan stretches from MMA to boxing to wrestling. Obviously, his main gig is wrestling, but he is supremely important in the boxing world, and he has influence as far as MMA is concerned as well. And he's the guy who does.
He is the MVP of WWE. I don't know about all of TKO. And some people are calling Ariel a fucking bootlicker. They're saying that his shit is failing, like in not getting views and shit. And I mean, I'm not going to argue this. Like some of his, the most hits he got was trashing John Jones, even though John Jones and him, I thought, were tight or whatever. At least, Ariel would present it that way, I guess. But, yeah, Ariel's numbers and shit aren't doing well, and people are saying he's sucking up trying to get a fucking job or something. I don't know. This whole uncrowned thing he put together, I guess, hasn't been a success. Or
negotiate emotionally, who doesn't have an ego, who doesn't want to be in front of the camera, who doesn't want to be front-facing. He's the deal maker. He's the former agent. He's the guy who's been there and cut some of the biggest deals in broadcasting. Not only represented talent, but also represented entities. Did the top-ranked deal with ESPN. For example, SEC with ESPN, others as well. And so, yeah, he's the guy who really stirs this drink, in my opinion.
There you go. That's Ariel's take. Don't 10-7 me, Bappa. Ava announces that JC Jane will officially defend her NXT Women's Championship at Evolution 2. 4 single matches will take place next week. Winners of those 4 matches will compete in a Fatal 4-Way. Winner of the Fatal 4-Way goes on to Evolution. They're doing way too much of this shit, bras. And I just, I'm over it. All these fucking 4 12-man tournaments. Jesus Christ. Now, the quality's been there. The triple threats and the Fatal 4-Ways they're good matches. And we're getting these exciting, like, Cody Rhodes and all this shit. So I guess I'm amped for that. But between AEW, like if you just watch WWE, maybe you're like, cool, they're switching shit up. But if you're watching AEW too, man, holy fuck, can we not get a tournament for 1 minute? Like, Jesus. Anyways, I'm down with it, though, sweet. And I'm happy that JC Jane will be on Evolution. It's important she is. Here's Dom after he indulged in some tendies and some nuggies. Here's him at the Padres
WWE
game.
superstar Dominic Mysterio threw out the ceremonial first pitch. Mysterio is a lifelong Padres fan. He's always wanted a number 19 Tony Gwynn jersey. And moments ago in between innings, really cool moment. Tony Gwynn Jr. delivered the jersey to Dominic. How cool is that?
Oh, that's great.
Hell yeah. Shout out Tony Gwynn.
Something he has always wanted, and Tony Gwynn Jr. delivers. WWE.
Okay, so that's cool. And shout out Dom, man. So here is Mr. Iguana with a Lola Vice, of course, because fucking ladies love iguanas, dude. Mr. Iguana.
Week, a hot new bombshell enters the villa. Don't call me up, I'm going out.
Damn, dude, there you go. Killing the game, this iguana guy, huh? Living out his dreams. So here is Chelsea Green. We saw some Chelsea Green cringe on the other show with Ana de Armas. Here's her at the IGN Live 2K panel or whatever they had, right? Let's take a look. She's spreading her wings. I love that Chelsea. She's good in like doing stuff like this. The interview, that was her first one. She gets a pass. We can't all be Giga Chad Van Vliet right away, right?
Disgusting! Nobody lets me intimidate them.
We're doing gaming trivia at the 2K booth at IGN Live, but my voice is kind of gone, so I'm going to have Chelsea ask the questions.
Ooh, It's actually your first ever longest reigning, most dangerous United States Women's Champion, 2-time Tag Team Champion, and future Hall of Famer. Jeffrey, get it right.
Sorry.
This is too easy. What kind of question is this? What food is a princess from Nintendo named after? And if you don't get it right, I'm gonna come in.
Is it Peach?
This is Zach, and he is already shaking like a leaf. What is the name of Mario's arch nemesis? It's the
Chat. Bowser, King Koopa.
way I feel about you right now. I can't.
Bowser.
You didn't. Nobody lets me intimidate them. Who's the main character in Final Fantasy VII?
Chat.
Cloud Stripe. Slay Queen. Yeah.
Yeah, she answered way too quick.
Why are you smiling? What is Pac-Man's wife's name?
Chat. Miss Pac-Man.
Lady Pac-Man.
Disgusting! Get out of here, Adam! Get out! Just kidding. Come back. What mythology is the original God of War based on?
Oh, he says it right here. Is it wrong? No, is it Greek? Yeah, okay.
Mythology.
Damn! Who got the?
I fucking need to play God of War. I haven't played like early on when that was first a thing. I was down, but then I just completely didn't keep up with the series. But it looks cool as shit nowadays, you know? Like I think they came out with a game like not too long ago.
People in line, everyone's
where it was very much like more open world, or I don't know if it was open world or not, but I just remember seeing the graphics for that shit and being like, holy fuck. And like he was fighting Thor, wasn't he? In one of the more recent ones.
Smart. You don't look smart, but you are. Bye.
Okay, so maybe some of those questions were a little easy. What do you think, Chelsea?
Did you write them?
Maybe.
Horrific. Disgusting. I'm appalled. I'm never coming back.
Yeah, she's good in that role. That's funny shit. So here we go. Here's Alfred Kunawa's take on CM Punk going to Saudi Arabia and his response to sort of the crybabies.
CM Punk is going to Saudi Arabia. Let's go. Oh, I'm sorry. Is this where I'm supposed to be fake mad? For the people who are fake mad.
And the music playing, I Get Money, 50 Cent. Let's fucking go.
Are you going to boycott Night of Champions? No? Are you self-righteous sickos not going to tweet about it at all? We know that's not true. You're just fake mad because CM Punk left AEW, and less importantly, his Saudi
I run New York.
Arabia gig goes against something he tweeted in 2020. Shut the fuck up. Did Saudi Arabia offer any of these FanFest journalists $50,000?
Yeah, fuck. See, I didn't watch this before. That's what I'm saying, man. That's what I mean, man. Me and Alfred are fucking... You know, we see eye to eye, man. 2 peas in a pod over here because I'm over here now. Because, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, even he says 50K. So I was like, if they offered you Punk money, but even less than that, 50K to go there, you'd fucking do it. You know?
To cover Night of Champions. He'll be there with a headdress on faster than you can say.
With a headdress on.
Everybody gets to play civil rights activist on Twitter where there are no stakes, and the only place any of these bad faith, bad hygiene sickos have the balls to stand for anything. Most of them don't even have the stones to show their own face on the Bird app, probably out of fear of being caught by the FBI. If you cover the beautifully corrupt wrestling business.
Oh my God, he created Punk with, look at the Saudi fit, dude. Oh my God.
You take it personally when a wrestler contradicts a COVID-era tweet. A, go to therapy, you fucking dork. And B, you don't know balls. Maybe pro wrestling isn't for you. Go study an industry where everything is holy and devoid of corruption, like the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Oh, shit. Why does he bring up? So he's going right at the sickos. And this is the thing, too, man. Everybody acts like they're perfect or they've never made a mistake ever in their life. And it's like everyone's faking the funk, bro. Everybody's done something embarrassing or done something they regret or said some shit they wish they didn't or whatever, man. So it's like these people go to, oh, but it's Saudi Arabia. That's not really, they murdered a journalist. Okay, America murders in Minecraft. Like, I don't know. How many hours are we into the show? Right? But it's like, okay, every country, like if you've been engaged in war, it sucks. It fucking sucks, man. But Jesus Christ, it's what Alfred said. Like, none of these motherfuckers are out there.
CM Punk is going.
You know, actually fucking, they don't really actually care about this shit. It just has to do with WWE. You know, or Punk. It's a way to attack Punk. They don't really care about this shit or have an opinion on it. If you quizzed them, you know, gave them a pop quiz nose, right? So WWE Raw Netflix numbers were up for last week's episode. So we said we'd keep an eye on it. Boom, they're up. The show scored 2.7 million views globally for the week per Netflix data, up 4%, with 5 million hours viewed, up 4%. The show ranked number 4. Fucking whatever. Good stuff. They're up. So NXT did 726,000 views. And then Christina here on X says plus 1 million on Netflix. Like, she's fucking making a joke. But 726? Damn, that's actually a big bounce back from recently. I feel like they've been doing like 600,000s lately, kind of, no? So that's really good. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's Ren's Day. You know what that means. We are checking in with our girl, Ren Sinclair, who had a fucking match on NXT. She came up a little short. But she's the future, no doubt. And I cannot wait to see her wrestle more, for sure. And I tweeted out, too, she's brilliant. Like, it's the little things she does in between the moves. And, like, she's not only selling the other person's shit. She's also, like, selling when she's doing offense. It's just the little things. She just is well ahead of her years, man. And I just think she'll be a company staple for, like, ever, and she'll just be a position player and hopefully win the title. I'll pop so fucking hard if she wins the title one day.
Hey guys, happy Wednesday. Sorry I sound a little bit sick, but I'm recording a video. I'm just so sick of everyone not saying NQCC forever, right, Charles?
NQCC for life, am I
right?
Right. Fucking Dempsey, man.
Anyways, so we're gonna go ahead and answer some questions. Question number 1. Ren, do you feel it's time to take over the leadership role in the NQCC, possibly rename it the Ren QCC? No, Charles is doing such a good job. Like, he's always going to be our leader. Question number 2. If Ren wants to leave the NQCC, does she also have to fight Charles? If Charles want to catch these hands, he can go ahead and meet Thunder and like. I'm nothing. I was just saying that NQCC is forever, and that I would never leave ever.
You're saying you're gonna fight me? No, I didn't. I've got enough that everyone else wants. Charles, I didn't. I don't need you two doing this. Yeah, and we're not. They were just clickbait. I'm totally beating.
Amazing. Fuck. Another one. Another brilliant round of applause for Ren's Day, Rusev Day as well. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was WWE. This summer blockbuster rages on, and AEW can't help but do a fucking overrun again, because Tony Khan is a soulless bastard for those of you on the East Coast. And so basically, all we have to do left is put flutes in the chat, because it is time for everybody's favorite segment. And it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week. So Dave Meltzer, man, he's been melting down about everything. AAA, WWE, YouTube. He doesn't know how that works. His numbers are completely wrong. Dave gets caught. He's about to fucking get caught right here, corroborating the BJ Bethel numbers, or he wouldn't corroborate them, but then BJ Bethel saying he did that privately, though. So it's fucking hilarious. Now you have Andrew Zarian calling out the 500K and all this shit. And so the Mighty says, so a YouTube PLE was viewed more than a weekly AEW show. And Meltzer says, actually worldwide number versus US number. US isn't the world. Dave doesn't know how YouTube works. So yes, the US number, the US YouTube isn't the only YouTube. There's 2 channels, one of them on Espanol, and that's for anyone who habla Espanol. Do you guys know what I mean? That's not for It's if you want to hear Spanish commentary. So the American one, if you want to hear English commentary or don't give a fuck, then you're just tuning into it. He doesn't understand how even YouTube works. So that would be totally incorrect. UK and Canada adds 250,000, and that doesn't include any other country nor Max. So he's trying to say UK and Canada adds 250,000 to the Max number or the viewership. Any attempt at comparing without figuring those in is pure silliness, Brian. I mean, the mighty. So Dave's just crashing out. Right? Like, we got him crashing out here. He's like, this is silliness. It's really not. Like, you're just being silly. So, again, do you think, Ringside News Post, do you think WWE Raw will survive on Netflix through the full 10-year deal? And then Raw might not last on Netflix if numbers don't improve, right? So then you click on this fucking article. You're like, who's saying this? Steve Carey or what? According to Dave Meltzer on the Wrestling Observer Radio, Dave says, maybe Netflix is better suited for a giant event once a month, like a PLE, that they can hype up for a couple weeks, build up a big buzz, and then deliver it on a Saturday or Sunday. That might be a better fit. Dave, you don't know what a better fit is. They are at the Tudums, the upfronts, going, look at all the WWE people and stuff, guys. Max ain't doing that. Bro, worry about Max and shit. Don't worry about WWE, Dave. They got it covered. They got it covered. You're a dumbass, okay? And so Dave goes, but Raw every single Monday? It doesn't even seem like the platform fits the audience behavior. That's the struggle right now. No, it's not a struggle right now, bro. It does fit the audience behavior. Do you know how we know? Because it's number one in the US the night it airs, so it's the number one thing. And then in Canada and shit, it's number one for days after that a lot of the times. And then NXT and SmackDown and shit are all ranked as well. If I go on there right now, NXT will be number 2 or 4, SmackDown will be number 1, and then, right? So in America, dude, it's always in the top 10 throughout the week, and it's always number 1. So it does. I mean, what else does Netflix want it to not be number 1? You know, like what? Well, then what would be better than being number 1 on Netflix? I don't really get it, man. I don't get what would be. Whereas AEW, it's like they're struggling, man. That main event lucha shit we just watched. How many people watched that? 200,000 people, 220,000 people. Craziness. So Dave says, yeah, if you're a Netflix viewer, you're not patterned to go, oh, it's 5. I want to watch wrestling. Dave, exactly. They're trying to train people and keep their live sporting events are coming to Netflix. They're starting to roll out live shows, comedy shows, roasts, sports, boxing events, etc. So I get it. They're trying to change the way people watch Netflix as well. They want people to have the option of, oh, it's 5. I need to turn this on. I do it all the time. Okay. And there's a bunch of shit in my list that I have to get to. Anytime I add something new to my Netflix list, my wife just rolls her fucking eyes because she knows I'm never going to get to it. But you just made the list. But like, yeah, I do that every time now. That's how I watch wrestling now. So Dave's just talking shit, you know? You go, what's new in my algorithm? That's not a good match for a live wrestling show. Yeah, it is, Dave, because it's in the algorithm. I watch wrestling and they have a whole wrestling section, and you don't just go, what's in the algorithm? That's more YouTube. With Netflix, it's more like, okay, I want to watch something funny right now, go to comedies. Or I want to see what's new, let's look at what's new. Right? It's not necessary. And yes, the algorithm feeds you shit on Netflix based on like what you like and stuff. But it's not like YouTube where, you know, things are just being pushed that you might not even, you know, things will trend or they won't let certain videos trend because it doesn't align with YouTube's beliefs or whatever the fuck. You guys know what I mean? It's not like that. Netflix has an out after 5 years, so the next 4.5 years will determine whether they're going to re-up or not. They're paying a lot. And then listen to what Dave says. I don't think it's worth it right now. But maybe they're looking at the future. You know, like being on Netflix in 5 years might be better than cable in 5 years. Gee, Dave, you think that they're looking at the future and they're investing in all this wrestling content and shit? You're such a dummy, man. AAA is going to end up on fucking Netflix as well. The Friday number was very bad. It's a message. Where has Dave ever said the Collision number was very bad? but it's only 1 week, and it's also an episode with a weird card, so I don't want to go too crazy on it, but still, it's a number they're probably not happy with. Raw's been cold. Raw's been cold after this last Raw. Fucking Dave, man. What a stupid idiot. He always does this. He always just says shit that's completely insane. I mean, people not even trying to find it. Dude, people try to find the show. If you had told Nick Khan in December this would be the Netflix number, everyone would have had a heart attack. No, they wouldn't have, Dave. The over 50s are gone. That demo just doesn't watch Netflix like that. Especially not live. Meanwhile, Dave's like, oh, fucking everyone's 500,000 are watching on Max. What are you talking about, Dave? He's just making shit up. Over 50s don't watch Netflix like that. You've got a generation of people who just aren't wired to use streaming for live sports or wrestling on a Monday night. No, Dave, you aren't. Netflix doesn't make it easy. If you log in 5 minutes late, you're behind. If you fast forward to catch up, it restarts or crashes. That's a blatant fucking lie, chat. If you're on the member Monday shows, when Raw came on this past week, Phil was 20 minutes late to the show. I rewound to the beginning. I clicked on watch from beginning, didn't crash, Dave. And then I fucking fast forwarded through the recap shit. And then I caught up to the show without missing one single thing. And I was there with chat to watch well before the main event. I caught up to the truth stuff during the truth segment. And I even rewound a little bit to hear the truth stuff again. And then I still caught up when they did recap shit. Dave completely just lied there. And I'm telling you firsthand experience.
Tell us what you know, you goddamn liar!
Dave is just flat talking shit. If WWE stays cold after this last Raw and all these sellouts, if they stay cold and the show doesn't gain traction, Netflix has a clause to exit after 5 years. Dave, you keep saying that, and they're not gonna exit after 5 years. Okay? They're just not gonna. And if they do, it's because it'll be amicable on both sides. That's why they agreed to take a hard out after 5, but they still agreed to 5 because that's long enough. That's half a decade. So that's long enough to determine and to also do boxing fights and to also, hey, we're going to put NFL games here. How do people watch weekly live? Should we have weekly live shows? Let's test it with WWE. You dumb bastard, man. Holy shit, dude. Fucking Dave spiraling, man. We got more cringe here. So, Dave Meltzer on R-Truth's Money in the Bank appearance, he says he's back because of the fans, Brian. That's the deal. Actually, he's back because of the fans. They, WWE, saw the outcry. They basically, what does he say? They basically tore apart what they were going to do tonight when they brought him back and wanted to have the big moment.
Poor people don't like AEW.
What is he even talking about, man? But maybe he's right. Whatever. Fucking. So WWE gets called out for burying Octagon Jr. So Dave Meltzer cries and says Octagon Jr. got buried. And Mystico didn't by getting called fucking sloppy Sin Cara on AEW. Dave, jeepers. So Dave Meltzer, Octagon Jr., who had 2 matches, okay, 2 of the biggest moments of Octagon Jr.'s life happened on that same day, 2 brilliant matches. And Dave Meltzer has this to say. They buried Octagon Jr. That was a burial. Why would they own 51% of AAA? Why would they bury him? That was a burial. No, Dave, it was a quick TV match that they fit in last second because they really love this guy. And one of your hottest heels and Intercontinental champions beat him. And not every match has to go 50-50 and 4 fucking hours, Dave. You don't understand pro wrestling. That thing didn't even go 5 minutes. It was just Dominic beating him clean and nothing more. Oh, it's almost like we might get a rematch down the line, Dave. He got nothing in. That's not how you debut a guy like that, especially in a showcase setting. It wasn't a showcase setting, really. Like they were showcasing him. Well, it wasn't even that. No, it was a way to get Dom on Money in the Bank and add another match because they had some time to fill, and they knew that. And you can tell by how long that fucking Fatu solo shit went on for, that they had a lot of time to fill. It was supposed to be a celebration of AAA and WWE working together. No, that match wasn't, Dave. That was the event earlier that you cried about and lied about and didn't watch and sucked your little baby thumb with your little baby blankie while fucking Andrew Jackass called you and Brian was trying to calm you down. Okay? Because your little feelings were hurt, little baby Meltzer.
Brian.
Okay? That's what happened, Dave. So the celebration was earlier. You missed the siesta. Okay? Because you're a fucking crybaby Mark. And this was an extension of that later in the day. They needed Dominic to get on this card, and they were hoping the AAA people would go over and watch Money in the Bank, and they were hoping that some of the Money in the Bank people would go, oh, who's this guy, Octagon? And then they see the package of, like, here's what happened earlier today at AAA whatever in the arena, Dave. You know, if you go to the shows, they air those packages to the fucking arena, and then they all go, oh, this guy, we saw him wrestle. Maybe I'll check that out on YouTube later. You don't know what you're even talking about because you don't know. You've never like put on a live event on any scale. Okay? Even me and my wife have put together fucking dingy fucking club shows. Okay? This is crazy. Dave is such an idiot. Back in the day, you know what I mean? That was a mistake. So he wasn't protected. There was no build, no back and forth. The match made it clear that WWE didn't see him as a priority, not even for one night. Oh my God. And why, Dave? What do they gain from burying Octagon? Nothing? Oh, you're a dumbass? They gave him 2 nights of work and paid him handsomely and put him on Money in the fucking Bank? Dave? And they don't value that. Weird. Weird, dumb thing to say. So Dave Meltzer praises Chad Gable, though, for his match against El Hijo. He says, Chad Gable, if there was ever any doubt that he's one of the most underrated guys in the business. Now, remember, guys, Chad Gable is one of these dudes that at the start of AEW, Chad's contract was coming up, and he was a guy that Kenny Omega and other wrestlers in AEW were like, we'd love to have Chad Gable. If you guys remember, go back. You can fact check me on that. And there was a push, and Meltzer's like, I mean, they love Chad Gable. He's just one of the best in the world, Brian. He was all about that. But then Chad obviously stayed with WWE, and good. He's fucking making tons of money now. And so, yeah, he praises this match, and he goes, Chad Gable is a WWE trained guy, but going out there and working a lucha high flyer, and he did a great, great job. They had an outstanding match. Dave, every WWE trained guy more than likely could have a good match with a lucha guy. Okay? More than likely they've gotten in the ring or had the ability to mix it up. Like, what do you think Lince Dorado's doing, bro? He works out with guys. He works the house shows with those kids. He makes their gear and shit. You think that, like, you know, trust me, you see every style in WWE, Dave. It's the pinnacle. Fuck, man. So here's a clip. Okay, and we'll get a fucking Brian in here.
Brian.
And so, is it more that the IWC wants the dirt sheets to look foolish? So I don't know. This is just Meltzer and Brian, I think, just coping over people hating on the sheets, man. And the problem is that a bunch of the sheet writers will fucking spaz out and block you. Mike Johnson's done that to me. You guys know what Sap fucking everybody's got a story there, and it's like Meltzer and them don't really do that, but Meltzer will like just block motherfuckers and then like vanity search, and he'll be like in the middle of a thread of 2 sickos arguing. He'll like quote tweet it and say some like make-believe lie shit that everybody's like, what the fuck? You know? So is it that the IWC wants the dirt sheets to look foolish? Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Who created that culture though? I think the onus is on the sheets. I don't know though. Maybe that's wrong. But from my vision, I think that's what it is. Also, Dave Meltzer, as Baron Corbin called it out, like Dave is responsible for a bunch of this, and that the like Tony Khan leaning into the sickos thing for a while, like all of that is a huge part of it too. right? But there's just no trust left really with any sheets, and that's why the sheets freak out when they get called out about the truth stuff, and it just becomes a war of like, we're right. Then you have JD yelling, oh, I'm overhead now with the sheets, and you have everyone freaking out, and it's like because they probably are right on this one, and they're just like all the different sheets are just desperate to be like, yes, no, we're actually right, we can actually back this one up. And I say that too because like, look at Shotzi's reaction. I bet that's the reaction of every wrestler you ask, like, oh shit, yeah, I mean, I think he probably was actually released, but I mean, we all are kept in the dark. It's probably every wrestler that was asked reaction. So that's where this, it comes to a head, and it's like a fucking war, and just everyone takes themselves too goddamn seriously. It's ridiculous. Here we go.
And now everybody's talking about it. And here's what I'll say, because I know everybody wants to know the answer. It literally just happened, okay? Maybe in 3 hours, 6 hours, tomorrow morning, we'll find out differently. But I am 99% sure, if not more, that R-Truth was released. He did not come to terms to a new contract. Came to an agreement on a new was first released. Okay, when the thing first happened, I believe it was June.
Okay, we don't care. We know all that. We know all that shit, chat. We're just trying to get to what he's saying.
It being a work is, if we imagine that this whole thing was storyline, how is it any better than if he had just showed up to screw John Cena without the whole rigmarole of pretending that the guy got fired?
What do you mean? Oh my God, what a terrible take, Brian. How is it any better? Because it's like a work shoot, bro. Like, what if, I don't know, what if they didn't work the Punk thing? He just did the Saudi match. Like, what do you mean? Everybody's freaking out. Then no one would have melted down online. Brian, you have a fucking this is a terrible take with that smug fucking smile.
I mean, they didn't announce on TV the guy got fired. They didn't make any mention of it whatsoever on television.
Because it was a real releasing. It wasn't a firing either. Shit, okay, expired. He was released or whatever. That he didn't want to re-up his shit when they offered it to him, so they let him go. However you want to word it. And because it was a shoot, bro, we all accept it. Why are you all spurging out trying to prove you were right? God, it's so annoying.
So it's no more special.
It is more special, bro. It's way more special. No one would have melted down. Boom. That's all the free marketing trending all day, every day. More money, the more numbers, the fucking, it's in everyone's faces. That's what made it more special. They wouldn't have melted down if it was clearly a work.
Had he been rehired, as opposed to if he had just shown up to get revenge on John Cena after Saturday night's main event. So the other thing is, after he had been released, on Monday's Raw, the fans started doing the "We Want Truth" chant. And they did the "We Want Truth" chant twice during that show, including during the main event. And I think it was SmackDown, which would have been, I think they might have chanted on NXT as well.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so it was NXT. So they chanted on Raw. They chanted on NXT. Mm-hmm. And somebody there said, you know what? If these fans keep chanting, and I will say, like, I hadn't seen all of SmackDown yet, but when I watched SmackDown last night, did you see SmackDown?
I don't know.
Okay. And
did you see SmackDown? Dave says, I don't know. Ooh, what?
Dummy. Yeah.
Did you see SmackDown? I don't know, but let me give you my observer opinion on it.
Baby, learn. Meltzer Inferno.
What the fuck? What is he even talking about?
At the end of SmackDown, they're doing a main event segment, and John Cena's in the ring, and Cody and everybody, and the fans start chanting "We Want Truth" during this segment last night. And John Cena grabs the mic, and he says, "You can't handle the truth," and got a huge pop. I mean, a huge pop. And so I would say, like, I'm 99% sure he'd already been rehired as of last night. It's either you fans that got the guy rehired before SmackDown yesterday, or John Cena decided that he was going to acknowledge this and he was going to get the guy rehired that.
So it's either of the things. Yeah. So just like, what are we even fucking doing here? I can't, I can't even listen. This shit's so stupid. Yeah, we know it was either he was fired or he wasn't, or he's rehired a day ago or 2 days ago. Who cares? Jesus. So WWE, you know what I mean? Like, who cares about fucking that? Like, why are you guys so desperate to like, we got the details on, we fucking know. We know he got rehired or he didn't. Jesus. Variety, I'm so tired of talking about the truth shit. So Variety talked about how the WWE AAA crossover Worlds Collide becomes company's most watched live YouTube broadcast ever. And look, Mr. Iguana made more fucking run-ins on this show than Jericho. And so here's a clip, right? Meltzer said what post? This is from Wrestling Observer. Here's just a classic Dave reaction to, I guess, this AAA stuff.
Anything you could gauge from the YouTube numbers?
So here's what Dave thinks about what he could gauge. So this dumb fuck, first off, like, who's the dumb fuck co-hosting with him, goes, anything you can gauge from the YouTube numbers? You're asking a guy who doesn't understand how YouTube works. Literally proved that over the course of that day. So
In what sense? I thought they were.
In what sense? If you asked me that, I'd be able to fucking answer.
Low.
I think they're kind of low. Who's this co-host? Fuck that guy who just said, I think they're kind of low.
I mean, I'll go. I didn't go and do the minute by minute.
Dave, the minute by minute. That's not what they're looking at. Dave. Okay? They're looking at retention time on YouTube. I'll school you, Dave. I can teach you. Okay? And they're looking at fucking unique viewership. And they're looking at retention rate. Okay? And then you have your post live numbers. Right? And unique viewers is a big thing that you're too dumb to understand, Dave, because the other thing too is the numbers they say are, it totaled for about this much views. There was this many watching live concurrently at the peak. But as I've explained, Dave, and I'm going to school you again, I've explained it here at PWT. You should listen and study and learn here at PWT. Throughout the show, like tonight on PWT, there's been over 400 watching. I'd say, you could average it. Maybe it's like 390 if you averaged it throughout the night. Okay. Right now, there's over 400 watching. Shout you all out. So, but throughout the night, there's been more than 400 people. There's like probably been fucking 1,500 unique people who tuned in as well, Dave. Right? So there's all these things you don't even know the minute by minute. Fucking Nielsen rating ass out of here.
I mean, I was charting it throughout both the English and the Spanish throughout the day. When I clicked on the feed, I think it started at around 200,000. I know.
Yeah, just like this live show started at 0 today when the fucking show was starting, and then it went up to come on, man.
There were moments where people were telling me it was at like 430 something thousand. It was in the 400s after. Let me see what I have here. There were. By the time Ray came out.
Okay, so give me $15.99, please, chat, because I'll tell you what it was. We fucking tracked the goddamn numbers here on the show. Dave couldn't even do it. I did it live while hosting this show. And I'm producing the whole thing and doing everything myself. And he's sitting there on a fucking corded phone going, let me check what my numbers are. We know what they are. They're everywhere, bro. Do some fucking diligence, like Jesus Christ, dog.
Which is the first thing. They were over 300. And then
they were at 700,000, and then they were at like 270,000. It was above that on the Espanol, which Dave said it's 270,000 worldwide. He didn't realize it said WWE Espanol.
The Stephanie Vicaire, they were right at 400 for the Stephanie Vicaire match. They went from 400 to 411.
They way crushed that, and you're just completely and utterly fucking coping, man. This cope is so So nice. So inside the US, sports has been less critical. It's viewed, but it hasn't been a real driver for us, and so it will continue to be on HBO Max. But the global network business will evaluate over time where the best place for that is. This is what Zaslav said out of his own fucking lips, proving Dave has just been wrong about all this shit.
Secret sauce for us is the highest quality content in the library, together with local content, together with local sports. And that will be our global recipe because it's working for us. Inside the U.S., sports has been less critical. It's viewed, but it hasn't been a real driver for us. And so it will continue to be on HBO Max. But the global networks business will evaluate over time where the best place for that is.
There you go. So moving along, we have more. Dave just getting exposed. An extra long PWT. We went long. We're over 5 hours, but fuck it. We're just going because we're in too deep and we're trying to keep. So basically, Meltzer said what? You guys remember how we've covered on this show? Dave Meltzer said numerous times, like, well, Eric Bischoff, Conan and Disco, they're not allowed to criticize AEW unless they start a company and show that you can do bigger numbers than them, right? You remember Dave saying all that shit? Well, here you go. Here's fucking just so Bischoff, and I'm glad he tagged him, just so they know. Now they both have new startup TV ventures, and you can prove Uncle Dave that you were in fact better than Tony Khan. Well, that's what AAA did. So let's listen to this throwback clip.
He's, it's funny because it's kind of like they go back because, WCW was a television hit for a couple of years. Like
a couple.
Another century. You know what I mean? This was in the frickin' other century. And, some people, they're giving him a shot in this thing. And, there is an irony here. There's an irony because, it's Eric Bischoff and Conan both, are big critics of Tony Khan. And both of them now have a chance to prove that they, in fact, are better than Tony Khan.
You guys hear that? You remember that, right? We listened to that before. Did you guys just hear what he said? So my fucking homie Conan, no, my guy fucking Conan, orale, he's better than Tony fucking Khan. Officially,
best guy's Tony Khan.
Officially, dude. Boom, he just did it. He did what Dave said he had to do, and he just did it. He just surpassed the All in London. They doubled it. They over doubled the viewers for All in London on YouTube for the Worlds Collide show. And Dave will sit there and go, oh, it's just YouTube. He doesn't realize that's the most streamed shit in the world. So, there you go, dude. Put that in your pipe and smoke it, Dave. You got fucking smoked there with that one. So Will Washington says, if you successfully worked your fans, why would you then immediately admit to it being a work rather than letting them live in the moment? And then everyone under his comments were like, Will, worry about your own fucking wrestling company. And then Meltzer said, because you have to prove you are smarter than they are, and more importantly, show that all criticism of them is wrong. Dave, taking L's should not be saying shit like that. So even Dave is questioning, shout out Switchblade 97. Even Dave is questioning how difficult it can be to create a button to take people's money for the AEW pay-per-views. And that's really all it is with Max. Hey, they just have to make a button that says buy here, and then you just buy the pay-per-views. But they won't do that. Why? Because they're trying to get money out of this. They're trying to figure out how can we get money for this thing. If the pay-per-views on Max were part of the $185 million deal, how much does that $185 million, how much of it was pay-per-view related? And that's just it, right? Let's say the pay-per-view was part of that, and we'll give you for the pay-per-views, but they haven't given pay-per-views yet, then are they even getting $185 million? Or is it just $100 million? This is the stuff Dave doesn't even think about. Thank God for Switchblade and people who actually think about this shit and consider this stuff. Okay, so Dave is saying the AEW deal was based on perceived value as a combination of a weekly television show, the show being streamed and getting a cut of pay-per-view business. But they haven't even started that yet. So we're halfway through the year. They haven't even started it yet. If the 185 million is part of the pay-per-view shit, and they're getting 185 this year, so they're not getting all of that money, Dave. They're not getting 185 million this year. You got fucking destroyed by your own shit. Okay? They're not going to get all of the money because they haven't even started the pay-per-view venture yet. If I'm understanding that incorrectly, please correct me. I think I'm onto something, though. Many have questioned that while there is a deal in play for HBO Max to become the main distributor of AEW pay-per-views within the U.S., that setting up a pay-per-view model, the holdup, doesn't seem that difficult. Even Dave saying it. And here we are more than 5 months into the deal and it hasn't happened. Oh, so they're not getting 175 or 85 million, Dave? They're not doing that because they're not getting all that money? Because why would they get all of it if pay-per-view's part of it and we're halfway through the year? Do you think they get it, crunch it out by the end of the year, Dave? When you guys are promoting Amazon now, get the fuck out of here. So, nor has time frame for it happening. That is not for exclusivity like UFC's deal with ESPN Plus as television and cable distribution and Amazon and other blah, blah, blah. So again, it's his whole narrative. And I told you guys when Dave was like, see, new TV deal, 185 million. I was like, dude, he lied about the prior shit. He's been lying about this now because he was saying it's going to be 200 million. Or like he was throwing out $1 billion and shit. You guys remember that? Okay. So he was wrong the whole way. And then now everything he predicted when the new TV deal happened, because he didn't study and learn and study the business, he's just wrong about it all again. And they're not even getting all the money he was fucking trying to flex that they were going to get. For sure they're not, because if pay-per-view is part of it, right?
Learn, baby, learn. Meltzer Inferno.
So yeah, moving along. And that's on WBD. Like that's not even on AEW, but that just goes to show you guys how little they care, how little they care about AEW. If they actually cared about AEW, they would just make a buy button and fucking put it on Max. They'd have this figured out, but they don't care at all. And that's why Collision's on these 4-hour shits and go into Thursdays. They're trying to figure out, do we add a third hour to Dynamite or do we just put Collision on Thursdays head-to-head with TNA? They should go head-to-head with TNA. That's what I say. Or you add the third hour to Dynamite. Or they'll just cancel that show, right? Like, let's really think about it. They've already canceled 3. They'll cancel that one. Shockwave never happened. So 4 if you want to play semantics. But WWE reportedly did call TNA Hall of Famer. So this is Dave making shit up. We covered it here on the show if you guys didn't hear before. So Mike Tenay and Dave are like best friends. I don't know if they're best friends, but they've been really fucking tight for like 50 years. You guys know what I'm saying? They're fucking friends, okay? And out of nowhere, and Mike Tenay called the original Worlds Collide or whatever, and out of nowhere, Meltzer puts out this story. Oh, I heard that maybe Mike Tenay, the commentary's being held really close to the chest, and I heard Mike Tenay might blah, blah, blah. No, Dave just made that. And I don't hate Mike Tenay. This isn't on Mike Tenay, but it makes him look stupid because I expose this shit because I just see through Dave's bullshit. And he's like, the commentary's being held close to the chest. And Mike Tenay would be, Dave's trying to get his friend a job. And he's done this in the past. And so and then Dave floats this out there. Oh, they did call TNA Hall of Famer Mike Tenay regarding a role on Worlds Collide, but the two sides didn't come to a financial agreement. Like Mike Tenay wouldn't jump at whatever bag. The bag was too little for Mike Tenay. Shut the fuck up. He just made that up to try and make it like Mike Tenay's out there finagling. You might have just screwed him out of getting a different job with this lie story, Dave. Fuck. Meltzer said, this is back in the day. Okay. Meltzer said that the Rock and Rolls looked like clowns, but his readers said they looked like Quiet Riot or Van Halen. So this is a throwback time machine Meltzer bit here where he didn't like the Rock and Roll Express. He says, I take offense about the Rock and Roll Express looking like clowns comment in your last issue. So this is a fan writing to Dave saying, you said they look like clowns. I take offense to that. If you pick up any major rock and roll magazine, see, Dave was out of touch then. Dave's always been out of touch. such as Circus, Cream, or Hit Parader. You'll see many top 10 recording. Those are some deep cuts, man. You'll see many top 10 recording artists like Quiet Riot or Van Halen dressed in the same fashion. I feel guys like The Express are bringing a more modern fashion to the sport. And we actually get a response, I believe, from Ricky Morton, who says those clowns sold out stadiums and arenas all over the country. Those clowns went down in history as pioneers of tag team professional wrestling. I never minded being called clowns. We saw our opportunity and took full advantage. So not necessarily burying Dave, just like being very profesh, but still, man, Dave, fucking nope. Another L, dude. Lave Meltzer, dude. Jeepers. So Dave Meltzer responds to Variety. So Variety triggers him and he goes, have they ever done a live YouTube broadcast talking about AEW or WWE? No, who's he talking about here? WWE AAA crossover Worlds Collide becomes company's most watched. Okay. And then Dave says, have they ever done a YouTube broadcast? Who? AAA or WWE? Yeah, dummy.
Smashed your knee to obliterate.
What an idiot, man. What is he even saying? Have they ever done a YouTube live broadcast? Yes. Dave, he doesn't know shit about YouTube. You need to study and learn, Dave, about YouTube and streamings. You don't know shit. What is he even talking about? And so moving along here, Dave Meltzer said, says it must be a full moon. Dave and I are completely on the same page. Instead of being mad at TKO and being able to sell out with crazy high ticket prices, you should be mad at StubHub and the modern digital secondary ticket market, which showed promoters they were underpricing ticks. It is true, though. It is true. And Meltzer said look at the floor seats for Double or Nothing, how pricey they are. But of course, Meltzer wouldn't criticize that. Right, but he's upset at TKO or he's calling out StubHub in the secondary ticket market, which is cool too, if he is.
But basically say, hey, WWE fans, your tickets that you are paying right now, they're going to go up by 2 and 3 times by the.
Meanwhile, though, in contrast, AEW's tickets, hey, they're going to go down 75% with this promo code if you go to this Defy show only. Crazy, man.
Time you see us again.
But here's the thing. You know what happened before is that if you were artificially underpricing your tickets as compared to demand, you could put those tickets out, and the scalpers who are smart to this business are going to grab them, and they're going to jump the ticket price because they know
all the scalpers they study, Brian,
what they're worth. I mean, I told you the story of the AEW pay-per-view show in Orlando several years ago, and by weird luck at that point I was actually getting, and obviously that didn't last long, I was getting actual breakdowns on secondary market, not from AEW but from one of the services, and obviously it will take seconds before you know which one, but on how many exact tickets at exact prices they were selling for all of the big events from AEW and WWE. And there was an event in Orlando.
I wonder why that didn't last long, Dave, because the tickets went downhill. And so you burnt bridges by making up lie stories that you couldn't back up anymore. So now you don't get the accurate information.
Where this ticket service grossed more money than AEW on a show because they bought enough tickets and priced them like 4 times as high and sold them all because when the AEW was hotter. And the AEW prices, were pricing them low because they were still in this really fan-friendly mentality. We don't want to overprice compared to WWE and everything like that. And I looked at it and it was just...
Back when AEW was hot, WWE wasn't overpricing tickets at all, dude. See, Dave is just making up. This is revisionist history right here.
It's like, you did an $800,000 gross and frickin' the secondary market did, a $900,000 on your show. And it's $900,000 that you should have had, and actually at that point AEW started raising prices because when they saw that it was just like, man, that's not a stat you want to see. Is that?
And another real entertainment example is Taylor Swift's.
If she was a
fight with
AEW is like Taylor Swift,
these same people, and trying to, get more of that money to her because she is the reason why these people are paying.
Right. I mean, Taylor Swift.
Oh, now Dave's going to tell us about Taylor Swift. What a fucking clown shoes. So he talks about CM Punk. Meltzer says CM Punk could not go to Saudi Arabia Night of Champions if he wanted to not go. Like, he could not go if he didn't want to. He was going months ago. So Dave always does this too. I knew this thing months ago before anyone, but I didn't talk about it or report about it. But now that it's public and everybody knows it, now I'm going to tell you all about this thing that I knew way before. You're a fucking liar, Dave. You didn't know shit. You're a fucking goon. He was going months ago. I had already asked about that a couple of months ago when the show was first talked about, and he was in the original promo package, and then he was taken out of the promo package. So why didn't you write a fucking article about it? And I asked, am I supposed to see when Seth Rollins replaced him in that promo package that he's not going? And it's like, nope, he's going. So it's been known he's going for months now, probably all along. I don't know if he ever voiced any issue with going, Brian, except, actually at any point since he signed, but he hasn't in months. I know that. Okay, Dave. Dave of the future. Time Cop. I knew it then, but I'm saying it now. Time Cop. So Dave Meltzer says worldwide number versus U.S. number. U.S. isn't the world. Talking about YouTube, man, and the AAA show. So that would be totally incorrect. UK and Canada adds 250,000, and that doesn't include any other country nor max, blah, blah. So, or we covered that before. But Dave here, he's going, you do know it was free on YouTube. YouTube has 2.53 billion users per month. Peacock has 41 million subscribers and a lesser number actually use it. Fucking Dave. I studied YouTube, Brian. Right? So moving along here, Dave Meltzer gets asked, what is AEW Dynamite worldwide numbers? And Dave goes, don't know, probably 1.5 million.
Shut up, bitch.
Oh my God, Dave. 1.5 million globally. I don't know about all that. So here's another throwback clip of when Chael Sonnen asked Ariel Helwani what happened between him and Tony Khan after the Mark of Marks Dave Meltzer got involved. Because after Meltzer stuck his nose in this fucking business, and Sonnen Uncle Chael don't fucking appreciate no Meltzer and no Stooges, right? And so he asked him, like, yo, this whole drama between you and Tony Khan happened because Dave Meltzer.
Right. You went and did something with Triple H's outfit, and it got Tony Khan got
very
upset with you.
Very much in his feelings.
And then Dave Meltzer, who's the Mark of Mark.
Right.
You want to talk about a con man? He even weighed in on it. And then Dave's gotten to the point where I don't listen because he's so full of it.
What do you say?
I know that it's out there.
Oh, it was a huge thing.
I know that. So what happened? Why was Tony Khan upset?
You want the story?
Yes.
Okay, so the story is, longtime wrestling fan. I do wrestling interviews from time to time. And I had Tony Khan on my YouTube channel where I do like interviews outside of the world of MMA, youtube.com/Ariel Helwani, just a small outfit. And I asked him questions that I think anyone would have asked him in an hour-and-a-half long interview about the CM Punk situation, about Cody Rhodes leaving, some stuff like that. And anytime I asked him anything that was remotely interesting, I got I can't speak about this. No comment. I can't. And if you don't want to answer something, there's a way to dance around it.
Sure.
I got no dancing. I got no comment, no comment, no comment. It was an uncomfortable interview. It wasn't a very enjoyable one. And afterwards, I said it was an uncomfortable interview and I didn't enjoy it. A lot of people got mad about that. They were very upset and they said, oh, you're a Triple H sympathizer, you're a WWE sympathizer. And I was like, all right, fine. I didn't like the interview. I've had plenty of other AEW guys on, MJF, Daniel Bryan, etc. No problem with them. Anyway, that's all well and good. Fast forward to this past weekend, WWE's in Montreal. I'm pretty much like the king of Montreal combat sports. Not to toot my own horn. They asked me to come by.
Yeah, you guys know the rest. But yeah, just calling out Dave, a good little throwback clip. So BJ Bethel. Okay. We're almost done here, guys. So BJ Bethel, he finally cops to where he got those fake fucking numbers. He says, so I got numbers about a specific show. So when BJ Bethel's going, they do this number, 500,000. not only was he talking, he's admitting twice here that he talked out of his ass twice. Not only was he talking out of his ass, but the info he got was for one specific show. It wasn't even for like overall or an average. It was just one show. So how does that extrapolate to all the shows? He's such an idiot. So he just completely, his career's cooked. He's done. He just exposed he's a stooge right here. He goes, so I got numbers about a specific show from multiple sources, which were confirmed by Tony Khan. No, so we can dispel that. Tony Khan never confirmed them. He said, yeah, I'm hearing they're great too. Something like that. He never copped to anything. He Carney promoted. Dave Meltzer corroborated this. Oh, Dave. So you got fucking caught, stupid buddy. Idiot. And Dave won't even cop to the 500K, but Dave corroborated what Tony said to BJ Bethel, and that
the best guys, Tony Khan.
Boom, motherfucker. We caught you, bro. Phil Marks is watching, bro. We caught you. Okay? So, you're bashing. Okay, so he says Dave Meltzer and someone WBD on Blue Sky. So someone from WBD on Blue Sky? What does that even mean, bro? You're basing your AEW numbers on Zaz saying all the shows do 25% of the broadcast? Yeah, I think Zaslav would know than a random nameless guy on Blue Sky and fucking Dave Meltzer, who won't even back up what you're saying. Is that live? Life +1 +3? I don't know, dude. All I know is you're just in way over your head with this shit, and you don't even know what you're talking about. Speaking of not knowing what they're talking about, Brian Alvarez, trying Brian, man. I mean, one day he's going to put take the company over. And bizarre week and year, NXT Creepy Clowns, first-time subscribers are half off, $9 podcast-only subscriptions. And yeah, they're just cutting the prices back. It seems like every few months they have some sort of deal and sale. And I'm not even hating on that. It's just like, why'd they up it in the first place? I don't know, man. It is what it is. And then they have a $10 podcast only thing. I mean, that's good if you're into their shit. You know what I mean? Go and get it. We get a good laugh out of their clips and stuff. But yeah, some people are like, see, this is what happens when you fucking are shysters and stuff. So who knows? But it's not a coincidence if they're struggling. I don't know if they're struggling, but people say that Observer is. And if they're struggling and AEW's fucking struggling and shit too, I mean, they're not struggling. I know they have infinite bucks from the cons, but like they're not. We just went over and broke down a bunch of shit. Here's Trying Brian talking about the Punk Cena stuff.
And CM Punk comes out and he cuts his promo.
You know what's funny is on the Punk interview and everything where he goes like, I'm not working for these billionaires. I'm working for you fans. And then at the end of the interview, it's like he's working for those billionaires.
John Cena says, let's do it, but not tonight. For a match like this, you have to follow me to Saudi Arabia. We're going to do it at Night of Champions. The ball is in your court, hero. You want a title match? It's going to be in Saudi Arabia.
He could not go. I mean, if he really wanted to not go.
Well, at this point, he's going because it's been advertised.
Yeah, then Turkey Al Sheik goes, he doesn't want to come? Add one more zero right there. We just give him one more zero. It'd be okay. I promise. He's the chillest. That Turkey Al Sheik dude's the chillest fucking. He just gets what he wants, So you just put one more zero right there, Boom. Fucking Punk's there. No problem.
Well, he was going months ago. I had already asked about that. Based on his moral.
So we already listened to that part. But
stands and beliefs and things as far as, freedom of choice and live your life the way you could. And then what the rules are in Saudi Arabia, you can make the case he's a hypocrite for it. Because, what he believes in, as far as that goes, is very, very different from how the world is over there. But everyone,
I'm sure for a lot of people, bro, it's business at the end of the day. I mean, he's got a wife.
Everyone goes for the money and he, like I said, he is big enough. He could have said no and it would not have impacted him. If you were a mid-level guy and you said no,
you wouldn't say no because the fucking paycheck is insane. If you guys want to know more about that, Mason Mansour on Maven Huffman's channel break that down brilliantly. And if you're a mid-card guy and they say you want to go to Saudi, you're fucking doing anything you can to get on a Saudi show.
You would be able to not go, but it would impact you. I mean, I know of instances of people who were told essentially, you don't have to go. And we're not
Name them. No, I don't believe that you were told this at all.
going to force you to go or anything.
You shark-eyed bastard. He's just dead. He has no soul, dude.
Like this. But if you don't go, can we push you in a big spot? And they still could, but
who have they ever said this to? Dave's talking like they said this to him. They never said this to anybody or you. That you know of, at least.
Said. You know what I mean? It's put in your head that you probably
you wouldn't miss the show anyways because you want the payday. That's why women go there. That's why the women wrestlers are like, yes, we'll go. Yeah, for sure we'll be the first, even though that's like dangerous. That could be scary to go and do something like that. You're making history, and that fucking bag is ridiculous, man.
To go. And in his case, it's like he's going to get his match with John Cena in real life. And he has wanted this match, the last match with him and Cena. He's wanted the match on the farewell tour. So this is where he's going to go to get the farewell match. And that's just, it is what it is.
Yeah, and it's a great angle how they work the shoot. It just is what it is. No, it's brilliant fucking storytelling. It's brilliant having people like, oh, this hypocrite and shit, and him having to be the hero. He almost has to do the bad guy shit. He almost has to like go against his morals. It's like when fucking Batman is like, do I kill or what? It's like that struggle. Do I go against the fabric of my? It's a fucking story, bro. And they worked it into that. So we have one last clip, guys, and this is Meltzer, and this is a short one, but we will end it here. Thank you all. This is an extra long. See, I embrace the grind, bruv. I don't fuck around. Your boy Phil Marks, come through. Dementia Dave babbling about the WBD split. So here's him just he never saw this coming. He never predicted it. He didn't study the business. Your boy Phil knew this shit was coming before him. He's fucked. He's completely fucked. A lot of people saw this coming, especially if you work if you're outside of the wrestling bubble and you work like myself in other areas that do with television and shit like that, you fucking knew this was coming, okay? A long time ago. And or something like this. And I don't know. He doesn't know what he's talking about here. I didn't listen to this clip. I had the full length one, but I can only stand a minute. So let's take a listen and see Dave just try to rack his brain about how more meets the eye Decepticons, Brian.
If AEW is doing really good in late 2026, I think they're pretty safe because both sides would want them and want to keep.
Both sides would want them and want to keep them. Dave. It is the exact opposite by the appearance of everything so far. AEW is not wanted by either of them.
If AEW is doing really good in late 2026, I think they're pretty safe because both sides would want them and want to keep the deal. If they're doing pretty bad.
They're doing pretty bad, Dave, in late 2026. In mid 2026 is when the split happens. They need to do better before that, Dave, because they don't even know where they're putting it. The AEW logo isn't anywhere featured anywhere.
It wouldn't be good.
Oh, no shit, it wouldn't be good.
But that would have been the same anyway, whether this merger happened or not, because they're at a high enough level that they have to produce. Or, if they don't produce, then they're not going to get a renewal at the rate that they've got.
But I say that, and I'm a sicko E-drone fucking fed all elite hater.
Produce meaning whatever is considered good numbers at the time, not what's considered good numbers today, but will be considered good numbers in a year as numbers change.
Numbers are absolute doggy.
Cable numbers are going to probably go down because they do every year for everybody. So, like the numbers that, when people go like the numbers that Raw does now would be considered abominable, 3 years ago, even a year ago, but they're not necessarily abominable at all.
But then Dave so look at, before we covered when Dave was talking about the numbers and how basically they were abominable, and now he's fucking talking about they're not at all, actually, if you really look at it. And why? Because he's coping. His bullshit consistency, he can't stay consistency. His bullshit can never stay consistent, okay? It's always lumpy and shitty and full of holes, all right? And I don't know, that's a fucking bad analogy, but listen, this shit isn't sticking because now he's trying to like make an argument for, well, I mean, AEW would be okay, you know? But meanwhile, it just contradicts what he was saying before, like that we read in the Observer about what he was saying about SmackDown and Raw's numbers and shit. Just a clown.
A year ago, but they're not necessarily abominable at all. So, you know, based on the service that they're on. So so you have to judge it based on that. So
but you don't do that. Oh my God. He just doesn't know what he's talking about. And because you never know what you're talking about, Dave, I will continue to tell the people, I think, what you're trying to say and then roast you. Okay? And that was Dave Meltzer's dumb moment of the week. In 5.5 hours, 11 o'clock where I'm at. I got to get the fuck out of here. Thank you all. I love you all so much. Peace and love to the chat. You guys know where to find me. YouTube.com/@ProWrestleClips. We're growing and growing. We're trying to get to 7K subs. The Times channel is almost at 2K subs. Guys, Hughesy's coming on Saturday. Sicko Saturday. It's going to be a fun time. And I might go a little bit earlier, so hit the little bell icon, hit like or whatever. We'll be live on X as well. But please and thank you. Just come on over to the YouTube, hit subscribe, consider becoming a member. Guys, Saturday I'm live with Hughes. You already know where to find me. Drink lots of water, take care of each other, hug each other. It's getting fucking dark and twisted out there. We gotta stand strong, okay? But yeah, look out for sickos and wackos everywhere. Ooh, until next time, I'll see you in the Upside Down Stranger Things. You motherfuckers, you keep me hanging. Peace.
I look and see it's not just me.
Jeff, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. We call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless smile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense. But it makes
yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
Yes, I look and see it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. We call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless smile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. We call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless smile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Get wild! Yeah!
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah! God damn it!